Ivory Towers, A True Story. Byron B. K. Davis. Steinway International Artist. Ivory Towers, A True Story, Authorized Autobiography. Life Story of Byron B. K. Davis. Steinway International Artist. Available in English, Arabic, Spanish, German, French, Japanese, and other languages. Reproduction of this book is granted for worldwide use and distribution, including digital, film, stage, movies, educational copy, magazines, print libraries, and any other forms not periodicals mentioned. Books by Day Publishing, LLC. Introduction. This book started as a letter to my Army buddy, Ted Plummer. I wrote all night long. Ivory Towers, A True Story. Authorized Autobiography and Life of Byron B. K. Davis, Steinway International Artist is the result. Chapter 1. I remember the lights. There were insistent flashes popping in my eyes, cameras leaving me temporarily blind. There were the bright, hot lights of the television crew, and, as always, there was the light of my father, brightest of all. It was that light I craved and feared most. At 14 years old, all that brightness converged on me. I was conducting a 150-voice choir being filmed by a national gospel program. I would have rather been playing football with my friends, but everyone had pushed me to music. It was putty to me. I liked to twist it, wrap it around silence, pretty it up, and show people what I could do. It felt natural. It wasn't what I loved, that would be sports, but it was a nice diversion. But my father, Bishop Ezekiel Davis, truck driver, pastor, and a bishop for 7 Church of God in Christ churches in the Iowa-Illinois area, had no time for diversions. My father was a man's man who believed in God and getting down to business. Byron, a man takes care of his family, was one of the first things he said to me once I was out of diapers. And when Bishop Davis said it, family or not, people listened. He was a black man living in Iowa with his wife and 5 children, and that was just a portion of the responsibility heaped on his broad shoulders. As a church bishop, he had to watch over money, make sure reports were paid, utilities stayed current, and all the grievances of hundreds of church members were addressed. Iowa in the 1950s and 1960s could be a racist place, but the bishop couldn't fit racism into his schedule. I don't. 1. Know that anyone ever called my father a nigger. If they had, I imagine it had the same effect as if saying it to a ball bearing. My father didn't tolerate fools, so if some uninformed white person didn't know who he was or what he was capable of, that was their burden, not his. Make no mistake, my father fervently believed in God and the Bible, particularly the Old Testament, which meant a Christian ass-whopping for those who hadn't the sense to avoid poking the bear. Sometimes those ass-whippings, toned down to spankings, fell on his middle son, me. Much more than my brother Bobby, the eldest child, I let my dreams run wild and out in the open. One day, I'd think of being a chess professional grandmaster. I had a hummingbird's attention span. I questioned my father in ways Bobby did not, and, to use one of my father's phrases, that was unacceptable. Football player or... During that time, a few hundred miles south of my childhood home, other brown-skinned boys who thought like me were disappearing, free spirits who became literal spirits. My father knew this. In his mind, if God decided to take me home, fine, but no white men in some beat-up pickup truck were ever going to abscond with any of his children. He taught his boys how to fight and look out for danger. When the lessons weren't learned to his satisfaction, he applied reminders manually to the seats of our pants, usually mine. That was my father's strategy, and it was that strategy that pushed me into the light. All eyes were on me as I was standing in a suit and tie in front of the 150 trained choir members. I was both directing the choir and had written the music they were. 2. Singing. Proud parents snapped pictures, and a film crew was taping the performance for a national broadcast that would fill the homes of the 1 million members of the COGIC. Church of God in Christ, family, and other lovers of gospel music, or as I like to call it, sacred music. Barely into my teens, and that was my life. I learned to play all percussion instruments and strings in church. At 7, I'd been banging on the piano like it was a bongo, but by 12, I entered my first talent contest at Washington Elementary School in Davenport, Iowa, and won. Parents, teachers, and my fellow students came to know me as the kid who wrote songs. That popularity translated into other things. I won a seat on the student council and was elected 6th grade class president. My 12th year was a personal tipping point. My father recognized my talent and, being a drummer himself, decided it was practical and good. So with my mother, Rose M. Davis, they nurtured it. Long before I ever conceived of composing songs for the piano, my mother had recorded records. As a singer, she was and still is able to set the most stoic foot to tapping. She's been compared to Aretha Franklin, Etta James, Eartha Kitt, and other powerful female singers. Even after recording with one of the architects of rock and roll, I've never heard a voice so infused with power, grace, and vocal finesse. This is less the observation of a proud son than it is that of an awed fan. Mom took over my musical education. From age 10 until 15, my life was spent learning music. I took lessons at school and performed weekly at church. I was taught trumpet, drums, cello, guitar, and piano, my instrumental. Sand or bass, singing in the choir, and weekly ear training rounded out my musical exercises. I was focused on functional harmony and progression. Much like my compatriot 400 miles to the north, Prince Rogers Nelson, I was a black child in a white state, ferociously listening to whatever color music I could find. I kept my ear glued to the nearby Chicago radio stations, absorbing blues, jazz, pop, and classical. My father was serving as a pastor in Rock Island, Illinois, and I would go with him every month to Chicago for congregations of church bishops. During these trips, I was spellbound by my exposé to the Chicago musicians, a silver brick to help me build my path to musical mastery. At 14, I had no clue that in 2 years I would trade my father's discipline for a harsher military one, nor that I would go on to work with soul, pop, and gospel legends, become homeless, own multiple homes, gain fame, women, new religion, and question the truth of my reality. My greatest fight in the years to come would be against my own mind. I couldn't think of a greater paradox. My mind had absorbed music in practice and theory. On the chessboard, my mind could design the organized demolition of people 3 and 4 times my age. On the football field, my coach considered me a tactician as well as a physical beast. My mind failing me, unthinkable. But schizophrenia takes its toll on those affected, whether we think about it or not. Even the most orderly life, much less the life of a peripatetic musician, could be overtaxed by such a mental disorder. Early in my struggle with mental illness, I think I believed if I traveled far enough and fast enough, I could outrun my demons. Or 4. Maybe if I slept with enough women, I could burn them away. Japan, Europe, Africa, it didn't matter where I traveled. My demons spoke the language. It didn't matter who I slept with. I'd always wake up with them next to me. A blessed pillar in the chaos surrounding my life was erected by the tough love my father granted me. There were times I was so mad, hot tears still in my eyes, I wanted to fight him. However, not wanting to die, I learned to retreat strategically. That was my father's gift. I called it going to my ivory towers. Whenever the lights got too bright or reality a little too malleable, it was my respite. Still, there were many times I lay dying at the gates of my ivory towers, too stubborn to open them. Woo! Chapter 2. Ever been where you're not wanted? A party you weren't invited to? A family reunion when the family's mad at you? Such was the case for the black youth growing up in the 1970s. As much as my father was immune to idiocy of racism, I was susceptible. I think it's because it was so illogical. Like someone insisting that 1 + 1 = 3.5. It was such a warped way of thinking it couldn't be ignored. On Sundays in Rock Island, I would play, sing, and conduct for a sea of faces that would roar in approval. Large ladies with large hats who smelled of lavender would shout, "Amen," or "Hallelujah." And the applause? I was the applause of a black church, so passionate the noise could rival the trumpets of God's own angels. The Spirit would inspire hands to clapping. I would be playing, and I might hear one person clap, then stop. Then another 2 of 3 people might take up the clapping until it built into rolling thunder. Church applause was even more powerful because it came when it came, with no compulsion to clap with the herd. People were applauding me, praising me, and ultimately stroking my young ego, as if in counterpoint I lived in a place where many white people considered me a second-class citizen because of the color of my skin. I don't often say this, but how stupid is that? Illogical. For instance, I was a starter on the Davenport Central High School football team. I loved football, loved its hitting, its violence, its brutal beauty. There were plays which were basically physical notations of where to be, when to be there, and how to be once you. 6. Were. I caught on to these immediately and would consider logical counterplays our opponents should run. I'd often find myself tisking under my breath and shaking my head because of the poorly considered plays run by the other team. During these plays, I took even more pleasure in using my 230 pounds of muscle to put other boys on the ground. I wasn't alone. Mine was a great team with a high football IQ. We had an undefeated season, won the state championship. 2 of us, Roger Craig and Jamie Williams, were drafted into the NFL and had long careers. During pep rallies and games, my teammates and I were adorned with applause, almost more than my ego could absorb. Out of my uniform race became a worrying thing for me. I had great white friends like Dave Hoeksema and Tom Mullen, but it was still a stacked deck outside my friends and family. There were teachers and other adults who saw just my skin and consigned me to a lesser life. I wonder what changed so dramatically when I took of that football uniform. I was injured when teachers didn't challenge me in class. I was enraged when they assumed the white kid sitting next to me could offer more simply by virtue of his pale disposition. I didn't respond with undifferentiated anger or hatred towards all white people. I try to make friends based on character. My own background is multiracial. My family has Cherokee ancestry. And based on my ethnic makeup and general appearance, others have said I have a United Nations following in my veins. I learned from my world. 7. Travels that my most likely genetic history is Middle Eastern, Afro-Asian, and Egyptian. In elementary school, I remember telling the other children that my ancestors built the pyramids. Growing up in Iowa, you're never told, "Oh yeah, I thought you were Egyptian or Palestinian." In Iowa, you hear only one thing: "Oh, you're black." When I asked my father about it, he was blunt. "Byron, that is how some people are. You need to work harder to get what you want. Ain't no use crying about it." That didn't stop me, though. I did worse than worry. I stewed. I found the same epiphany every aggrieved small-town kid of any race, gender, nationality, or ethnicity is struck by. I have to get the hell out of this place. This was not a decision made lightly. At a very young age, yes, but not lightly. Much of my life in Davenport was idyllic. I discovered girls and was very successful in athletics. I boxed and won silver gloves, played basketball, and considered joining the Swimming the Mile Wide team after my friends and I swam Mississippi from Iowa to Illinois. But football was the jewel in my crown of athletic achievements. Our school's success was ridiculous. We won state championships each year I played. My love life was even more rewarding once I got that pesky, getting dumped and heartbroken thing out of the way. That happened at 14. The same year I began appearing on television and conducting various choirs. A cute little girl, also 14, needed help with her math. She had. 8. The most beautiful born eyes, a full-lipped smile, and a scent so seductive my hormones burned. After I helped her with math, meaning she'd gotten what she needed, she let me down easy. To easy, actually. I didn't know I'd been dumped. Byron, you're nice, but I think I just have spring fever, she said. I went home still intoxicated with her. How does that Michael McDonald song go? What a fool believes. I burst into the door of our house and hollered for my mother. When I said, she has spring fever, could you make her some chicken soup? My mother, way too nice to laugh in my face, but I remember her facial expression, a faint smile. It was my first heartbreak and I was devastated. But I got over it quickly. Generally, music has always been the thing that has taken me to my ivory towers or brought me back from them. Yet my first love, a beautiful teenager with a grown woman's curves, named Gail Williams, calmed my restless soul as surely as my ivory towers. We met at 15. I was playing piano extremely well, but still wasn't thinking of music as a career. Like many boys that age, most of my superheroes were boxers and ball players. Gail indulged my athletic pursuits and would place herself front and center in the crowd, watching me. We were inseparable. There began to be a marriage of ideas in my mind. Gail and I would both complain about racism, and it dawned on me that I refused to have this woman, the light of my life, subject to the disrespect of our little town. So, to save Divini, us and our love, I had to make a man's move. I would leave her, join the army, and come back with a career that could support us and our future children and take us away from the small-minded people surrounding us. It was a tearful decision to leave my little city by the river. Gail and my memories didn't want me to go, tried to keep me anchored in the town. My memory of Indian Springs Park, for instance. It was a few blocks from our home on East 13th Street in a valley leading to the Mississippi River. It and the intact burial mound that occupied it was a reminder of the nation's original occupants. Occasionally, visitors to the park would even find artifacts like arrowheads. My younger sister, Damita, used to explore that park with me. One reason Indian Springs was our favorite spot was the merry-go-round that seemed to have resided there for the past few forevers. It was multicolored, constructed from a heavy sort of metal, and would enchant us as a brilliantly wonderful kaleidoscope when we got it spinning. Though the seasons, this merry-go-round offered us something ancient, mystical. In the ensuing years, no matter what age or situation we found ourselves in, Indian Springs Park provided both Demita and me magical comfort. Now, as a teenager, that was just one of the things I was about to leave. That and all the nurturing and love with which I'd been blessed. I often, in reflection, compare what I've been through to the legend of Jonah and the book of Job. I'm not sure whether either of those stories sprang into my 16-year-old mind, but I doubt I would have turned back even if they, 10, had. After all, Jonah gained insight as a result of being captive in the belly of the great fish. He learned to live a holy life when faced with adversity. My soul's been anchored in the Lord is a phrase many of us can identify with because the Lord gives to us and the Lord takes from us. God tests us. He tries us and he makes us and he molds us. He knows our names and travails. He ensures that your test will not be the same as mine and mine will not be the same as my neighbor's. I resonate with the story of Job because I left the safe cocoon of my original community where I had everything I could have dreamed of and faced soul-shaking hardships. I decided to walk away from everything I had. I was alone. I cried. I found myself flat on my back with God alone to talk to, looking up at from the starry balcony of my ivory towers. So I talked, I read, I prayed, I fasted, I wrote, and I grew. I learned to value things I never noticed, but first I had to venture out into his world and have him take it all from me. Chapter 3. It was time to fly from the part of my life that was ending and into the next chapter. I needed to be my own Superman. I had to believe I could do it. I needed a life lesson as a talisman, something uniquely mine that I could hold on to and get me through the first days of my adulthood. Sure, football had prepared me to be aggressive, but most lessons learned from football involve assault and battery. Even though I was joining the army, I didn't think such lessons would serve me. Chess had made me a critical thinker, but there are thousands of chess players living under highway overpasses. I needed something I understood implicitly that I could reasonably apply to living a high-functioning life. Music, my avocational stepchild, raised its hand and suggested I become the Lydian scale. I figured that would work for me. The Lydian scale is the most flexible scale in music. It was one of my prouder early moments to realize that learning this scale in all 12 keys with a tweak or two instantly adds 10 years to one's playing skills. Which can be considered rational Lydian scale flexibility in life, goes along with virtually everything in music. It enhances licks, riffs, runs, clusters, voicings, and a whole host of tricks in a musician's bag. Even though it's adaptable, the musician can use his or her own rakes, glisps, palming, padding, et al. To create a signature sound. I would be the Lydian scale. I would be wise beyond my years, adaptable, and, most importantly, I would remain my own man. Brave words and brave strategy put rubber to the road on September 16th, 1976. After months of badgering my father to sign the form that would allow me to join the Army as an underage high school dropout, the bishop gave in. That did two things. It amazed me because the bishop never gave in. Secondly, it bound me to my music more than local fame and adulation ever could. Music was my touchstone. I was leaving, but I had literature and music, so I wasn't alone. Perhaps my father thought the discipline I'd be exposed to in the Army could serve his son well. We all knew Bobby would be fine. He attended Hartford University and would soon be accepted to Georgetown Law School. He was focused and disciplined. Nancy, my eldest sister, worked as a professional educator and had no financial worries, nor did she possess a wild streak. She was steady as the hand of a seasoned captain on her ship. Demita was earning great grades in high school and was so much the mirror image of my mother that no one who knew both of them ever doubted Demita would do just fine. Other than me, Kevin, our younger brother, was really the only point of family concern. But my departure, with a solemn promise to finish high school, was a good thing. My leaving allowed my parents to focus on Kevin, who had no passion like music or sports to consume his time. My goodbyes to Gail began with the summer and didn't end until I was boarding a plane to boot camp. Equal parts tender and sensual, our long farewell would have been illegal if I'd been 18. Luckily, I was not. Shusan, Gail and I promised to be faithful, and with a kiss, she let me go. I was in for 6 weeks of boot camp, and then it was on to my European assignment, Kaiserslautern, Germany. As an enlistee, I was a private first class, E1. I would later rise in rank to specialist 4. The U.S. Army shaved my head, put me in green fatigues, ordered my sleeping, waking, eating, and freed me. In basic training, I learned that I could join Army teams, Army music bands, get an education, and light my future afire with the experience I was about to receive. As a black man, according to the Army, I wouldn't have to deal with the crap I dealt with in the civilian world. I was special now, a soldier. Our fraternity was a meritocracy. Skill and experience counted for more than melanin. After all, we were dealing with life and death issues. Racism was a petty obstruction that got in the way of a smoothly functioning force. We had the world's greatest nation to defend. I almost clapped when I heard that. Heck, maybe I didn't have to be the Lydian scale after all. This was going to be good. Plus, going to Germany would help me with my love of languages. I wanted to learn as many as I could, and German was as good a starting point as any other. America's bicentennial year would be a good one for me, too. I was ready for the Army, Germany, whatever life threw at me. I was ready to catch it all and put it in my pocket. Americans call Kaiserslautern K-Town. Obvious nickname aside, it is a beautiful city. On the lip of the Palatinate Forest, it is a wonderful mix of the modern and Schüsse, the ancient. Something in its architecture whispered European to me. I had to pinch myself. I was 5,000 miles away from Iowa, serving my country and seeing the world. I made up my mind that I would sculpt myself into the best solider I could be, following orders, going the extra mile, putting devotion into my duties. I wanted there to be no doubt that PFC Byron Kenneth Davis was serious about his station. I appreciated the chance Uncle Sam was taking on me. Drunk on the rich new flavor of my life, it became easy to overlook a strangely familiar pattern beginning to emerge. During barracks assignments, I paid attention to where soldiers were being seated. Johnson, white guy, first floor, barked the assignment officer. Smith, black guy, third floor. Williams, white guy, second floor. Jackson, black guy, third floor. Burton, white guy, fourth floor. White handle. Washington, black guy, third floor. Lattimore, white guy, second floor. By the time my name was called, it felt like part of an Abbott and Costello routine. Who's one third? The black guys. Dotted guy and first floor. Choosing to look past the ghettoization of our four-story barracks was my first adaptation to the Army. It seemed I would need that Lydian scale after all, but too much good had happened to me during my months in the Army, not the least being I was now considered a man by any and all I encountered, when your father is a tough ass. 15. Nail's black bishop being considered a man is a high bar, and I had cleared it. Men do amazing things like support their family, make sure they have a big house with plenty of food that sometimes comes from hunting and fishing. Men take jobs that allow them 4 or 5 hours of nightly sleep. Men respect the woman they marry. Men raise their hands to help their church, even if it means their sleep totals begin to get further depleted. Men ensure the physical well-being of their family and watch over the reputation of every family member. I saw all the sacrifices my father had made for us, but the thing I desired most was that men were listened to. My mother is an educated, headstrong woman who I've seen verbally dismember lesser men than my father. Only fools step to Mrs. Rose M. Davis, thinking they could disrespect her with impunity. My mother didn't care if you were the mayor, the governor, or a wino wandered in from the road. She is a force of nature, but when my father spoke with a certain tone in his voice, the conversation was over. My new life as a soldier made me a real man, but I lacked the seasoning of the bishop. I was play acting until I got it right. Judging by behavior of the young men in my battalion, I wasn't the only one. Many had escaped abusive fathers, absent fathers, and other domestic demons. They were trying to get a glimpse of what discipline could do for them. Our collective manhood was tested daily. Drugs and alcohol were commonplace on the base. Being in Germany, I refused to deny myself some of the best beer in the world, so I drank in moderation. I'd done my time drinking. Shirliu. Iowa's state-mandated 3.2 beer and looked forward to beer that could fill my gut instead of my bladder. But I would never do drugs, no matter who approached me. Black, white, superior, peer, I begged off getting high. Part of my resistance was the athlete inside me not wanted to fade away just yet. Another part was just that I didn't get it. There was heroin, cocaine, acid, marijuana, speed, Valium, name it, and I could point to some solider shoving it into his body as fast as it could be found. Granted, we were a peacetime army, but what kind of readiness does a heroin-addled soldier really have? No, drugs would never find their way into my body, not by my hand. Shi. Chapter 4. Late 1976 and the entire year of 1977 saw P.F.C. Davis climb the ladder from E1 to E4 and on to specialist or spec class. I was a model soldier who saluted with alacrity and snapped out, "Yes, sir," like a feudal general. I loved the Army and thought the Army loved me back. As a teenager on my own, I was doing well. I stayed in contact with Gail, learned German, and kept my promise to my parents. I attended classes and got my high school diploma right around my graduating class received theirs. On top of that, I was being paid. One of the first conclusions I came to on my own as a child came based on close observation of the rift between what adults say and what they actually did. My talent for music had garnered me an attention back home, but under my father's roof, wearing the clothes and eating the food he bought, payment for my performances wasn't a consideration. I realized that adults only pay for what they consider valuable and that love had only a partial exemption. I wasn't so cynical as to believe all iterations of love involved commerce, but because on the platoon of prostitutes near the base, I came to know that love was a thriving industry. So being paid was another step toward manhood, a big one. Thoughts of Gail holding our babies in a house we owned kept me grounded. Did I miss music and the attention it brought? Not really. Someone could have called me a faceless cog in the machine of war, and I'd salute him. The Army's bywords are loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal service. Shaba. Bought in big time to those 7 ideals in the all-or-nothing way that can only come from a teenaged mind. My hitch was for 3 years. In September of 1979, I was scheduled to be back on American soil and planned to join the U.S. workforce with maybe a little of a leg up on my classmates, a prospect I had no objections to. To keep my equilibrium, I explored Kaiserslautern at every chance. It was a pleasant surprise to find that the city had a population nearly identical to my hometown, 100,000. A further bonus was the realization that the southwest corner of Germany wasn't that different from the verdant Iowa landscape I'd grown up in. If I decided I wanted to see big cities, Frankfurt was only 80 miles away, with Paris a mere 300 miles southwest. With roughly 48,000 serving on or being supported by the base, it was nearly impossible for homesickness to set in. The waves I'd received from other residents of the base helped me feel at home. Brimming with youthful energy and the excitement of ideals I thought achieved, I started signing up for marathons, something I would never have considered in Iowa. No longer was I a kid who wrote songs. I'd morphed into the running man. Yet even as I started settling into my home away from home, I felt the itch, the need for the comfort of ivory keys beneath my fingertips, the hunger for music. I played piano in the PX several times a week when I was off duty. My cassette collection began to grow. George Duke, Jimmy Smith, Jimmy McDuff, Jeff Lorber, Gene Harris, Lionel Richie, Peebo Bryson, Donny Hathaway, Kenny Rankin, James Taylor, Andre Crouch, Walter Hawkins, Divinia Lictus, Carl Preacher, James Ingram, Jeffrey Osborne with LTD, and many more. I had to fill my ears because a whole lot of people were making some soul-shaking songs. One of the first talents family and friends noted about me was that I could play songs after hearing them just once. For me, the talent is like a starving man gobbling down a cracker. It is not ephemeral, though quickly consumed. The flavor, texture, smell, and sound, all forever registered as that cracker I ate at 10:45 a.m. on May 9th. As a pianist, I have spent a mountain of hours around pianos. Before I could read music, I would recreate melodies I had heard. I could memorize a melody and play it with one hand, usually with my right hand. I could then call back the melody's bass line and play that with my left hand. Childhood, everything from simple blues tunes to complex jazz pieces I would hear on Saturday morning cartoons. I remember most of all the bluesy, jazzy, ancient tones my mother would pray in. Without a specific verse or chapter in mind, she would hum a line pulled from the depths of her soul and sound like a muezzin, calling faithful Muslims to their 5 daily obligatory prayers. Hasten to prayer. Music was omnipresent. In Kaiserslautern, I gobbled Music Box Suite by Oscar Peterson. I swallowed whole Rocket by Herbie Hancock. My fingers, long enough to effortlessly palm a basketball, felt stubby. They could scarcely keep up with my voracious need to play this wondrous music on the PX piano. Gail noticed the excitement in my voice when I mentioned being blown away by acts like Hall and Oates. Ursha, and she did her Gail thing. She encouraged me to follow my love of music and make it a career. I told her that I had applied to join the army band, but the competition was that with a defeatist attitude, fierce. Competition gets me up in the morning. But in a million-person army, I had to acknowledge the odds of success were longer than in Davenport, where there were only talented people competing for dozens of musically attention. I didn't say, "You can do it, baby, I believe in you," she said. It would have been wrong of me to say what I was thinking, I know. Instead, I did what was feeling increasingly natural. I told her I loved her. My letters home were generally glowing missives. I wrote everyone, Gail, Mom, Dad, Kevin, Nancy, Demita, and Bobby, to tell them not to worry about me. Yet as 1977 withered away with winter, I noticed cracks in my perfect life. The amusement factor of Out Barrack's third-floor ghetto in the sky was wearing thin. Racial animus was not frequently out in the open, but shades of Davenport were seeping in. My bunkmates, some from big cities like Chicago or New York, didn't seem as fazed by the racial slights. I appreciated the solidarity we all held. We played cards, basketball, chess, and I was the go-to performer when they wanted fresh music. It was educational for me to see what musical tastes my army buddies had cultivated. I can be a music snob. Poor musicianship of vocal performances turned me off, but I was sincerely interested in knowing what kinds of music my peers loved. 21. That was my exposure to rap. I didn't get it. The names of the performers were technicolored and strange. Kool Herc, Africa Bambaataa, Kool Moe Dee, Melamel. As a musician, rap's concept was an affront. These guys were walking on somebody else's music. A song I loved, or worse, a song I wrote, might be repurposed for rap. I remembered all the times I'd agonized over the right chord structure, rhyme scheme, key, melody. To have somebody come and appropriate that didn't sound right to me, it didn't strike me as artistry any more than someone painting a mustache on the Mona Lisa and calling it new and improved. History wasn't on my side in that argument, but I did predict one group's future happiness quite accurately. When my friend from Brooklyn asked me what I thought of rap, I replied without thinking, "Man, whoever wrote the music to that song, his lawyer's going to have a field day." Army life, even de facto segregated Army life, had been fun. Luckily, I had an ace in the hole to combat the discrimination that soon enough stopped prowling the periphery and began to make my life as a soldier miserable. Despite being 5,000 miles away, it was my brother Bobby, mild-mannered, diplomatic, and slow to judgment, who was my lifeline. That surprised me. Bobby was a good guy, but I always figured he'd do something professorial with his life, something that impacted people, but didn't necessarily require a hand on the switches of power. As it turned out, Bobby remained the same scholarly guy, but he gravitated toward the legal system and became a federal judge. 22. Power fit Bobby well, and when I wrote him a letter chronicling my Army reality, he had the power to help me. 23. Chapter 5. There are times when one has to choose between protecting oneself or righting a perceived wrong. The slang used to be, "You're out on Front Street," meaning you're exposed. It's one of the thorniest American problems, speaking up for yourself or others or staying quiet for the sake of the status quo. Often we fail this most basic test of morality. Murder witnesses refuse to step forward. Co-workers vanish when a peer complains about workplace conditions. Not to say there's no self-preservation in the folks who stay in shadows. Some murder witnesses get killed for their troubles. Whole cultures have sprung up that believe snitches are worse than killers. From the mafia to street gangs to police officers to suburban junior high schools, a premium is placed on loyalty and the silence it entails. That's not the way I was raised. Sure, my dad would bust my head for telling people my mother dyed her hair or any other family secrets, but he believed in standing up for yourself, because if you didn't, most of the time, no one else would. Byron, if you don't open your mouth, how is anyone supposed to know what you believe? He was talking about faith, but a son's prerogative is to apply the lesson where needed. My need was to stand up for myself. By the time 1978 rolled around, Both my commander-in-chief, Jimmy Carter, and I weren't too happy with our situations. He had a looming Iranian issue and a domestic economic funk, and I had hit a wall in my military progress. 24. That would have been fine if my superiors hadn't constantly given me glowing reports, or if I had dialed any of the assignments I was handed. Fairness means one has to look at oneself with a dispassionate eye, and I did my 18-year-old best. I'd done all I was asked and more, but the rewards were different for me than my white peers. Illogical. I moved to Front Street and watched the sky for the incoming storm. I had been promoted to Spec 4 and holding. Over more than 2 years, I had pieced together another pattern. If I trained another black soldier, he wouldn't be promoted over me. By contrast, a young crew-cut white guy came in and would have vaulted over me despite having less experience. I heard my mother's voice in my head when I recognized it. Like my father, she was matter-of-fact about the world's injustices. She'd long ago told me that women often trained men who would become their bosses, but it was getting late in the day and they didn't have to stand for that nonsense any longer. Guys in my unit who were Anglos would get promoted a lot more quickly than people of color in the exact same fields doing the exact same things. Merit had nothing to do with it. No one could make me understand how a guy could come in 6 months after me and earn a promotion to a higher rank than mine, and thus make more money than me. Money meant value in the real world. They were devaluing me. 25. Fit struck me as perverse and unfair when my mother described it, and experiencing it only sharpened my sense of injustice. After nearly 2.5 years of saluting and marching and yes-sirring, I was angry. I had banked my future, my most precious asset, on the honesty of the U.S. Army. They told me the Army was a meritocracy. I wanted to barge into the CO's office waving sheaves of paper with the words loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal service, to shout, "Hey, remember this?" and heap them on the floor. What other lies had there been? Would I really be able to support Gail and our future children? Would I really have any workforce advantage on my classmates who hadn't gone military? I was no longer the running man. I was the complaining man. I brought up injustices to my superior and was stonewalled every time. I'll look into that, Private. Then the matter was dropped until the next time I reminded him. I tried to bolster my case by writing down specific instances and dates. I thought a logical recounting might be more effective. I'm sure those documents became very well thought out residents in the barracks trash after I gave them to my superior. As mad as I was, I still had the good soldier's aversion to subverting the chain of command. I wouldn't go over my superior's head, but it just so happened that my family was outside the chain of command. I was writing letters home furiously about what I was experiencing. My normally sunny sentiments grew. 26, darker, and more melancholy. My family noticed. Soon I was asking Bobby directly over the telephone what I could do to fix things. Apparently he had connections in D.C., some of his Georgetown law school buddies who were in the military. In surprisingly fast fashion, one of these friends was investigate the Atlantic allegations. Decades later, I have found that civilian investigations of discrimination, both at federal and state levels, are time-intensive affairs. 2 or 3 years can pass before determining a finding, sometimes 5, a long time, either working in an office as a whistleblower or without a paycheck. Jetting. Toots. The Judge Advocate General's office was at my battalion headquarters and conducting a preliminary investigation almost immediately. The Army moves quickly when it desires. Captain Jesse Sly with... I knew something was up when I was called to my COS office. By then, my Anglo peers and superiors were tired of my complaints. I was in the midst of daily shunning. The white guys I played pool or basketball with no longer had the time. No one ever said, "Fine work, Davis," anymore. What I got instead were sharp rebukes for the merest of infractions. Turning away from my tools would cause a superior to bark. "Are you going to leave that workstation in that condition, soldier?" I had the lifelong habit of being early for everything, fortunate since I numbered 27. Longer had the luxury of simply being on time. I had been a good solider before. Now the requirement was perfection. Captain Sly couldn't have arrived at a more perfect time. "Private Davis, reporting as ordered, sir," I saluted. "Private, you will be meeting with Captain Sly of JAG office," my CO said. He took a second to look me over before sending me to the interrogation room. In that moment, I could sense his surprise. Some teenager, a black kid from the Iowa boonies, had a JAG officer waiting to listen to his complaints. I'm sure he wondered if I was the kid of some hot congressman, and I am doubly sure he and his immediate subordinates went over my file to find out how the hell I was able to stir up a hornet's nest. Captain Sly had an aura about him. He was a military man through and through. He was brown-skinned, not fat, but a round man. He was almost frumpy, despite his starch-pressed uniform. He was a young man, maybe early 30s, and I would find out later, a very warm person. Captain Sly was thorough. Our first interview lasted over an hour. He asked to see my documentation. He double-checked my dates and times and asked questions about my performance and performance reviews. All I could think was, Bobby's friend just wants to double down on me, to protect his beloved army. It was a miserable interview. For one of the first times in my life, I thought it didn't matter what the truth was for some people. They would do what they wanted. They could make their own truth, and that was a horrifying realization for me. 28. A day after that terrible interview, Captain Sly called me into the interview room. "Private Davis," he said, "I am recommending an investigation into this matter." Music to my ears. Maybe truth wasn't dead after all. The investigation took about a week. Captain Sly interviewed my direct superior, my CO, and others who's into my records. He reviewed names I'd penciled, promotions records, transfer records, enlistment dates, and took copious notes on everything. I became a hot potato. It was such a powerfully tense scene that even the other black soldiers gave me a wide berth. Rarely would anyone talk to me beyond giving me orders. Wow, I thought, I'm radioactive. Chapter 6. Captain Sly was at most 12 years older than me, 30. Even assuming he had spent every year of that age difference in the Army, I was impressed with how impervious he was to what swirled around him. Sure, he was a captain and outranked 95% of the service people he encountered, but human nature is a messy thing. Dirty glances and muttered epithets are effective stealth weapons against privates and generals. My company, the 593rd S&S, was roiling because of some kid from Iowa. Yielding to the pressures I felt, I gave up playing piano in the PX. To cope with the tension, I took up more solitary pursuits. I rode my bike, played guitar, even composed a little. 29. Fortunately, Captain Sly needed me to spend time with him as he sorted out the investigation. We went to the NCO and took meals together in the mess hall. For the week he was there, he was my sole human contact. He had a sharp mind and, aside from my father and mother, he valued fairness more than any other person I'd ever met. We'd talk about my investigation, my brother, and the Army. In this time, I came to realize Captain Sly was an Army man, so there wasn't much he shared with me about his personal life, but his warmth shone through. He respected men and women in uniform, and injustices inflicted on anyone didn't sit well with him. All I could do was try to weather the investigation. Another irony had presented itself to me. I escaped the provincial racists of Iowa only to be chased down by a more internationally traveled racism. Racial inequality was rampant in the 70s, and I was in the thick of it. So I waited, then I got to exhale. Based on Captain Sly's report, there was evidence of discrimination, and I was offered a transfer from my company. I gladly accepted. Soon after filling out my transfer request, I was informed that I'd been accepted into the U.S. Army Band. I was too jaded by then to consider it coincidence. I didn't care. In that direction, there was music, there was escape from racial tension, and I would soon be free. Less than a year remained of my hitch. September 1979 would throw me back into the civilian hubbub, and I was glad of it. Life should happen like that all the time. Good things come, you grab them and cherish them. 30. Acceptance into the Army Band, a transfer out of my unit, I was relieved. I expected only good things in the near term. I hadn't yet spotted the bruises discrimination, ostracism, and vindication had left behind. Worse, I was so quick to run away from them, I wasn't stopping to see what of their ill-willed ilk might lie ahead of me. In the fashion of most bad things, it started. Innocently, one of the lieutenants invited me to a house party in K-Town, a nice way to celebrate my acceptance into the Army Band. I didn't hold any hard feelings about being Ellison's invisible man for nearly a year. Celebrating my acceptance sounded like the thing to do. The party in town was typical of the ones I'd attended before becoming radioactive. German nationals, American civilians, and military personnel mingled. Euro music like the Police and Kraftwerk rubbed shoulders with USR&B, Smokey Robinson, Heatwave, Otis Redding. Most of us didn't know very many people in the room, but we were all young and riding hormone hurricanes, so hooking up was easy. Gut and tag was generally enough to start a chain reaction that ended in mutual nudity. For the first time in months, I remember smiling. I, the house, wearing civilian clothes, walked through checking out the action. That was when I saw her, a brown-skinned woman with long hair worn in dreadlocks, ample bottom, open features, sensual in a very German way. Her breasts bounced in time with the music, and her mesmerizing hips swayed as she wandered. 31, the party. Single men never looked away from her, and she pulled the eyes of any man with a date off his woman. When she stopped, at last it was in front of me. She smiled, a brilliant white display between two perfect lips. A very insistent mental picture of Gail was all that prevented me from taking her in my arms and kissing her without saying a word. She put an open can of beer in my hand. I raised it to my lips and had half of it down my throat in a single gulp. It was warm and oddly bitter. Still smiling, her eyes locked with mine, she watched me finish the beer with my second gulp. Then she walked further into the house. I never saw her again. The drink, as I would later deduce, was spiked. While I know the woman existed, there are now parts of my life that don't fit. Warped fragments of memory my mind recalls, but don't seem to exist for anyone else. What I do remember is that a few minutes later, after the baneful bite of the bitter beer bestowed by a strange seductress, I had to leave the house. My heart shook my chest. My vision rippled after every heartbeat. Every eye watched me, passive. This was a state of mind I'd never experienced. Knowing the base was only a few miles away, I stumbled off. Minutes into my walk, an orange-red cargo truck with 4 white men inside slowed on the road next to me. "Kann ich dich mitnehmen?" "No," I replied in German. "I don't need a ride." 32. I made it a few more steps, but the men insisted on giving me a ride. I was unsteady on my feet, barely ambulatory. 2 of them took me by the arms, dragging me to the sliding door of their cargo van. They put me in and drove. I didn't protest. Before I lost consciousness, I remember being impressed by how smoothly and quickly they'd gotten me in the truck. Then that night was gone forever. I woke hours later. I was face down on the side of the road with the flavor of dirt and gravel in my mouth. I still had my money, but the men in the van were gone. Nowhere in sight. Nothing in sight. If fear finally came to me, it didn't stay long. I was more focused on finding somewhere I could sit. The men hadn't taken me back to base. They'd taken me toward Kaiserslautern, the opposite direction. Even then, the city was about 3 to 5 miles away. About half a block away, I spotted people lined up to see a movie, which meant it wasn't past midnight. I was thinking with the still reforming shards of rational thought I had left. Logical decisions, get help, head back to base, find the girl from the party, didn't come to me. Instead, I decided to take a 10-hour bus ride to Munich. I wasn't in uniform, and I spoke fluent German, so I didn't stand out much when I bought the ticket. I was just a young man traveling in the middle of the night on a weekend jaunt to the big city. 33. Riding the bus, I never felt like I was coming down from whatever drug was chewing on my mind. No hangover, no sickness, no painful clarity. A few Germans on the bus were huddled over a portable television watching a soccer game. My seatmate, a young man, was one of them. He looked at me, smiled and nodded, then turned his attention back to the match. When I looked at the screen again, I went into a cold sweat. As real to me as any Alka-Seltzer commercial or Andy Williams Christmas special was a gaggle of people with monkey faces in a sports arena. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to ask him if he saw what I saw because there was no suggestion anyone was viewing anything absurd. My seatmate stared intently at the screen. I looked into the screen again and saw people in white coats herding the monkey people together and shooting them. The monkey people fell and died on the floor of the arena, bloody and lifeless. My seatmate stared intently. I looked away, closed my eyes, and prayed for the trip to end. I tried to go to my ivory towers, but amid the ruin of my shattered mind, I couldn't find the doors. After what felt like days, I scrambled off the bus and into another hallucinatory scenario. In Munich that morning, the Pope was giving a benediction, and German soldiers patrolled the city. White tents were set up at various checkpoints, and the crowds were heavy. 34. Wo ist der Krankenhauspersonal? I said to the first policeman I saw. Where is the hospital? Warum? He replied. Why, mir ist schlecht. I am sick. 35. Chapter 7. Munich was overflowing with activity because Pope John Paul II was visiting. I've always found it one of the sadder societal comments that a religious leader's visit always means increased police protection. Thousands of officers patrolled the city, and I'm sure they were under orders investigate unusual circumstances, unusual people. 2. I was a large African-American man speaking fluent German and asking for directions to a hospital. There wasn't a place on the planet I wouldn't have been unusual. Holding his gun a little more tightly, doubtlessly to get my attention, the officer barked at me in German, "Come with me!" After nearly 2 years of following the orders of people in uniforms, my body reacted even with the command having to be processed in my damaged mind. He pointed in a direction, and my feet followed. We walked a short distance with him, trailing me in that way. Soldiers and security professionals use for unfettered suspects, a body's length away, so that any sudden attacks would have to travel the gap, giving him enough time to either dodge or counterattack. He had nothing to worry about. No move I made in the half day after that undesirable drink possessed any logic. I accepted a ride from 4 strange men. I awoke face down on the ground. I rode with a bus full of strangers traveling 200 miles away from the only people I knew in the entire country. Not thinking logically, didn't even begin to cover it. Something inside me had broken, if there was a sound. 36. Effect. It would have been that startling pop when a light bulb overheats and its glass shatters. Darkness and decision ensue. I didn't have the presence of mind to curse the darkness, much less wonder how to fix it. When we got to one of the large white tents, the solider pushed aside the flap and motioned me inside. I walked in and stood, unsure of what to do. Setz dich hin, he said, the informal sentence structure. Had he said, Nehmen Sie bitte Platz, have a seat, please, I might have begun to feel at ease. A part of me knew this was serious, but I didn't possess the instinct to tell him the reason I needed help, not in a way that sounded lucid. My tales of a red cargo truck and exotic women bearing poisoned gifts of beer just made him stare harder at me. Am I saying this in German or English? I thought more than once. But I knew I was speaking German. My thoughts were jumbled so badly that I was confusing myself. I decided to both think and speak in German instead of translating from English as I normally did. The problem. I simply couldn't make my problem plausible to the officer. I doubt I could have made it sound plausible to anyone, especially when the whole world seemed illusory and implausible to me. No, language wasn't. As sat, licking my lips and breaking into another chilly sweat, the officer whispered to another policeman, his superior. The superior officer came and sat across from me. Sie sind Deutsch? He asked. 37. 9. Ich bin Amerikaner, I replied. Oh, you are American? Yes. I didn't know if that helped or hurt my case, but the interrogation went on for what seemed like hours. I fought to ignore the growing dual pangs of thirst and hunger. I was sitting under a garish light as one man after. Another asked me variations of the same questions. What are you doing in Munich? Did you know the Pope was going to be here? How do you feel about the Pope? Why did you ask for directions to a hospital? I answered. Each time the light felt like it was burning my face. Each time I tried to fight a rising desperation from taking hold in my voice. I considered ways of leaving the tent without being shot and came up with nothing. Every nervous tap of my foot screamed out my guilt, even though I didn't know what I was guilty of. A mad dash for the exit would surely mean a bullet in my back. At some point, they let me know they'd contacted my base and I'd be transported back to Kaiserslautern. They required I remain in the tent until then. Over the next 8 months, I was liquid. They poured me into the base hospital, where I recounted the night it all started. They drained me into a larger hospital and then filtered me through medevac back to the United States. I flowed where they sent me and pooled where they said. 38. It's worth stating that at no point did the word crazy enter my head. It doesn't to this day. My upbringing wouldn't allow me to define myself like that. I definitely wasn't thinking the way I had in years past, but to allow myself to accept such a label would be, well, crazy. This had happened to me, and I had to get on the other side of it. I had to rely on the advice of strangers at a time when the intentions of strangers terrified me. Still, I gritted my teeth and accepted the therapy I was prescribed. The army psychiatrist's first attempts at medication sent me down a deeper rabbit hole. I'm a big guy, so my first prescription was enough to down a muskox. I was in a stupor and dancing the Thorazine shuffle, a slow, zombie-like gait through the long corridors of whatever hospital I landed in. After a few months of adjustment, the dosage was leveled off, and my bruised mind began to seem faintly familiar. Even then, though, it would be a long time before I felt like myself. My social IQ was gone. My emotional intelligence was fragile. Most of my mental energy was expended trying to figure out how to keep anyone from seeing my distress. It was 1979 when I entered the hospital for my most extended stay. I had about 5 months to go in completing my 3-year hitch on time in September of 1979. Because of things related to the incident, I received an Article 15, a military sanction. I had to pay a $1,500 fine, but I was able to receive an honorable discharge in May of the same year. 39. My obligation to serve if called to active duty wouldn't end for another 3 years, but I was pretty sure if a war broke out, the Army would lose my number. My civilian life began in a much tawdrier manner than I had intended. The conquering hero was limping home with his brain mended. Instead of sweeping my adoring high school sweetheart into my arms and riding off into the sunset, I settled for her look of worry and the busy work of making dozens of phone calls to ensure my condition was moderated by VA doctors. The challenge was to find balance in my life. My teenage paramour hadn't signed on for that, and the weight of it began to fracture us. I would spend large portions of the next year in my ivory towers. I was not as gregarious, not as good-tempered. I wanted that part of me back. My father recognized I needed to find my way and gave me the gift of space. I was a grown man under his roof, but he did not look to push me from the nest. That was my mother's job. "Byron, boy, you have got to get out of bed. Go, see Gail," she'd exclaim. Both were right to do what they did. My father was showing his respect for his injured son, while my mother was showing her faith. Both knew I would sort myself out. Each gave me the strength to get better. It wasn't long before I moved into my own place. Though my father never told me to leave, he'd taught me long ago. There should be only one man under a roof, even if they're related. Otherwise, things get complicated. Gradually, I started preaching and playing piano and organ professionally. A company named Music 40 Factory Recording Studios in Rock Island, Illinois, hired me on as a studio musician. Artists from Chicago and other regional cities came to Outshop to make recordings. My job was to create and record all types of keyboard parts. I was the synthesizer guy. 41. Chapter 8. Studio musician work wasn't very steady, so the money wasn't great. I was also working in sacred music in my father's churches, and that kept my fingers busy, but it didn't pay money. The same applied to the events my mother and father booked. They would get paid for speaking engagements, and I accompanied them to provide the music. In church, my fingers played the music, the applause came, the singers sang, but I was almost bored looking out at the pews from my piano bench. I was 20 and had grown accustomed to being paid for my time over the past 3 years. It didn't sit right with me that the guy making the music, that the preacher relied on and the church moved to, was not getting paid. In COGIC, Church of God in Christ churches only, the pastor gets paid. Many of the musical kids from my neighborhood would have traded places with me in a heartbeat. Church music can be a pipeline to stardom. Aretha Franklin, Al Green, Luther Vandross, Prince, Little Richard. For the motivated, it's the highest stepladder to the stars you can find. Performing in church provides a perfect stage and training ground for people to develop a career in music performance, public speaking, politics, almost any career that requires grabbing the attention of large crowds. One learns to read the audience and adjust the performance in 100 different ways. But I had spent nearly a decade in front of the faithful. It was second nature to me. Malcolm Gladwell, 42, author of Outliers, posits that it takes about 10,000 hours of practice to become expert at a task, or at least very good at it. My 10,000 hours of singing and piano playing were conveniently delivered to me before I was a man. I wanted to be appreciated. I wanted to be paid beyond gifts of turkey slices, cranberry sauce, and macaroni and cheese made for me by elderly church women. I cast my net a little wider and began to get paid working for other churches in Davenport. Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church was a little jewel of a church on a bucolic, hilly street named Ripley in the heart of a quiet black neighborhood in Davenport. It was a small tan church with dark wood accents with the flavor of Bavarian architecture about it. The congregation consisted primarily of elderly men and women whose families had been attending the little church for generations. The Jacksons, the Newmans, the Wests, the Bisons. They were families that appreciated the nuanced preaching of Bethel's Reverend Amos Chester. AME churches are the oldest black religious denomination in America. Founded in Philadelphia in 1784 as the Free African Society by Richard Allen and Absalom Jones, it rose from schisms between the congregation of an older church. Race, of course, was the sticking point. Free African Society members attended St. George Methodist Episcopal Church in Philadelphia, but were required to sit in the back. Of further note, when white St. George officials saw black congregants praying on their knees, they dragged the offenders from their knees and sat them in the 43 pews. Not the best conditions to be communing to God with in aid organization became the African Methodist Episcopal Church in 1794, and Allen became the first pastor. Allen successfully sued white Methodist churches in the early 1800s to remain separate from them. The Free African Society, a mutual AME is a quiet denomination. When I played at Bethel, electric guitars were like lasers to the Amish. A no-no. Electronic organ music was pushing the envelope, so I toned down my playing style to suit the audience, and I found something out. When everyone is whispering, a normal voice is the same as a wild-eyed scream. I discovered the vast number of shadings of musical understatement at Bethel. Flourishes that would barely register in the rollicking COGIC faith brought church applause at Bethel. I came to appreciate the intellect and achievement. In that community, it was awesome. The services and music impromptu, they were heavy on emotionalism. I call it Africanism. Many members of my home church understood how strong the African tradition was in our church, and we utilized that tradition in our weekly services. COGIC relied on. I also played a block down the hill in the same neighborhood at Third Baptist Church. That setting was more similar to what I was used to, raucous, loud, and heavy on the electric guitar. If the AMErs rang the doorbell to God's house, then Baptists were banging on the door with their fists, hollering for admittance. 44. I had family in that church. Becky Cheers, a young woman I grew up with and considered a cousin, went to Third Baptist. Ronnie Teague, Helen Price, Barbara Burton, Dr. James Parks, the pews were full of familiar faces. Dr. Parks in particular was a great friend. He was an older man who mentored me. I often think about Dr. Parks, who died too young at 56. He inspired me to get out into the world and do the best I could in every situation. I began to piece together the life of a normal 20-year-old. I'd drive by to pick up my girl and take her out to eat. We'd go back to my apartment to do things that 20-year-olds do, and I would go to work on Sundays and perform my music ministry for the Christian faithful. But as I was doing these normal things, I'd occasionally be overtaken by depression and retreat to my ivory towers. Though I was comfortably numb there, I began to fear that I was losing my grip on the world. I was afraid that if I spent too much time away from humanity, that eventually not even the primary motivators of sex, food, and company would be intensive enough to draw me out. There was something out of place in my world. Looking out over the rows of believers, I no longer saw solid walls of faith. I began to see the cracks in all of them. There was Brother Jones, who cheated folks in business, Sister Smith, who slept around on her husband. Families attended church because of the father, but as soon as they were released from service, they raced to sin like the devil was dealing out dollars down the street. I no longer saw true believers. I saw people who had booked a Sunday appointment out of habit, folks who, 45, would fall on their knees and ask their sins forgiven, knowing that once they left, they wouldn't give a second thought to what sins they were and weren't committing until next Sunday reared its head. Had it been a weekly massage, they would have been just as devout in their attendance. My healing mind couldn't countenance such thin faith. I needed the certainty of God, and all I heard were circular arguments about his existence. He exists because we believe he exists. But why do we believe he exists? I wanted to scream. Because he does exist, they would say, closing the loop. Or there was the don't question God argument. The fact that I questioned him was sacrilege. Yet if he made me in his image, wouldn't he be curious? Adding the concepts of Jesus as his son and self and his spirit, the Holy Ghost, I was beginning to boil in a confusion and frustration I had never imagined. I was beginning to peel myself away from Christianity like a bandage being slowly removed. It wasn't with an extreme prejudice that would embitter me and send me to the shores of atheism. It was more like a divorce between two who love each other but can't see a future together. In my need and frustration, amidst my curiosity and questioning, I found Islam. 46, chapter 9. I legally changed my name to Ahmed Aziz Dawood. My parents didn't care for it, and my beloved Gail, who feared my changes were for the worse, made her distaste known. I was Byron, a name that had been broken in on everyone's tongue. It was too late for them to toss it away now. Why are you turning away from God? They'd ask. Before I could even reply, they were closed to the answer. My reply was always that I wasn't turning away from God, I was turning to him. I may call him Allah, but he was no less my God. I was confident I had stripped away the confusion of his story. I still respected and loved Jesus, and he still had a special place at God's side, along with the Prophet Muhammad. May Allah honor him and grant him peace. My complicated life needed this course correction. With all that had happened to me over the past few years, I couldn't operate without solid belief. I began to call Gail less and less. She complained about it less and less. She was working for a rental car company, and her career began to take off. At times, I think her own Christian upbringing was a big part of the reason for our soft breakup. I could be a persuasive debater, and my arguments about faith were ones I took to heart and had dedicated deep thought to. Gail's faith was important to her, and I don't believe she wanted it shaken, even if it was shaken logically. Love faded, God was there. 47. I converted to Islam, and it helped me tremendously. Prophet Muhammad, may Allah honor him and grant him peace, is a role model for almost 2 billion people. I know the volume argument only goes so far, but I have to believe there are deep thinkers and reasonable skeptics in that number, which makes up 1 out of 3 humans alive today. In my formative years, I dug deep to find the character and personality of Christianity. I didn't find it as bold as Islam and the Holy Al-Hadid, which is chapter 57 of the Holy Quran. Al-Hadid means the iron, and it is, in my opinion, a video camera of the Prophet's movements and actions. One of my favorite parts of the Holy Al-Hadid is its description of the Prophet Muhammad, may Allah honor him and grant him peace, and his quest to bring peace to warring tribes in Mecca. Even though he was an illiterate man, there was one point when different tribal leaders had to repair the Kaaba and called on him to help them solve the conundrum that these wise leaders could not. A little history. The Kaaba is an extremely holy place and has been for centuries. It is considered the oldest mosque in history, older by 1,000 years than the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. It is a cube-shaped masonry structure inside the Masjid al-Haram in the center of Mecca. The Holy Quran states that Adam laid the original foundation and it was rebuilt by Noah after the deluge. The Kaaba is made of granite and stands about 4 stories high. Each of its 4 corners are named. The 48 northern corner, Iraqi, the southern corner, Yemeni, the western corner, Levantine, and the eastern corner, the black stone corner. Each of these is aligned to compass points. And of course, devout Muslims pray to the east. The Qibla is the Muslim name for the direction faced during prayer, the direction of Kaaba. That's how central the Kaaba is to Islam. The black stone is a significant feature of the Kaaba. Muslims believe it was placed there by Abraham and his son Ishmael after they rebuilt the foundation of the Kaaba on the exact site shown to them by God. The stone was said to be sent by angels from paradise directly to Abraham. It is said that the stone was whiter than milk when sent from paradise, but grew black with the sins of Abraham and his sons. After completing the Kaaba's construction with the placing of the black stone, Abraham received a revelation from God. He would go and proclaim the pilgrimage to mankind. So at the time of the Prophet Muhammad, may Allah honor him and grant him peace, a dispute between the warring Meccan clans needed mediation. Work on the Kaaba had neared completion, and the black stone needed to be placed as a cornerstone, an honor for the ages. The question was posed, who would claim this honor? The Prophet bade the 4 warring clan leaders to place the black stone on a large cloth and each take a corner and lift the stone in place, at which time the Prophet adjusted it with his own hands. Each clan leader had been involved equally. 49. He found a peaceful solution to what could have been a bloody conflict, and I drew strength from those stories and studies. I began to use the 5 pillars of Islam to help hold up my ivory tower. Unlike my crumbling Christian faith, I was secure in the guiding principles the Quran offered for my life. In the areas of my life that called on emotions, that called on my heart, I found certainty. Where I felt insecure or where my actions vacillated, I could go to the Holy Book and look for situations similar to my own troubles and apply knowledge. The Quran wasn't the only inspiration for my new life, though. I read as widely as I could. The Egyptian writer Naguib Mahfouz was a personal favorite. He wrote what is known as the Cairo Trilogy, Palace Walk, Palace of Desire, and Sugar Street. His writing was secular, and many of his works were written in Arabic, translated by British editors. It warmed me with stories of a land for which I was gaining affinity. My only qualm with Mahfouz's writing was that I couldn't read them in their original Arabic. Another of my favorite authors was British writer M.M.K., who wrote 1978's The Far Pavilion. It dealt with the British Raj reign on the Indian continent. Both of these writers had profound effects on my literary life. I was seeing a world that stretched far past the Iowa plains. Despite our tussles about religion, I was fortunate to have a family that practices the old Judeo-Christian ideology, though they didn't understand why I made the 50 decision to leave the church. They saw many of the same faith-based behaviors, which seemed to comfort them. For that era of my life, Islam was the solution, the perfect solution to my insecurities. I didn't lose sight of the ways of the world, though. I knew I had to make money and didn't care to cut off my finances simply because I had accepted Islam. Even though I worked for religious institutions that promoted beliefs that differed from my own, I was comfortable with the dichotomy. I did bar mitzvahs, Greek weddings. As a performer, I didn't care what religion they practiced, so long as the check didn't bounce. Like a plumber in a home to fix a toilet, I didn't care to whom the owner prayed. I was there to fill a role. Got music? No, I can help. Even today, when I sign contracts to provide sacred music, I don't think of myself as a Muslim going to a Catholic or Baptist or Methodist church on some kind of infiltration mission. My personal faith is just that. It's personal. 51. Chapter 10. In my life, I'm blessed to have been loved by women who deigned to marry me. There is a depth to those relationships, and in some of them love blossomed into children and grew families. I harbor no resentment toward any of the women I married. I entered each marriage as if it would be my last, and love each of the children the relationship produced. Things sometimes don't work out, and I'm not blameless in that. What I will not do is put names to most of the women I married. The women I dated or had relationships with shall be named. As far as my wives, I don't fear reprisal. I don't view them as beneath my notice. I encourage them to tell their own stories. Those who know me know them, know their names, know their stories. It's not my place to call them out in this book. I will use pseudonyms for my wives, but not my children. That bond is a different one. We truly are bound by blood, and my joy in their successes and my support for them during times of triumph and tribulation is unwavering and must always be in the light. So, with Gail fading into the background and my burgeoning confidence in my ability to make my own money, I began to feel more normal. I was a young man surrounded by lovely young women. Nature was bound to take course. A skinny, light-skinned woman in one of my father's churches, the Macomb, Illinois Calvary Temple Church of God in Christ, was getting particularly flirty with me. When Gail and I were together, I put a wall, 52, between us. I was immune to this young woman's considerable charms, so I thought. As arguments between Gail and I escalated and our time away dwarfed our time together, I decided I was no longer in a relationship. Whatever might happen would happen. There is a Muslim saying, Inshallah, if God so wills. That was my attitude when I met this woman. Let's call her Slim. If something was to happen, I would let it be in Allah's hands, whether to go forward or continue to try to find some common ground with my emotionally distant Gail. I decided to show this woman my own brand of flirting. I serenaded her, dedicated performances to her, told her shallow secrets, and when I sang in church, I turned my attention to her and reached into my soul to pull out music I didn't know existed inside me. She swooned, and my mission was to sweep in, lift her off her feet, and carry her wherever she needed. The heat of our first kiss was enough to create the Great Macomb, Illinois fire, a more modern rival to Chicago's conflagration. We pulled away long enough to look into each other's eyes and wonder, wordlessly, did that really happen? Then we dove in again. Despite Slim's reputation as a good church-going girl, that kiss led us to a bed, and that bed rocked. We were young, sexually compatible, and devout. She had no qualms about my being a Muslim, but I doubt she understood its importance to me. 53. I asked her parents for her hand in marriage and alerted my own parents to my intentions. We married as soon as we could. Slim moved in with me, and our life together began. I don't remember if I told Gail about the nuptials, but I'm certain she found out. It was a small town. Even with the hours we'd spent in each other's arms, Gail and I were strangers. I was married to Slim. As far as I was concerned, that was the end of it. As Slim and I fostered our shared home, I continued working and enrolled at Western Illinois University in Macomb. My intent was to sharpen my skill in playing secular music and use that to inform my performances of sacred music. My mentor at Western was Dr. James Parks, an attendee of the Third Baptist Church. Dr. Parks was an amazing scholar of music and a great teacher. He enhanced my skills, challenged my mind, and deepened my understanding of music. He'd call me to the front of a class to play a passage or answer a question that stumped other students. He passed away a few years after I left Western Illinois. The world lost a great talent with his passing. In short order, my bride and I were discovering the tumult of being newlyweds. I had tasted the world and grown to crave more. At 20, I didn't harbor any illusion that my life was perfect, even with Slim in it. Slim, on the other hand, was born and raised in a small town, and her aspirations were to live and die within its borders. She was comfortable with its confines. While I found the place pleasant, I was always looking at the horizon and wondering when I'd be able to move on. My wanderlust was no secret to Slim. In the first blush of love, she swore she'd follow me to the ends of the 54 earth, but in the ensuing months, I realized her earth ended at the Macomb city limit. We began to fight, and as went on, our fights became more frequent and less fair. Occasionally, even the sex was angry, leaving us more vulnerable for our nakedness, more prone to striking back later in dirty ways. I know I called her spoiled. I probably called her stupid. With molten blood in my veins, I felt justified calling her just about anything. The only caveat I maintained was that I wouldn't lay a hand on her. She danced around the physical threat I posed. Whenever I'd say, "Don't call me that, Slim," she'd revel in the emotional wound she'd opened and use the same weapon to cut deeper. I'd see my parents fight. Long arguments into the night with raised voices and tears, but profanity and personal digs were an unfamiliar battlefield for me. I found myself raising my hands in response to it. My young wife answered this with ridicule, as if she were trying to dare me to do it. The fights would send me into the night, clinging to Islam and praying to Allah to help me battle the desire to drink or smoke to calm my nerves. I lost those battles sometimes. Eventually, I did something that felt wrong to me. I capitulated. I couldn't fix the marriage. After little more than a year together, I'd had enough and feared staying with Slim would make me raise my hand and bring it down on her. There are no passages in the Holy Quran that bar a husband from hitting his wife, but the modern Muslim man must follow his faith and recognize how his actions might. 55. Affect his family. That's the true measure of being the head of a household, doing right by the family even if it causes personal pain or privation. A hit might be a tightening of the household budget, a slapping of the table to end a discussion. I respect and admire women, but have taken on the burden of being the primary decision maker in my home. Are there women who are smarter than me? Yes. Are there women who head their households? Definitely. Marriage, done well, is a partnership, a meshing of complementary strengths and weaknesses. Though that doesn't change my opinion that one head is better than two when it comes to rearing a family. Endless arguments are the norm when one partner is the same as the other. Someone has to take the initiative, right or wrong, good or bad. That single person then accepts the consequences. According to the Quran, men are the protectors and maintainers of women. Only a fool would say that's not a burden. Many people shy away from it. That is not an option in a Muslim household, and my household was pointedly only half Muslim. My wife remained a Christian, and the interest she had initially showed in my faith began to wane. I had nothing left to do. The horizon beckoned me. 56. Chapter 11. I packed up my car and drove away from Macomb. With barely a backward glance, my rocky marriage had sent me into a sham spiral. I had failed at marriage and felt less than devout. Worse, I was leaving behind my first child, Byron, to hit the road. I aimed my car for Evansville, Indiana, a relatively large Midwestern city, with a good population of churches and enough money for me to get my share. When I arrived, a woman again bewitched me. I met her casually as I was canvassing the city for gigs, secular, sacred, or both. Dennis Gooden entered my orbit in the most amazing way. A Jewish woman, she questioned my faith, and when I fought back intellectually, I found she had the most amazing logical judgment and really heard the arguments others made. Most arguments in America are like two combatants standing side by side in plexiglass booths, both shouting at a brick wall in front of them. No one wins, no one loses, no one learns. Tice heard the logic of what drew me to Islam. I shared more of the pain of my Germany incident than I had with my wife. The simple fact of those quiet conversations and the openness of her responses touched me. She touched my face one night as we spoke, and I fell in love with her. That soft hand was the tenderest touch I had felt since my earliest days with Gail. We kissed, and it had none of the desperation or urgency of my first kisses with Slim. Slim had been a thunderstorm, a sprint through the grass and into the barn to get out of the pelting torrent. Dennis's kiss was a hand-in-hand walk in a soft rain. No hurries or drama. We fell into bed in a different rhythm than Slim and One. We took our time, explored each other's body. We laughed when we made love. We talked about whatever came to our minds, and our nakedness was punctuation to our relationship rather than the sole point. I would ask her, Viens, Petersmith Septini? A question about Judaism and her stark nakedness never distracted me from what she said. Despite being in my 20s, I could turn off my hormones while she spoke. Even better, I could answer in turn with no expectations of sex. We had the best of both worlds, the hard-bodied sex of 20-year-olds and the intellectual affection of 50-year-olds. I began to get gigs in Evansville, and as the money came in, I would send child support to Slim and treat Detaise to nights out on the town, often at places where I was being paid to perform. I don't think there's anything more affirming than to have the person you love in the audience as you do something you love, be it athletics, music, politics, or tightrope walking. It's a warm feeling you can't replicate from working inside a cubicle. Detice and I fell in love while a few 100 miles away, Slim was beginning to miss me. Slim had more than her fair share of charms and wiles and commenced a game of romantic hide-and-seek with me. I'd get messages on my answering machine or through family saying she still loved me, saying she wanted to make it work. There were times she'd put little Byron on the phone and his voice would make me cry. I'd call back with the intention of setting her straight, and she would refuse to answer or never reply. I will give this to Slim, who I feel I should mention was still my wife at this time. She knew how to play the game she'd created. I would be so infuriated by her I couldn't get her out of my head in the worst way possible, and silently cursed her. Those curses acted to rekindle passion. I thought Detice and I had been golden, protected by a love unlike any I'd yet experienced, but my 20s would once more prove to be a less than fertile place to grow a lasting relationship. Money, as ever, was flowing in the usual way. I worked for Evansville's New Hope Missionary Baptist Church, which had a large congregation and a big 150 Divi Piesh de Smith Astoni voice choir. On the secular side, I was also in a funk band called the Dynamic Tight Band. Detice and I had worked ourselves into a routine of work, sex, dating, and domesticity without any affection lost. Though she didn't accompany me to church every Sunday and often wouldn't make it to my late-night gigs, we made time to be good to each other. The beginning of our end came when I entered a talent contest held during Black History Month. The Black community in Evansville is fairly professional, and a great many young folks are mentored by older folks. It's a good place to learn about the corporate world and how to climb those ladders. Black History Month is like a month-long networking event in Evansville, dotted with competitions, dances, and get-togethers of kinds. It was also the hometown to members of the SOS Band. That group, produced by Jimmy Jam Harris and Terry Lewis, had some of the most beautiful and melodic R&B on the charts of the 1980s. The talent competition I entered was hosted by a local club and was open to all keyboard players. The SOS Band's keyboardist entered the contest, and as luck would have it, considering the professional level of competition. My right hand was broken. So I played with my left hand. I was Liberace with one hand and Frankenstein with the other. I didn't win that competition, but I came close. Several members of my church, young female members, caught my act and then caught my attention. By then, Dennis and I were living together, and I was the music director for New Hope Missionary Baptist. Detise was working for the Executive Inn and taking night classes. We were as upwardly mobile as the Huxtables. I still loved Dennis, but my duties as music director often led me to long hours in close contact with young choir members, and I took advantage. 3:59. The first time I slept with a choir member, it had happened so fast that I could scarcely believe it. The dance consisted of me saying, "Do you want to?" Yes, the young woman was an alto with a lovely, rich voice and an even lovelier body. As much as I loved Datis, I gave in to carnal urges with this woman. And the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Over the course of a few months, I'd worked my way through the alto section. I wonder now, was it the fact they were altos that had attracted me to them? Maybe it was because I was a singer/piano player and had some subconscious thing for that vocal register. I do like the sound of altos. Nearly as much as their bodies and voices, I found all personalities and manners charming. However I might try to explain it, though, the fact was I slept with 7 church members despite living with my girlfriend and still being married to my wife. One of the women I remember especially fondly was named Teresa Watkins. She liked going to the lake and eating sandwiches. I liked her a lot. We did healthy things, took walks, played tennis. She was very conservative in her mannerisms and about the only one of the 7 altos that I had to make an effort to romance. Teresa was slow to warm up. Strange as it sounds, I wanted more of a relationship with her. I didn't want to leave Dennis, but I wanted to see more of Teresa. We eventually slept together, but the rumors were starting to be substantiated. The pastor could no longer wave away whispers about his sex-crazed young music director, especially the troubling rumor, also true, that his wife was trying to join in on the fun. My life and lies were beginning to unravel. A woman named Monica Jackson knocked on our door in the Chetri Seshta Smith, dead of night. Eyes bloodshot from crying, snot running out of her nose and dripping down her face. At first it was a shock for Dennis, but she quickly deduced that these young women were not having musical emergencies. After a while, Datis, bless her heart, would answer the door, see these distressed women and cry out to me, "It's for you." These were persistent women. I didn't give them my address, so the first couple of visitors threw me through a loop. With blatant evidence of cheating piled up, Datis grew less calm. I was no help. At one point, one of my altos transfixed me so greatly that I lied to Datis. I told her I had to leave to get something and that I'd be right back. I was gone for 2 weeks. After a whirlwind of sex, I crept back into our home, turned the key in the lock, stepped into the living room, and wham! I cried out and jumped away, raising my hand to the searing pain in my head. Detise had just hit me with a broomstick. After smacking me in the head, she ran down the street crying. As she ran away, she happened on one of my 7 altos, who took the time to throw gasoline on the fire. "You know I'm sleeping with your man, right?" Detise, red-eyed, nodded. "Well, he's also sleeping with—" Names were named. Weeks later, after Detise forgave me, she always forgave me, she would recount her shock at one of the women I had slept with. "Seriously," she exclaimed, "how could you sleep with her? She looks like a gorilla." "Baby," I said, "ugly women need love too." We laughed and nicknamed the woman P-Funk. P.S.C. sechtes mit Viens. P-Funk had been so smitten with me, so devastated when I no longer called, that she once saw Dennis and I in our car, made a U-turn and drove down a one-way street to follow us. When we stopped, she got out of her car and frantically tried to jump in the car before I pulled away. I had been absolved for much of my cheating, and the P-Funk car invasion only frightened Detise when it was happening. We were laughing about it in weeks. The laughter didn't last long, though. My promises of fidelity were soon broken again. The next time Dennis caught me in a lie with another woman, she waited until I was busy around the house, calmly collected all my clothes, and began driving down the street, throwing socks, underwear, pants, shirts, everything out the window. When I noticed those first pairs of underwear being tossed to the street, I ran from the house shouting her name. Detice, stop! Every article of clothing she threw out the window, I scooped up as I continued running after her. Chapter 12. If all good things come to end, so much all sordid things. My romp through the nether regions of the alto singers at the New Hope Missionary Baptist was halted by a very irate pastor. It was lucky for me he was not one of those Sunday-only preachers who'd exhort you to turn the other cheek on Sunday but have no problem pulling a gun on you come Friday night. Thankfully, there were other churches in town. I was hired at New Liberty Baptist Church based on my reputation for music. I started with the greatest intentions, but soon I was taking liberties with the young ladies of that church as well. In a matter of months, for the second time, an unhappy pastor told me that my services were no longer required. This pastor blackballed me. With extreme prejudice, he told me, veins bulging out of his neck, that if I was looking for work in a black church anywhere in the Evansville vicinity, I could forget it. He was going to call every black man who held a Bible in the area, and if more than 2 people were assembled and talking about God, I wouldn't be able to make a dime grinding an organ with a monkey on the street next to them. The door of the sacred music market was slammed in my face, but I still had my wonderful understanding Detis. For what seemed like the dozenth time, I had come clean with her about my cheating, and she had amazingly chosen to forgive me again. In fact, in the face of 7 altos, P-Funk, the straying wife of a preacher, the New Liberty ladies, and untold drama in our living room, she agreed to marry me. Yet a few hundred miles away, Slim was dropping off our 2-year-old son at her parents' house and heading to Evansville. To this day, I don't know how she found my address. 763. I know this much after the fact. Slim drove to Evansville with just enough money for gas. She didn't have cash for a hotel, food, or the trip home. In the military, it would have been called a suicide mission. She had made no contingency for returning if she failed. I was dealing with a woman for whom failure was not an option. The closest I got to a warning was our guinea pig. Her name was Tiny. She was a gift I'd given to Dennis after one indiscretion or another, and when people entered our walkway, she'd do a little guinea pig bark. It was a quiet lunchtime. Dennis was cooking, and I was practicing on my electric piano when Tiny began to bark. Then there was a knock on the door. After a few startled minutes, we asked Slim to come in. I was shocked at her standing there in our living room, but that was nothing compared to what I felt when she said, "Byron, I came here because I want our family back. I want you to come home." Home? I hadn't felt more home in years. Detice was. Why I felt at home. Slim was wasting her time. But Detice wanted to talk privately. I left the 2 of them, my wife and my fiancé, alone. They talked for what must have been an hour. When I joined them again, I offered my contribution to the conversation. "Slim, I don't want to come back to you. I'm not coming back." By early evening, Detice and I excused ourselves to our bedroom. Slim sat alone in our living room. The pair of us were walking on eggshells and talking in whispers. "Byron, I know we're engaged, but you have a family. Even though I love you and I know you love me, if you want to give it a try, I'll understand." Detice had touched a sore point with that comment. Yes, I had a child with Slim and I wanted more children. Not with Slim, but I wanted more children, and Detice couldn't have children. 864, how could I complain about something like that? This long-suffering woman had seen women knocking on our door at 2 and 3 in the morning. Though she looked calm and collected through all the madness, she was far from fine with it. Forgiving me had taken a lot of groveling on my part, and the patience of Job on her part. As the night came, we realized Slim had no place to go and no money. We fed her and put blankets on the couch, and she became a time bomb of a guest, ticking away just in the other room. Slim stayed in the apartment for a day or 2. Dennis and I stayed in the bedroom. After the second day and more hours of discussion, Dennis decided that maybe Slim was taking too long to wrap up her business. On the second night, I went to the couch with Slim and spent the night there. At that point, Dati stopped acting like Gandhi and began to watch out for her own self-interests. She left the apartment and told out landlord that I had an unregistered guest living there. She told him that she thought I was going to try and take over the lease and that she wouldn't allow it. I get it. Love is love, but Detis didn't want to be. Rolling out a sleeping bag on the sidewalk, I'm sure she thought Slim and I were going to stay in the apartment together. Slim and I left Evansville together on the third day. I packed my piano and my clothes and books in a duffel bag. I cornered Detis and told her, I love you, goodbye. I had children in the future. That was my plan. It didn't take very long before I realized leaving. Detis for Slim was a mistake. I was emotionally thrashed. My philandering, the pain I caused a good woman, the horrible choice I'd made to leave that woman, it all signaled a healing mind regressing. Davet chez de cette pet. Slim and I were good together for less than a year. We rode back to Rock Island instead of Macomb and brought baby Byron with us. I rented a house on 6th Avenue in Rock Island, but in 7 months, Slim was on the road back to her hometown. She spent a lot of time going back and forth between our home and her parents' home. She'd get upset with me and race for Macomb. After 7 months of this, I was, again, ready to leave. Evansville had been enormously entertaining, but the church blackballing put a serious crimp on my earning power. With Evansville out of bounds, I thought to try. Indianapolis, bigger city, more opportunity, a fresh start. I pined for Dedis, but that bridge was charred and smoldering. Desmit seshi. Chapter 13. My actions turned a good situation in Evansville into a desolate wreck. I left Rock Island angry, frustrated, and in need of an extended visit to my ivory towers, but I was too sex-addled and drunk on my demonstrated charms with women to retreat into my mind and fix the pain I'd caused and felt. Detis had been a smart, gorgeous woman. She'd put up with so much of my cheating and lying that I thought I never imagined my sexual shenanigans hitting a roadblock. I knew in my heart I was wrong for the way I treated all those women, but each success emboldened me and made my next interaction even worse. Detisi's brave face after my cheating made me think she wasn't hurt. I know now that's not true. There have been times in the years since when I wished I could have her in front of me so I could tell her how sorry I am to have treated her like that. Sometimes I love you can be a declaration of war, the last thing you hear before the bombs fall. Detis was not the only one with a broken heart. Slim, who had worked so hard to get her family back, was now working just as hard to piss me off. My decision to relocate to Indianapolis had as much to do with the fun I had in Evansville as anything else. Indianapolis was close enough to the fun that I might be able to recreate it and far enough away that I could escape the blackball. I knew I could work in both jazz and sacred music. I had grown accustomed to living in both worlds, and my pitch for my services bordered on can't miss. I had applied as a jingle writer at ASA Productions. It was a spec gig, meaning I only got paid when they made a sale of one of my original compositions. When that happened, they'd give me $250. There were 3 of us composers working for them at the time. For larger accounts, the money often became bigger. I composed a jingle for the Boy Scouts of America and was given $1,000 for my work. The BSA representative had enough in his budget for both ASA and I to be paid above scale. I never received a draw, base salary, but in a month, I'd made $1,000. Later, I found out the company was using more of my work than I was getting paid for. My suspicions were piqued when I was sitting in my car, listening to the radio, when suddenly a jingle of mine I thought had gone unsold graced the airwaves. The melodies had changed, but the other elements, the infrastructure, the chords, harmonic structure, were all the same. "You have a jingle on the radio that I wrote," I raged, storming into the owner's office. "You said you weren't going to use that one." I got my money, but the well was poisoned. I no longer trusted them, knowing they'd cheated me, and now that they knew, I was no longer as lucrative an asset. Seeing how well I could do as a jingle writer, I found side work with a small company that was new to the business and earned a $5,000 payday for a jingle I wrote for the Indianapolis 500. The $5,000 was an independent contract gig. The company that paid me was owned, oddly enough, by a guy named Doug Rich. Doug and I, who were acquaintances, started talking about the Indy 500. He said he had the connections to make a sale for original music for the event. He said that if I wrote the music, he could executive produce. In his words, I'll pay you whatever it costs to record, plus expenses. 3 weeks later, he wrote me a check for $5,000, and I gave him the rights to my song. That fine payday opened my eyes to the ways I could monetize my music. Just as I was discovering this, I also began to find that, just like with Evansville, my life would change on Slim's whim. I don't know what exactly made her decide she missed me, but it always seemed to coincide with my beginning to make a decent living. In 1268, establishing a routine in a town, soon after my Indy 500 sales, she rolled back into my life. And, surprise, she was pregnant. At first, I was suspicious of that, sorting through my mental library to pin down the exact last time we'd slept together that could match her swollen stomach. But Slim had a way about her, early in a relationship, a way to put you at ease around her. She could be sweet, understanding, and sexy all at once. I was falling in love with her again. Sucker. Just as I was getting used to having her around, she packed up and moved out when I was away working. This was a habit of hers. No discussion, no real warning. She would just leave in the dead of the night. I wasn't sure if the baby was mine, and that ate away at me. The irony was lost on me at the moment. The womanizer done in by the infidelity of a woman who'd run away on him. Allah does indeed have a sense of humor, even if many of us don't get it. Even though I had stumbled on an empty house she left twice before, in Macomb and Rock Island, this one stung. It was winter, and I had been playing in the church. When I came back, there were people moving our furniture, baby things, dishes, everything. They left me my duffel bag. I was embarrassed beyond belief because I couldn't seem to get this marriage thing right. I phoned my dad and began crying as soon as he said hello. I let everything pour out. He listened, and when I was done, he spoke. "You stay right there, son," he said. "I'm coming with a truck to get you." A few hours later, he was there. He tossed my duffel bag into the truck. We locked up the house, walked to the truck, and drove back to Davenport. We barely spoke a word. Tridiag siaska anawi. When we arrived at my childhood home, my father put his arm around me. "There are plenty more fish in the sea," he said. "It might be time for you to go fishing and find you a good one." I didn't hear from Slim as I settled in over the months. Then, on July 6, 1983, she called me. That was the day Benjamin was born. I rushed to the hospital and found Slim. I also found she'd refused to put my name on the birth certificate. Later in life, she admitted she'd been with a couple of young fellows around Macomb, but looking at Benjamin without a DNA test, my bones tell me he is my son. Chetrapat Smith Septindismit, Chapter 14. Davenport was a respite for me. Despite reminding me of my misadventures with Slim, I was able to re-enter my ivory towers. In the day-to-day world, I felt paranoia. I felt the pressure of love, of my familiar failure, of commerce. When I slipped away, my thoughts moved like dolphins slicing through smooth green water. I composed songs. I worked out chess moves. I thought long and hard about the building blocks of reality. In everyday life, most people are too busy to question the existence of concrete objects, of the rationale behind extremely familiar actions. But with my new brain, it was compulsory. It wasn't a huge leap from doubting a woman loved me to wondering how much of what I experienced wasn't real. I would often look on dispassionately as I relived the days of and leading up to the German incident. Were the men in the cargo van real? Had I really just walked to the side of the road and collapsed, letting my frantic dreams create the four men? Had I made them up and fleshed them out in memory? Was the sexy black German girl who gave me a beer drawing breath somewhere? Or had she slinked back into the recesses of my mind that had created her? Davenport was the place to consider these possibilities because it was my touchstone for reality. My life was a race, just like everyone else's, but while others ran toward a metaphorical finish line, I sidetracked myself by stumbling into the stands, under the bleachers, out of the stadium. I came to distrust the rules of the race, having seen it from different angles. The contracts we humans enter into also tested my sense of what's real. We sign up for the abuse of those who say they love us and then treat us like enemies. We decide time is our most precious commodity and sell it away at bargain basement prices. I have no doubt that should Allah. 1571. Decide to tend the world, the ticket sellers and carpet cleaners will show up for work as the skies fall. I am gifted with a different perception. I sometimes see things that aren't there for most others. Hallucinations, it's a spooky word, one I always felt strange about. It doesn't feel right for the concept it represents. Kind of like the words lesbian and defenestrate. It sounds like it was supposed to mean something else, but after trying a bunch of combinations of vowels and consonants, linguists decided to throw it at those folks who said they were seeing and hearing things no one else could. In certain eras, they called them saints and sung their praises. In later times, they called them demons and burnt and dismembered them. Today, we talk about chemical imbalances and sedate them. I wonder what eras to come will say about people like me. Picture your most mundane or common task. Buying your cup of coffee at the store in the morning before work. Really focus on it, because these kinds of events, which are so mundane, are generally completed on autopilot. Pay close attention to this one instance in your routine. Picture yourself getting the coffee, either pouring it into a cup or having the barista do it for you. Recall the smell, the logo on the cup. Its heat in your hand. Remember the amount you paid for it, the amount you tipped, how much cream and sugar you took with it. Okay, now imagine that same familiar routine, but with an afterward. Everyone around you insists it didn't happen. I bought some coffee this morning. No, you didn't. Sure I did. It cost $3.88. A short blonde lady served me and told me to have a nice day. Coffee costs $5 and you haven't left the house today. Seshpats mit septindis mit divi. But I did. Okay, show me the receipt. The receipt in this case shows that your reality meshes with theirs. As a musician, I am faced with the concept of proof, nearly as much as physicists. Can you play? Can you sing? Can you read music? Those who don't hallucinate have a hard time understanding the frustration of not being able to prove what our senses consider real. My conditions, schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder, are exacerbated by paranoia. To imagine what that feels like, simply take the scenario above with the knowledge that the person saying you didn't buy coffee was standing there watching you buy the coffee when it happened. Now, you're not only questioning yourself, but the motivation of the person, because you're certain they saw the very thing they deny. Davenport is a city that allows me to ask the questions I need to begin my journey back to what may seem normal to other. Without some time in my ivory towers and the positive effects of rest, stress avoidance, and well-regulated psychotropic medication, my world crumbles far too readily, and the decisions I make can be alarming. My father brought me back, hugged me, gave good advice, and after several weeks I was ready to go. Settling in, renting an apartment, reacquainting myself with friends would have weighted me down for far too long. It wasn't my goal to spend any more time than necessary in Davenport. It was a good place to grow up, but I needed to find my own home. 1773. Slim had wounded me, but no more than I had hurt others. Allah has seen fit to balance a portion of the deeds I had done with my personal retribution. Before I left town, I decided to visit the merry-go-round. It was as I remembered it, dense, metallic, a multicolored marvel with a brilliant sheen. Its magical comfort soothed me. How could the joy this contraption filled me with be unreal? Yet it was. It all was. Only I could see it. I could watch it go around for hours, but I had planning to do. I locked the merry-go-round away and began to plan. I had arrived at the point in my life where I could say, I think I'm going to move. And poof, I was gone. Chapter 15. It was early 1984 when I arrived in Dallas. As usual, I knew no one in town and had to reconnoiter. My first gig, paying about $500 a week, also had the benefit of comping me meals. My usual Spartan diet upon arrival in a new city was replaced with steak, garlic, mashed potatoes, and other richer foods. The place was called the Enclave. It was located in Dallas proper and owned by an Arab gentleman named Abbas Mohammed. He was a stand-up guy who paid on time and in full. That said, even back in the 1980s, I was not going to live well in Dallas on $500 a week. It was, after all, the oil capital of America. Rent was expensive, food was expensive, and the fleets of Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Rolls-Royce, and other luxury cars made one want to spend, especially if the money wasn't there. I began looking for the black churches. I didn't. Know what would happen with the young women in those churches? I made myself no promises, but I was now a divorced young man, and whatever happened would not be adulterous, or at least it didn't have to be. My method for scouting out churches is laughable by modern standards. I would use the yellow pages, those paper bricks that sometimes lay on people's doorsteps in the sun and rain for weeks on end before getting thrown out. Back in the day, they were invaluable. Along with local community newspapers, I was able to guess out which church was biggest, which had the best music, and, most critically, which didn't mind spending money. Pastors' names were easy to find even without the yellow pages. They are frequently profiled in black newspapers. Newspapers, something else that's become a relic of the 80s. My favorite pastors were single men. Married pastor couples were my second choice, and my last were female pastors. Based on my afore experience, this seems like a reasonable ranking. The reasons don't have anything to do with sexism, but rather trends that I noticed. A single male pastor is more likely to want to buy up for his musical director. He tends to be more comfortable letting the guy in the position go in order to hire a better musician. Ideally, that better musician would be me. Churches led by a male-female team tend to be slower to let the old music director go, but the man tends to advocate for it. Waiting for an answer from those kinds of teams can be excruciating. Everyone has to be on board, and even then there's a phase-out period for the guy or gal already in the position. Women pastors often maintain a loyalty to their musical directors above and beyond that person's talent. Once their mind is set, there's zero chance of changing it. I was lucky enough to land at a place called Mount Pleasant Missionary Baptist Church that had enough money to have a music director and several paid subordinate positions. In one of the luckiest hires of my life, the musical director was a man named Marvin Washington, who, besides being an excellent musical director, had connections to popular music that would change the course of my career. He was a piano player, vocal trainer, and a consummate professional. When he said he liked my playing, I took it as high praise. As I got to know Marvin, I also discovered he had 2 babies and was a touring musician. I'm about as competitive as they come. Had I come to this church and anyone else been music director while I toiled as a mere musician, I would have been torn apart. But with Marvin, I didn't mind at all. He was a strong piano player who knew how to get the most out of the choir's vocals. He remained polite and professional with everyone and selected pitch-perfect music for the pastor and choir. I didn't mind working for this guy. 8 months after I arrived in Dallas and Mount Pleasant, Marvin approached me about a possible gig. Johnny's going back on the road, and I think you'd be perfect for his band. Johnny Taylor. I'd asked Marvin how he'd gotten his playing so clean before, and he'd credited Johnny Taylor's band. Johnny was known for his hit single, Disco Lady, and was famous for demanding perfection from his musicians. You think so? I asked. Yes, I'll tell him you're interested. Yeah, do that. Sounds fun. I realized two things when Marvin made me this offer. The first was that I didn't ask right away how much money I'd be making. At the time, Marvin and I were on two ends of the same spectrum. He'd spent years touring with Johnny, and the road had worn away at him. He wanted to come in from the cold. For me, traveling was the draw. I wanted to tour with a bunch of musicians, play music, and outpace my feelings for Slim and the pangs I felt knowing she was raising our children alone. Second, I was surprised by how pure Marvin's offer was. In almost any other scenario, I would have wondered what he had up his sleeve, whether he was pushing me out the door because he could feel my breath starting to stick to the back of his neck as I neared his position of musical director. Marvin invited Jack Williams, Johnny Taylor's musical director, to church. To anyone else, it might have seemed like a friendly request to commune with God. But no, it was an audition, pure and simple. I played like Gail was sitting in the pews. Marvin made sure I had a couple of musical and vocal showcases. Jack must have liked what he heard. He sought me out later and made the handshake offer. I would report to practice, and he'd have a contract drawn up for me. 2177. It seemed like we rehearsed forever and a day. Marvin wasn't kidding when he said Johnny was a perfectionist. It swiftly became that it wasn't unusual to go over the same few seconds of a song a dozen times before moving on to the next piece. After a few weeks, I could play Disco Lady and almost anything else from the Taylor catalog with my toes while drunk and sleeping. We'd rehearse 12 hours a day, after which I'd eat at Pizza Hut enough that I found a girlfriend, a woman named Selena, working there. She loved giving me free food and, as time went on, other things. Still, I was restless. Jack's 12-hour rehearsal felt like the worst part of Army life, mindless repetition with little time for thinking. To cleanse my palate, I also worked for Tim Ballard. He was the musical host of Tim Ballard's Jazz Club. It was the hot Dallas spot for the jazz crowd, my favorite types. Tim also served as the musical bouncer for his club. As different artists came in, he'd look them up and down and declare yeah or nah as to whether they were allowed on the bandstand. Tim, after catching my performances around town and finding out about my connection with Johnny Taylor, let me perform some of the bouncing duties. One night, a fine, dark-skinned woman came into the club. She would later become my wife, so let's call her Lovely. She was with an older guy, and that fact sank my heart. "Who's that old man you're with?" I asked with all the shaming petulance I could muster. She knitted her brow for a moment. I guess she was, considering whether or not to ignore this rude man-child. "That's my father," she said. The relief I felt was intense. A few minutes later, Lovely's father, John Hunt, strolled up to the bandstand. 2278. "Hey, young blood," he called to me. "Let me up on that stage." Lovely was fine, but I had a job to do. "Hey, I'm sorry, sir, I don't know you. Can you play an instrument?" "Boy, you're half my age," he said indignantly. "I've been playing trumpet since before you were born. Let me on that stage." More to grease the wheels with Lovely than because of any trust in what he was saying, I let him proceed. Luckily, the man was an amazing trumpet player. Tim was happy, John way happy. Lovely was happy, and that made me happy. 2379. Chapter 16. Prepping for my tour with Johnny Taylor opened. Up doors that my many years in sacred music had not even hinted at. I met several members of jazz outfits I greatly respected, including Pieces of a Dream and Yellow Jacket. Bobby Saunders worked for both groups and had gained international writing fame for his 1960s composition, Tighten Up. He'd written that dance song for Houston-based Archie Bell and the Drells. Saunders took me under his wing and served as my mentor for many years. Another mentor I met at the time was an instructor with the Dallas School of Music and had a hall named after his family at the school. About the same time I met Lovely, another woman, caught my notice. Barbara Bolden worked for CNN. She was an older woman, 42 to my 26, and was in Dallas on assignment. She had a grand piano in her rented home, so I ended up there frequently, running my fingers across the ivory keys and over Barbara. We hung out for a month or two while she finished business. After this short time, she felt comfortable asking me to accompany her to Memphis, Tennessee. And, she added, if you want to be my husband, that's fine by me too. I didn't, but there were no hard feelings between us. When she left, I hooked up with a homegirl, Cassandra Brown. She was a pleasantly thick, brown-skinned woman, the cousin of a high school football buddy of mine. Cassandra visited me in Dallas, and I fell hard for her. I got around by motorcycle at the time, so she had to wrap her arms around my waist, and I swear I never wanted her to let go. I once playfully broached the subject of marriage, but Cassandra was pragmatic. 2480. Byron, I'm going to find a way to be stable in Davenport. I love you, but I already have a baby by a guy I'm not going to be with. Trust me, this wouldn't work. It was around this time that I began to write poems. I would grab my paper and ink and retreat into my ivory towers to craft song lyrics and channel whatever words were ready to pour out of me. One of my poems, A Dream. While I was sleeping, I heard your voice calling my name over and over. My name echoed more than 1,000 times on the walls, in the halls, on the ceilings, and the floor. It was as if I was in a giant pyramid with so many rooms, impossible to count. Each room was illuminated by its own lamp or lantern, giving off colors green and gold, purple and yellow, red and blue, orange and pink, and all the other colors imaginable, like a scarf containing every color in the world. The lamps were so bright, the lights poured out of the rooms through each door, making the hallways sparkle like diamonds. Each room smelled different, fresh and clean, like musk and fragrance from a flavored soft drink. The atmosphere was refreshing and rich, like aloe and oil. The walls were covered with pearls, rubies, and other precious gems. The floors were smooth with stones that had been softened by water running over it for more than 1,000 years. The only voice I heard was yours. Writing was a pleasant diversion for me. After 12-hour practices, even as young as I was, I had little energy for anything else. Our practice sessions were winding down, and I was itching to get on the road. 2581, Chapter 17. Johnny Taylor was a Southern gentleman, a good man, and more importantly, a good employer. Make no mistake, he was one of the top touring black musical acts of the era. His mega hit Disco Lady was from 1976, and thus more than 10 years old when I began touring with his band. But Johnny was only a one-hit wonder to the dilettantes who thought disco was forever. Musicians respected that Disco Lady, which hit #1 on the pop charts, was Johnny's payday. Yet he'd been scoring on the pop charts since 1963. He was first charted with his hit Baby We Got Love when I was 3 years old. He had nearly 24 pop hits in the course of his career, but the success of Disco Lady basically ended that run on the pop charts. He'd never again crossed over onto the pop charts after 1977's Disco 9000 single, a clear attempt to follow up the success of Disco Lady. The R&B charts were a different matter. There Johnny was a king. Not only did he continue. Charting into the 1990s, he had 4 #1 singles. Like any truly great musician, his influence crosses borders and generations. In 2004, the UK outfit Shapeshifters sampled Johnny's 1982 song, What About My Love, and went #1 on the British charts. This is the tragedy and majesty of good musicianship. It outlasts even its creators. The world lost a great mind, and I lost a good friend in 2000 when Johnny Taylor passed away. In the world of black music touring acts, he had been a bona fide superstar. There were only a handful of us touring regularly. On the road, we would run into B.B. King's, Millie Jackson's, George Clinton's, James Brown's, and Luther Vandross's crews. Michael Jackson's tours were another thing. The king of pop toured like ancient pharaohs traveled, with hundreds of support. 2682, personnel for his stadium-filling shows. Michael was black, but his touring act was double platinum. Our setup as touring R&B musicians was what I like to call close to the ground. We rode in tour buses and tried to cut costs at every corner. We needed muscle to ensure that the mom and pop promoters we dealt with handed over our money. As the star, Johnny tended to get his paycheck in advance. The rest of us relied on ticket sales to make our money. It was the only way to set up dates with many of these small operators. They couldn't swing the whole payment, so Johnny worked with them, understanding that when we showed up for the date and before we played a note, his band would get paid the remainder. So bad weather, poor ticket sales, or a competing act were just a few of the many ways we could be screwed out of our cash. Those circumstances would have promoters looking hungrily at what little money they'd pulled in and think, I should just keep this for myself. That's where Henry Fish Fisher came in. He was the road manager. His instrument, just as important as my piano, was a .38 caliber snub-nosed revolver. His first job when we hit town was to go to the venue and get our money. We were a fortunate crew. Johnny was a true gentleman, born and raised in Arkansas near the Tennessee border. Didn't cheat us like some of the other major acts. James Brown was famous for leaving musicians in small towns after a show without a dime. Chuck Berry liked to go to towns and use local pickups to back him to save the cost of touring a band. George Clinton is infamous for pinching pennies. At the height of his wildly popular Mothership Connection days, he topped out at $5,000 a night for his main band members. When popularity waned, he'd skew closer to about $250 a show. Alexander O'Neill, popular songwriter, would often do tape shows, meaning the 2783. Soundman would push a button and recorded instruments would play while he sang. Today we'd call that karaoke. Folks willing to pay one well and fairly were few and far between. I was in one of the best touring bands possible, which isn't to say the situation was perfect. As tour wound on, we found that Johnny had succumbed to one of our occupational hazards, drugs. It was rumored that he liked his cocaine. Over the course of more than 100 dates a year, he would take 1 or 2 cocaine holidays. These times, thankfully few, were horror shows for the band. Acts that play 200 or more dates a year are populated by zombies. We had enough stress already. Each of us played through sickness and physical discomfort. Think about it. How many concerts have you known to be canceled due to the piano player's diarrhea or the bass player's migraine? Sidemen are either willing to stick it out or they're unemployed. Then there was the demon of repetition. Even if you love a song, playing it 400 times a year will make you despise it. You have to eat, sleep, and breath every note, every stop, every flourish and accent. It will bore you to tears. A game I like to play when I see other touring acts is determine who has the most convincing smile. I never include the headliner. Smiling is his job, and I'll occasionally throw out the backup singers because they too are experts of the false smile. But piano players, percussionists, horn players smile as if they're in an elevator where someone just smiled. It's a nervous grin that says, when the heck am I going to be able to leave? Most of our time on the road was spent sitting on tour buses, traveling to an endless array of cheap motels where we'd often bunk with a roommate to save money. We ate bad food and had little time for personal pursuits. A 2884. Luxury was being able to go to the laundry and wash my reeking clothes. Smoking, drinking, sex, and drugs seemed like logical responses to the ennui. As a young musician, I had always been amazed at how many songs artists wrote about how rough the road is. I was beginning to get used to it. Still, there are a lot of stolen moments on tours that are fun and memorable. We were playing in Jackson, Tennessee, sharing a bill with Coco Taylor and Denise LaSalle, and throughout the concert, some guy was calling my name. I couldn't see who it was through the veil of garish stage lights. I thought I was hallucinating. When the show was over and the lights went up, my grade school teacher, Howard Hunnigan, rushed up to shake my hand. He had been visiting relatives in Tennessee. I remember another incident even more vividly. The band was on a Chitlin Circuit tour, which back in the 40s used to mean any black clubs in the U.S. Nowadays, it basically just means the South. We were in the Florida Keys, and our band was tight. Those 6 months of 12 and 16-hour-a-day rehearsals had the desired effect. Our shows were generating buzz, and a big marketing agency had booked us to play with B.B. King, Denise LaSalle, Bobby Blue Bland, and other blues greats. I was tired on the road, having been doing it for nearly a year, but I wasn't dead. In this particular audience, I spotted a marvelous black beauty of a woman who looked like poetry embodied. After the show, she approached me. "Hey, man, let's go get something to eat." I said I had 2 more shows that night, but gave her my room number and told her to come to my hotel when I was relaxing after the show. "No," she said, "I want you now, right now." Something to keep in mind, usually getting on the bus between shows was a no-no. We could keep our $29.85. Personal belongings there, as well as tuxedos, makeup, etc. But the problem was that if one band member was allowed on and something turned up missing, fights were quick to break out. That was a distraction Johnny didn't need, so Fish was also in charge of guarding the bus. As ever, he had his .38 close by. "Fish," I begged, "I need to get on the bus with this. Shorty for just 30 minutes, please." He looked at me like I had peed on his shoe. I was sure he would say no. Instead, he handed me a pack of condoms. "If you ain't finished in 30 minutes, I'm coming on and kicking your black ass off. You hear me?" I was nodding and racing away to find my dark-skinned beauty. When I found her, I nearly pulled her arm out of its socket. We went to the back of the bus, behind our wardrobe space, and I went Clint Eastwood on her. I turned her every which way but loose. After 29 minutes and 59 seconds, she asked me to stay in Florida and marry her. I told her I'd think about it. After the show, it was off to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, without a backward glance. If that was the best time, one of the worst times was when Johnny took a cocaine holiday during a series of winter shows in Chicago. The trip started out well. Chicago's only 3 hours from my hometown, so I called my family and told them we had a really big concert in Chicago, and I was coming home to visit and rest up. It was Hail the Conquering Hero time because our small-town newspaper, the Quad City Times, got wind of my being in town and featured me on the front page with a headline that read, "Davenport athlete hangs up his cleats for keyboards." It was wonderful to see everyone, and the short time I spent in Davenport energized me. I persuaded my parents, tristes mit astondes mit seshi, to drive up and see one of my shows, and that felt good too. We had several shows within a week's time, and the audiences were big and rowdy, but we kept them in check with tight music. On the last night of the series, the crowd was nuttier than I'd seen them all week. Folks were screaming for no reason I could see. Then there was gunfire outside the club. A fight broke out inside, and it even looked like the building was on fire at one point. What had happened was somebody set fire in a metal trash can and began to fan the smoke. It was nuts. All this took place before we took the stage. Since it was the last concert in Chicago, Fish had long since gotten our money, but Johnny had traveled to St. Louis for a medical reason. He always traveled by plane, so being in St. Louis didn't mean he wouldn't make it for the evening show, but I could see concern in the faces of my bandmates. When showtime came, Johnny was still nowhere to be seen. Still, Fish insisted he was on his way. After about an hour, the band decided to take the stage in hopes Johnny would show up at the last minute, like the resolution of some 1970s situation comedy. We played some hold-on music, and that soothed the crowd for about 10 minutes. But these people had bought their tickets and didn't have all night to be entertained. The booing started. When the first drinks started getting hurled at the stage, we called it a night and began to beat a quick retreat. Outside, Chicago was in the middle of a storm. Folks had braved the elements to see Johnny Taylor, who kept them waiting and then didn't show, and now his backing band was running off stage. Chicago didn't play that mess. Glasses started flying, and the luckiest of us were the horn players, who got off the stage in a heartbeat. It generally took me about 20 minutes to tristis mit viens, astondes mit septini, break down my keyboard. I did it in 5 while dodging bottles, ashtrays, and glass. Our tour bus was nearby, and we made a run for it. The snowstorm was really starting to come down, and all I could think was, Allah, please don't let us be stuck in a snowdrift. Get us out of here. Some of the jilted audience followed us outside and let us know their frustration as we hurried aboard our bus, just in case we hadn't guessed at their animosity while dodging Budweisers. In addition to more bottles, a sizable crowd was also throwing bricks at the side of the bus. It sounded like machine gun fire. Except for the driver, who must have been a Vietnam War vet, we were all lying on the floor. The driver pulled away and got us on the Dan Ryan Expressway. We were on our way to Dallas. Even then, the night wasn't over. The bus's heater went out about an hour into our drive in Illinois in January. We started to freeze. It went from cold to unbearable. One of the horn players, Michael Patches Stewart, and I were huddled together in blankets. The air was searingly icy. I was colder than I've ever been in my life. We were a bundled up busload of southbound misery. By the time we got to the warmth of Dallas, my old stomping grounds, Patches and I had spent nearly a day commiserating. We had both been on the road a long time. I had whispered to him my plans to leave Johnny and join ZZ Hill's band. It was nothing against Johnny. Johnny loved me. I was very favored by him, and, as mentioned, he paid in full and on time. My motivation for playing with ZZ was I could stay in Dallas and maybe rekindle something with Lovely. The Dallas show was simply a Trustes mit Divi Astondis mit Astoni. Good time to make the break. We were about to go on a hiatus. You should ride with me back to L.A., Patches said. A guy like you could make a ton of cash there. Patches had a side gig with singer Al Jarreau. While he didn't think he could get me in Al's band, there were plenty of other opportunities. I was tired of the road stuff, plus I'd always been able to find work in sacred music. Finding a job making $300, $400 a week was like falling out of bed for me. I decided to make the leap, despite having no job offers and no firm prospects. It was on to L.A., 3389, Chapter 18. Okay, for the record, L.A. was a trip. It broke me, healed me, made me homeless, made me a kept man, introduced me to my wife, gave me a peculiar insight into the sexual proclivities of a gay superstar, and found me being hunted down by a helicopter. In short, it scared the hell out of me. L.A. began on a wing and a prayer. In Dallas, Patches pulled up in his MG Midget, and I stuffed my duffel bag in the back. We left Texas and didn't stop until we were past the San Gabriel Mountains and looking at the lights of the Los Angeles basin. It is a beautiful sight, even if the air is tinted a yellowish brown. Los Angeles held one advantage over most of the cities I moved to. I actually knew someone there, a cousin named Pierre Daniels. He was light-skinned and stood barely 5 feet tall. Most of his face was taken up by his nose. Though he was married to a woman, Pierre had been a pronounced homosexual since grade school. His orientation never troubled me, though I'm relatively certain it factored into his dying of AIDS less than 10 years later. I was fascinated by Pierre because even though he had child-sized hands, he played piano like a virtuoso. I was amazed by what he could do on the keyboards with such small hands. I moved in with Pierre and started to canvass the area. I immediately ran into my first problems. The black newspapers in LA aren't as informative about church happenings as in other cities. Secondly, getting around LA requires a car. Riding a bus was an exercise in futility. Traffic slowed buses just as well as cars, and schedules were more guesses than actual timetables. To cross any distance took hours. The same thing that made buses so terrible was also a curse on walking. LA is fine for recreational walking. City parks, strolls along the beach. But if you think you're Devinias de Chimps, walking from South Pasadena to Glendale, you're in for a surprise. Despite those cities being an easy commute in a car, it's practically impossible to access one from the other if you've got nothing but your feet to work with. After a few weeks, I was eking by. The money came in slower than I could ever remember. I had managed to find a job with a small church in Los Angeles and worked for Pastor E.V. Hill. The money wasn't much, and to be honest, I didn't do much for it. I basically showed up every week and got paid for it. My tenuous living situation was beginning to come undone. I had little money to offer Pierre, and his wife was beginning to ask why I was staying in their home rent-free. I was soon sent packing, but with no place to go. I was homeless, staying wherever I could. After a friend of mine moved out of his place in Silver Lake, I swooped in to take it as a roommate. Little did I know, the friend who had moved out, who was straight, was staying with 2 gay men and a lesbian. I was a little heartbroken to discover that was the case for her. The irony of it is that while I was living like a church mouse, I was meeting incredibly wealthy and successful people. Then again in LA, that wouldn't be considered irony. They just call it Tuesday. Patches was my Hollywood connection. He introduced me to the hottest musicians. Paul Jackson Jr., a transcendent guitarist who played for Michael Jackson, acclaimed pianist Bobby Lyle, who worked with Anita Baker, and a likable guy named Jug, who was a multi-instrumentalist cousin of the brothers Johnson. A few months in, I cut a record with Billy Preston, who had 2 chart-topping hits, Will It Go Round in Circles and Nothing from Nothing. Preston was often called the 5th Beatle because of his friendship with John Lennon. Billy and I worked with Harvey Fuqua on the Divinias Decim T. Pirmas recording for Plumline Records. Plumline was a boutique label owned by a gentleman I knew as Dr. Green. While Patches tried to get me session work, I began to figure out the sacred music scene in the city. Because of my relationship with a variety of churches and gospel recording studios, I worked with sacred music stars such as James Cleveland, Ricky Grundy, John Springer, Patrick Henderson, and Howard McCrary. LA was one of the hardest hustles I'd ever had to make. Maybe that's because it is a town full of hustlers, but when things began to click, I was even able to start going out on the town. One of my favorite places to go was a club called Simply Blues, located in the penthouse of a 40-story bank building on the corner of Hollywood and Vine, near Motown Studios. The view from Simply Blues looked like what everyone thought Hollywood should look like. Bright lights, beautiful city with a ribbon of colorful freeways cutting into it all. Pressing one's nose to that window and looking down made it all seem like a fairy tale with the greatest ever after just around the corner. The pianist in the club was Lloyd Baskins. He was skeptical when I begged him to let me play a song or two while he went on break. The club was always packed, and Lloyd was one of the reasons for that. He was protective of the music, and I respected that, but he eventually gave in. I played a mini medley of All Is Fair in Love by Stevie Wonder and Superstar / Till You Come Back to Me by Luther Vandross. The crowd went wild, and Lloyd took note. We became friends, and he taught me a lot about being an entertaining piano player. After long months of struggle, I was finally getting some traction. The churches were starting to open their wallets and pay me, and I was getting some session work. By that time, I had rented an apartment on Washington Avenue, close to the University of Southern. Divinias Decim Antras, California, in a seedy neighborhood. I was working with Bishop Leroy Dowd at the Broadway Church. I was also accustomed to loud, boisterous services, but every single service there was some kind of show. The church sold holy water, holy oil, holy hair products, and blessed cloths, which I suspect were plain old handkerchiefs. Everything was for sale. My job was to teach piano and keep the instruments taken care of. There was a Hammond B3 organ and a grand piano. I would keep the Hammond and the Leslie speakers oiled up. That church on Broadway is where I met Darrell Coley, formerly a famous gospel singer, and the equally famous Robert Gilmore. Both men told me a lot about the gospel scene, not just the music, but the gossip, who was gay, who you had to sleep with, who was hard to work for, where the jobs were. It was an education. I was the principal organist and music director, and Robert and Darrell would rotate as pianists. Still, as in Evansville, I let my sexual nature get the better of me. In a matter of weeks, I actually moved from my small place on Washington to a spacious, rent-free parsonage located at the church. But things got too hot. Young women started to come to the parsonage. The craziest incident involved Terry Jacks, a writer for the LA Times. She and I met on the beach. She was sitting alone, and I approached her to tell her how pretty she was. She offered me a seat on the sand, and we spent that entire Saturday together, wandering Venice Beach. A light-skinned black man on roller skates trailed us as we walked the crowded boardwalk. He was dressed in loose-fitting, all-white clothes, including a high white turban to hold his dreadlocks. He skated behind us, playing guitar and singing love songs with no discernible lyrics. He was a Venice Beach legend named Harry Perry. It was considered good. Trenditrez, luck for your relationship to tip Harry for his nonsense syllable serenade. I did, but luck wasn't on our side. Terry was working on a project for the Times, an investigative piece of which she was very proud. She came from a professional family. Her dad was a high-ranking police official with the Los Angeles Police Department in the days before Rodney King. Terry and I began to see each other, and soon she was spending significant time away from home, which must have been unusual for her. She spent a night with me in the parsonage and neglected to tell her parents. After 2 days with me, I guess her father wanted to make a point to the punk kid who was dating his daughter. One night, the sound of 2 or 3 helicopters began to circle my block. Spotlights were going this way and that. It was a bad neighborhood, so that kind of spectacle really made you notice. Suddenly, police officers were banging at my door on the floor below, and I looked out the window to see 6 squad cars in front of the building. It looked like a hostage situation. Before I had the chance to go down and see what was happening, the phone rang. While the police hammered at the door and the helicopters buzzed overhead, I picked up the phone. "Hello?" I said. "Let me speak to Terry," the man's voice barked. Terry got on the phone and was instructed to go downstairs, out the doors, and meet her father. She abruptly grabbed her things. I escorted her down to the front gate, quickly let her out, and locked it behind her. At that point, the officers who were banging on the door ignored me. Terry disappeared into the night with the fleet of squad cars and helicopters. I'm surprised and thankful her father didn't pay a return visit with his service revolver. When she came back to the parsonage a few days later, I found out she'd told her family she was pregnant. We had to make some decisions. But after the show of 94, forced by her father, I really went taciturn on the subject of being a couple and having a child together. If I told her something like, "I love you," I didn't know what the outcome would be. Ditto is I said something bad, so I let her talk. She caught on to my silence and left in tears. A few. Weeks later, she came back and said she'd gotten an abortion. That was the last time I saw her. I gathered no moss. Days later, I met Facile. She was Ethiopian, and her family owned a restaurant, the Red Sea, on Hollywood Boulevard. She was from the city of Addis Ababa and was the accountant for the family restaurant. She said she cared for me, but was very serious about marriage. I don't know what attracted her to me, my spirit, my Islamic manners. Whatever it was, I ended it abruptly because I didn't want to end up playing music in their restaurant. I didn't want to be a part of it. I think Terry was still in the back of my mind. As my love life began to get stranger, my music connections began to heat up. By that time, I was getting a few gigs through the William Morris Talent Agency. One day, I took a call from the agency, and they told me Dee Dee Warwick was looking for a piano player who could read charts. I walked in on the gig and met Gerald Albright and Michael Baker. Together, we would work with Dee Dee, who was Dionne Warwick's sister, and the late Whitney Houston's aunt, as well as a number of other singers. Mike was familiar to Dee Dee because he played on many of her niece's albums. Gerald played bass, Mike played drums, and I played piano. We performed at a string of Hollywood venues, including the extremely popular Carlos and Charlie's on Sunset. It was through Dee Dee that I met Little Richard. 95, I was at her house and Little Richard popped over. He was writing music for the movie Down and Out in Beverly Hills. After chatting him up, he decided to work with me. We wrote 5 songs together, and I made $500 per tune. At one point, he and I were driving the city in his canary yellow convertible, a Ford Mustang, and he had one of those newfangled mobile phones. I was sitting in the passenger seat as he was hollering and screaming with someone that he needed to get paid. That was a recurrent theme with Richard, and I could relate. He was in a fight for a greater share of royalties from his catalog. He must have sense a kindred soul, because he rarely told me to get lost. He'd take me with him to television or movie shoots, and I'd just hang out. Little Richard Penniman is a very, very nice man. I didn't know this at the time, but my Pentecostal background was probably what drew him to me. He had formerly been a Pentecostal preacher. We probably hit it off because of that familiar background. It was just like being around family. We hung out together for 3 months. I would go to his house for breakfast and stick around for lunch most days. He became so comfortable with me, he began walking around without his shoes. That says something, because Richard's left leg is shorter than his right. His shoes are made to accommodate that difference, and he generally keeps them on around strangers. After about 3 months, we were buddies. Besides taking off his shoes, he let down other parts of his superstar guard. An example. It was about 3 a.m. when he grabbed his keys. "Come on, Byron, I've got some things to do." We went by his doctor's office at 3 a.m, and his physician met him. I wasn't doing drugs, 96 or anything, but I was amazed by how accommodating doctors could be in such suspicious circumstances. Then we drove to LAX to pick up Richard's significant other. It was clear they were lovers. Richards recognized that I was a little shocked when his significant other turned out to be a man, and he later told me why he preferred sex with men. "I was raised by my grandmother, and I had all these sisters around," he said. "I was the only boy in a great big family, and I was the baby. There were all these older girls, and I was the only guy. My sisters would get all excited when Billy came to pick up one of them for a date. That's when I started to get excited about males. I was in on all these secrets and powder room stories." That set his orientation for life. He said he never had a sexual attraction toward females, but sexual orientation be damned. This was one of rock and roll's founding fathers. Music is even more fascinating when you're listening to it with a rock and roll Hall of Famer. For instance, whenever a Beatles song played on the radio, Richard would shout that they stole his warble, and then would break out into his famous, "Ooh!" To this day, when I listen to certain Beatles' songs, I hear his influence. In fact, there have been many artists who tried to copy Little Richard. He is a fascination and talented man. The 5 songs we wrote together are some of the prouder moments of my career. Diviniasta Septini. Chapter 19. After our songs were complete, Richard thanked me, and there was finality in his voice. It meant that I didn't have to go home, but I had to get the hell out of there. We shook hands and promised to work together again sometime, and that was the last I saw, up close, of Richard Penniman. I'd become a working musician in LA and hot. Artists with radio hits were all over the place. In a matter of weeks, I was sitting in a car listening to the chart-topping His of another artist. The song was the Anthemia Ain't No Stopping Us Now, performed by Gene McFadden and John Whitehead, both of whom had become fast friends of mine. I had met John through the friend of a friend, and he had introduced me to Gene, and we chummed around running errands, visiting clubs in the LA area, and even finding time to write songs together. It was with John and Gene that I would see firsthand the dark side of LA. I didn't know it, but John was under surveillance by the FBI for criminal activities. In those days, powder cocaine was very easy to come by, and it seemed as though everyone had it. A few months after meeting them, I hadn't seen John for about a week, and he hadn't called. So I became concerned. I went to North Hollywood where they lived, and Gene told me that John would be gone for about 5 years. He was going to serve federal time. That spooked me. It was a reflection on my friends and on me. If I had been at the wrong place at the wrong time, I could have gotten mixed up in an FBI sting. I'm so thankful to Allah that I was never attracted to the fast money of selling drugs. To distract myself from Gene by moving to Burbank and forming a musical trio, Frankie Avalon Jr., Doug Macbeth, and me. We auditioned for and won a recurring gig at an extremely popular club, The Money. 98. Tree in Toluca Lake. We were the Byron Davis Trio, and we held that job for a couple of years. I got a lot of work from that gig. The Money Tree was the local hotspot for film producers and writers to hang out. There were so many remarkable things that happened during this time. A man came up to the bandstand and asked if he could sit in on drums. As the band leader, I said, "I'd love you too, but those are not my drums." I asked Frank Jr. if this guy could sit in and got the okay. Long story short, the drummer was none other than the great Styx Hooper from the Jazz Crusaders. When Styx played, it sounded like the drums themselves knew the songs. It was amazing the level of talent he displayed on his instrument. On another occasion, Daredevil Evel Knievel asked me to play the song Green Dolphin Street. I played the song, which happened to be one of my favorites, and he was so pleased he gave me a tip of $200. Another amazing artist who joined us on the bandstand was none other than Bobby Lyle, one of the greatest piano players alive. That night he played Love for Sale by Cole Porter. I was in awe. In the middle of all this, I met my future wife. I'll call her Portland since she was originally from the Oregon area. We grew close quickly and she got pregnant almost immediately. In addition to my standing gig with my trio, I was working at Mount Hermon Missionary Baptist Church as musical director. At this time, my son Ezekiel was born. Finding myself a family man again, I bought my first LA car, a green station wagon. Why a station wagon? Because I thought Portland and I would have more children. And I was right. We had 3 more in our stormy 12-and-a-half-year relationship. I moved our family to Glendale, where we stayed for a couple of years. 99, and I was getting the hang of LA, but then came the Whittier earthquake. When the quake hit, my family lived 2 blocks from a Vaughn's supermarket. I was teaching choir and doing studio work. At the time, one of my big projects was working on a gospel recording with an artist named Charles May, the son of Reverend Joseph May. He was in a group named the 4th of May. While we recorded, I was studying Charles's situation. I learned that record company contracts were Byzantine things. Charles signed with the company and they provided him with a car, an apartment, and a lump sum payment, all based on projections of future record sales. But if the records did not do well, the bills stopped being paid, the cars were repossessed, and you owed the record company money. Based on what I learned from Charles, I was seriously considering signing with a label, but the earthquake changed everything. We had camping gear in the back of our car, so when the ground first began to quiver, we loaded up and took the kids to Glendale Park, a wide open space. The tremors and aftershocks were terrifying, and I wasn't sure if that 6.7 earthquake was a prelude to an 8.2. After it was over, I told my buddy Frank Jr. I was getting my family the hell out of town. Frankie started cursing. He couldn't believe a little thing like the shifting of tectonic plates was breaking up our band. "Well, where I'm from, the ground doesn't move," I said, and I packed up and left California for good. 100. Chapter 20. The earthquake was more than I could take. I moved my family to Portland, Oregon, and founded By Day Publishing, which was the parent company for our Gospel Sound TV show. We also founded B&B Contact Service, which was a very successful booking agency. Unfortunately, I was about to have another episode. I had finished teaching some original sacred music in Salem around sunset one lovely summer evening. I wrapped up the session, walked out of the church, and saw an Anglo man. I blinked. The man looked like he was made of taffy candy that rolled up and down. He had a long tongue, like a lizard, that flicked nervously. At that point, I started questioning myself, wondering if I needed to go to the VA hospital. After speaking with Portland, I did so, and I spent a considerable amount of time there. I found later that stress and lack of sleep can trigger episodes. Portland and I manufactured stress. We would divorce twice and nearly get married a 3rd time. We had 4 children and would argue incessantly. With Portland, I had marched forward into a marriage that would turn into a decades-long exercise in restraint and responsibility, but not fidelity. I retreated to my ivory towers more often than not. I remember not sleeping well for a week or two straight. This sleep deprivation and stress led to my hallucination of Taffy Man and a major schizophrenic episode. During my month-long stay in the VA hospital in Oregon, my family had a huge adjustment to make. My parents came to Oregon to help my wife with our kids and visit me when possible. My parents used their experience in making ends meet to show my wife how to shop at thrift stores, the Salvation Army, and Goodwill. They also helped with necessary purchases for my children. My wife sold my cassette tapes door to door. Once my medication was 101, readjusted, and I had regularly scheduled visits with my psychiatrist, I was released from the hospital, and it was business as usual. I had to get back to performing. I performed in Salem and Portland, Oregon. My performance schedule was busier than it had ever been. My jazz and gospel record sales were better than ever before. By this time, we had 2 boys, and my wife had given birth to my first daughter, Fatima Rose, in Salem. I was once more a proud father, but this time I was experiencing the feelings of having a daddy's little girl. I was earning good money in the music business. I had the family I desired all my life. So why wasn't I happy? Still lamenting my Texas girl, I often wondered what life would have been like with her instead of Portland. Though I would eventually marry Lovely years later, even that would not last. Part of the problem was I hadn't changed. Our marriage, even though I had longed for it for years, started in a bad place. This is what Lovely was faced with. Years before we married, I was working a jazz club in Osaka, Japan, for Yoshimoto Entertainment. Yoshimoto put me up in a guest house and provided a servant. Her name was Mama Hata, and she cooked, cleaned, and ran my baths. I was in love with Lovely and pined for her for the entire first week I was there. But with the attention given me and my music from dozens of lovely Japanese women, I wasn't alone or pining for very long. I began to have visitors, young Japanese ladies who came and went at all hours of the day, none of which escaped the notice of Mama Hata. There were 4 of 5 nubile young women who kept me company. After finally convincing Lovely to come to Osaka, I stopped inviting groupies to my home. Lovely's jet finally arrived, and I had one of my bandmates, Cornelius, go pick her up. Bad move, Lovely. 102. Was furious. She had flown halfway around the world at my behest, and I didn't have the human courtesy to pick her up myself. She told Cornelius to leave and have me pick her up. He called me and told me what was happening, so I made arrangements for a car and went to the Kansai airport to pick up the woman I loved. I remember she wore browns and beige that looked beautiful against her skin. We drove back to the guest house, and Lovely was seething the entire way. In order to get her in the guest house with me, I had to lie. I told Mama Hata that she was my wife, which she wasn't yet. Hearing that lie, I think, made Lovely soften up from the rough start of our day. That is, until Mama Hata opened her mouth. I was holding Lovely's suitcase when Mama Hata started to sing. Your husband, very bad man, she told Lovely. Very bad man, door knock, day and night, little Japanese girls come stay. Very bad man. Lovely was embarrassed. That was her introduction to Japan. Her teeth gritted, her face flushed, and she turned to look at me with a grimacing smile. If looks could kill, I'd have been dead on the spot. She stayed only a short while, maybe a week, before heading back to the States, though we would later marry. I think I'd already done too much damage for that relationship to stand a chance. During my time in Oregon and my first marriage to Portland, I was able to repay my father some of his kindness for my rescue in Indianapolis and so many other times. I was recovering from my schizophrenic episode. It was 1990, and my mother called me to tell me my dad had been diagnosed with sugar diabetes and he needed my help. 103. He wasn't doing very well, and I think she just wanted me to be close for support. I closed up shop, and by 1991, we were living in Davenport, Iowa, and I was assisting Dad with his church. In addition, I performed 5 days weekly at the Radisson Hotel on 2nd Street during the day and various jazz clubs at night. The 3 years I spent with my dad were terrific. Then, one Sunday, on May 1st, 1994, my mother called and woke me up out of a sound sleep. Your father wants you to fix the heater in the basement. Mom, it's 6:45 in the morning. Can it wait? She said it couldn't. I drove over. Mom was worried, so she had called her friends, Bishop and Mother Westbrook. When I arrived, Dad was pacing the kitchen. In just a few minutes, I discovered that the belt on the pulley of the heater had slipped off. I had fixed the same problem 95 times before, so I headed tiredly down to the basement. My father followed me. Zeke, Mom called out, the doctor told you not to be going up and down those stairs. Still, he went. He was cold. What was happening was his heart had started to fail, and his extremities weren't getting warm blood pumped to them. Before I got there, he had the oven turned up to 500 degrees and was sitting in front of it. Dad, I've fixed this heater 1,000 times. Let me do it. He insisted on hunching down, shining a flashlight on the heater as I worked on it with him, talking me through the procedure. I did it exactly as he said. In a few short minutes, the heater was fixed and my dad stood up. 104. I said, Dad, let's go upstairs. I'm not sure if I'm ready to go upstairs, Byron. He stumbled to his left. Dad, are you okay? He didn't say anything. He pressed his lips tightly, together, and shook his head. Dad was heavy, not tall. I tried to help him upstairs, but between his imposing physique and the sharp incline of the steps, it was too difficult for me to get him upstairs. He had built those steep steps with his own hands. I tried to get him in a fireman's carry. To no avail. With nothing else to do, I got behind him and eased him down. I sat down with him on the floor, his upper body in my lap. Dad, you gotta preach this morning, I cried. You gotta preach. You preach this morning, son. He shook his head, his eyes turned blue. I shouted for Mom to call 911. Mom! I was rocking my father in my lap. It looks like Daddy's gonna die. She was nearly hysterical as we waited for the ambulance. All I could think to do to keep her focused is ask her to get me a cup of coffee. I didn't want her to be in the way when paramedics came. I wanted my father to be the only person on whom they had to concentrate. The last thing I said to my dad was, breathe. But he couldn't take in a breath. I heard the sound of the ambulance minutes later. The paramedics came in, put my father on a gurney, spirited away from the house that had been his home for nearly 30 years, and took him to the emergency room. The hospital put him on a breathing machine, but he never regained consciousness. He was gone by the end of the week. 105. My light dimmed with his passing, but didn't go out. He had prepared me for life's trials and tearful moments. Dad, I remember asking him as a small child, were you sad when your mommy and daddy died? Yes, my father said. Are you sad because you'll never see them anymore? Byron, he told me. They're not gone. They're just not here. 106. Chapter 21. My story is neither a cautionary tale nor an instruction manual. What it is, one man's path through this thing called life. As Prince said, an electric thing, life. It means forever, and that's a mighty long time. The biggest shortcoming of an autobiography is that life is a mighty long time, and unless you pass like millionaire entrepreneur Reginald F. Lewis, who died at virtually the same time his autobiography was published, there are always going to be a lot of blank pages left to fill, even once finished. I give thanks to Allah for granting me those pages to fill, and I invite you to take from my story what you need. Of course, this isn't the end for me, but after a lifetime of fighting a mental illness, wrestling with demons of womanizing and drinking, I have found a sense of calm. I take that back. I earned my sense of calm. Allah has blessed me with a modicum of wisdom, a wonderful wife, and two of my biggest blessings, my young children. In 2007, my divorce from Lovely was in process. I never dreamed that I would actually petition for divorce, but I did. After 10-year and numerous conversations with my now ex-wife, it was over. Though she said she would never divorce me, it became clear to both of us that we would not reunite. I decided that 10 years apart was long enough. I pushed the divorce along and moved from Tennessee to Florida. I am still chasing the sun and avoiding cold weather. My performance schedule in Florida grew hectic nearly as soon as I moved there. Between religious service performances and jazz performances, Florida kept me busy and left me very little time to socialize. Still, between my commitments, I met a beautiful woman named Rasheen, her real name. I began to spend time with Rasheen, and I lost track of the hours. I have been in love, but I never. 107. Wanted to spend time with anyone else as much as I desired spending time with her. Rasheen and I spent so much time together, traveling and otherwise, that by the time my divorce with Lovely was granted, I had no doubt about Florida, publishing books, music, or loving Rasheen. As I write this, it's 2012. I am a headliner at the Fox Jazz Club, leader of the B.K. Davis Quartet, and our daughter, Aaliyah Rasheen, is 4 years old. Our son, Abraham Hakim, is 3. They are Irish twins born in January and December of the same year, 2008. My wife Rasheen gave up her life as a computer security analyst, earning $100,000 a year to tend to our family. We now live in Northport, Florida. Our home is lavish and opulently decorated. Our children have their own bedrooms. We have 2 libraries. One is for audiobooks and such, and the other is made up of priceless books on a variety of subjects. Both our informal and formal dining rooms lead to the pool. One of the things I like most about our home are the French doors in the master bedroom, leading to the patio. Our breakfast nook is near the children's rooms. Our home and property are truly palatial. We feel blessed beyond description. I have been producing records since the 1980s, and I'm hoping this autobiography will be my most treasured production to date. By Day Publishing is now producing and publishing print books, audiobooks, music, poetry, essays, linguistic, and even more religious material. Rasheen and I spend our time working our publishing company and keeping my performance schedule, but not to the grueling pace I have maintained in the past. We both speak publicly, lecture, teach, and hopefully inspire. Our ambition is to share as much as possible of our 108 learning, experiences, and knowledge with as many people who will listen. We were on tour 2 years ago in 2010 when we learned Rasheen had stage 3 breast cancer. We have cried together and alone. We support each other as much as we know how. Sometimes we say the perfect things to each other, and then there are times when we say things perfectly wrong. But mostly we laugh. We share and enjoy what we have today. All of us are only given one day at a time. Most days we get it right. Several operations later, and after months of chemotherapy, my wife's hair is growing back beautifully. We still have our challenges, and we're still survivors. Our children are multilingual. As I write this, both Aaliyah and Abraham are playing with their toys and singing. They make up games that only the 2 of them understand. They run and play with joy and glee that is abundant in young children. Abraham seems to enjoy the guitar more than the grand piano. Aaliyah, on the other hand, will play the piano and sing as though composing her own songs. Like father, like daughter, my 2 oldest sons from my first marriage, Byron and Benjamin, have families of their own. My 4 children from my second marriage are grown as well. The oldest, Ezekiel, will have completed his master's degree by the time this is published. The second oldest, Isaiah, has musical aspirations. My daughter, Fatima Rose, is a nurse in Iowa. The youngest of the group, Neela, is hoping to start a career in dentistry. From my most recent ex-marriage, my son Joshua lives in Tennessee with his grandfather, and my daughter Rachel lives with her mother in Davenport. I have 3 grandchildren and am 52 years old. I'm vintage, June 7th, 1959. I speak Spanish, Arabic, Japanese, 109, German, and, as you might have guessed, English. I play all instruments except horns. That's my profile and demographic information, just in case you were wondering. 110. Chapter 22. one of the most difficult things for me to do over. The course of my life has been to fit myself into molds others have created for me. As a musician, I have been fortunate enough to travel the world doing what I love and making people smile, laugh, or cry while doing it. Because of my music, my friends have included superstars, sons and daughters of celebrity, and oral innovations that have made me proud to operate in my profession. There are times when I shudder to think what my life would be like in a field that is stricter with the personalities of its practitioners. I have needed that leeway to retreat into my ivory towers, my mental sanctum sanctorum. Here is something I wrote during one of my sojourns to the ivory towers. If I stand next to the pyramids in Egypt, I will look like an ant next to an elephant. If I stand at the base of the mountain of the moon, you will not see me because of the vastness of the mountain. If I stand in the great Sahara Desert, I will become as the sand. Elephant tusk ivory has always been a prized possession of poachers and others. Like the elephant, we too are made of ivory. Our bones, our skulls, our teeth, and the more important ivory we possess, our ivory towers. To be greater than the pyramids, and larger than the mountain of the moon, and even vaster than the sand in the Sahara, I must observe the world from my ivory tower and recite delicious words that will convey my thinking and observations. Furthermore, I am obligated to talk with others who are enlightened and full of insight so as to learn of their observations from their ivory towers. To evolve daily and to share our documents is one way to live with kings and walk with giants and speak the tongue of angels and stay cool in the shade of God. 111. As a pianist, I have spent hours alone with the piano and its gleaming ivory keys. I wrote the above words on the flat surface of my favorite piano, a Steinway grand piano. Throughout my career, whether composing, performing, practicing, or auditioning, I have found Steinways possess the best sound for my purposes. I don't want to sound like a commercial, but Steinways are, to me, what silver bullets are to the Lone Ranger. Gotta have 'em. I have been able to break musical molds using Steinway and Sons pianos. I can offer no higher praise for the instruments I use than that. It actually brought a tear to my eye when the Steinway and Sons Company, in recognition of my decade-long career, awarded me a spot on their roster of Steinway International artists. Steinway and Sons has made some of the most sought-after pianos in the world, and I am certain many of my fellow artists who have been so honored feel much the same way I do. In the words of Steinway and Sons, acceptance into the worldwide Steinway artist roster indicates not only high musical performance achievement, but it reflects the artist's dedication to and confidence in the Steinway piano. Steinway artists all own Steinway pianos, and unlike virtually any commercial endorsement, they are not paid to play the Steinway. Steinway and Sons maintains over 300 pianos throughout the Americas for concert and artist services, and its artists receive excellent assistance from the Steinway dealers in the Americas and throughout Europe and Asia. The 112 technical support that is available to the Steinway family is the best in the world. The members of the Steinway artist family are each as unique as the instruments the company makes. Whether their music is classical, jazz, popular, religious, or new age, the common thread among the over 1,500 artists who grace the roster is their belief in the Steinway as a piano that will allow them to express themselves as no other instrument can. Steinway and Sons deeply values the artistry of Michael Rickman and is committed to assisting him in his performance and recording activities throughout the world. Who are my predecessors on the Steinway? International artist roster, who? Irving Berlin, Duke Ellington, George Gershwin, Vladimir Horowitz, Ignace Paderewski, Cole Porter, Sergei Rachmaninoff, just to name a few giants. My peers are also an illustrious lot: Vladimir Ashkenazy, Daniel Barnaboim, Van Cliburn, Harry Connick Jr., Ahmad Jamal, Billy Joel, Evgeny Kissin, Diana Krall, Lang Lang, Peter Nero, Maurizio Pollini, Billy Taylor, Roger Williams. That's the short list. I break into a grin because I can now add, and Byron Davis to the list. My mother, Rose M. Davis, used to say to me, Byron, never forget that God does answer prayers, especially the ones you didn't know you asked for. My intentions in my career was to make a wide range of music, some challenging, some uplifting, some comforting. I never focused on awards. This came as a surprise and a blessing. 113. It had happened in the rhythm of faith. 1. I didn't ask for it. I wasn't seeking it. It just came and it feels right. That rhythm was taught to me by my mother and father. Mom would stay on her knees whenever she felt moved to pray. She might remain there for hours at a time. At times she felt moved in her bedroom, in the living room, in the kitchen. Whenever she and Dad dropped to their knees for prayer, there was no talking. We all followed our leaders, our parents. Over the years, I would study the beautiful sounds my mother made as she prayed. These musical scales of prayer are now a part of my vocabulary as a jazz pianist. As my studies deepened and my musical knowledge grew richer and more varied, I chased the source of my mother's humming. At times, I would try to put music to my mother's vocalizations. I was frenzied with the need to understand it. It was both foreign and familiar, but there was no Google to bring up the correct answers in 0.012 seconds. I was on my own. I had acquired enough musical dexterity that my fingers flew left and right, tickling the 88 ivory keys right and left, trying to draw the sounds my mother would make from the instrument. The more I experimented and explored, the faster and more intense my playing became. What stayed the same was that humming, that simple prayer line, the syntax of the soul. These searches often lead me on tangential expeditions through the classics and on to jazz. As I read through Beethoven, Chopin, Debussy, Ravel, Liszt, I was amused. But tasting even a sample from the smorgasbord prepared by the likes of Miles, 114, Davis, Billie Holiday, Charlie Bird Parker, John Coltrane, and Nat King Cole, I realized jazz filled me in a way no other music could. My musical studies complemented my language studies. I taught myself German and I had learned Spanish, but it all came together when I learned Arabic. I knew them that I'd finally found the roots of my mother's prayer tones. As we all learned in grade school, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do gives us our basic 8 tones of the major scale. If we extend our 8 tones to the 13 tones, we repeat do, re, mi, fa, so again. When we flat the 7th tone and the 9th tone and the 13th tone, we are then dealing with sounds that your average listener will not immediately understand. We call these sounds altered extensions, for obvious reasons. It is in this altered extension dimension that I found the melodies of my mother's prayer language. My mother is a devout Christian, always has been, but the ancient melodies I discovered belonged in form and tongue to the Hebrew people. The modes and the melodies of the Hebrew Arabs and other Semitic people have remained the same for thousands of years. I discovered further that when you set these modes and slash or melodies to what is known as Afro-Hispanic or Afro-Asiatic rhythms, you get music that reaches into the deepest pockets of antiquity. Discovering this and being honored as a Steinway International Artist are 2 amazing circumstances that inspired me to putting down my life story in this book. I encourage you to follow your dreams, and if you can squeeze out the time, learn a little about music and study a foreign language. Both. 115. Disciplines are great for your creative thinking. All of us could use more of that. I'll end with the poem I composed during one of my stays in my ivory towers, Glimpses of Me. When I look at you, I see glimpses of me. And the only thing I know is I can't wait to get there, riding on tame dolphins like Maya Angelou on a carpet of prose, watching wild egrets hunt in the sand with their noses. I confess, ocean spray is healthy, and it's for me. When I look at you, I see glimpses of me. When I look at you, I see children playing in the sunlight, and the only thing I know is that it feels just right. Building sandcastles and running back and forth from the waves, watching colonies of seagulls, debate the politics of the day, eating pineapple, netting sardine on the beach, daylight changes to moonlight, and my muse, she comes to me. 116. Out reduction. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. Kid 47, Sid 72, Sid 68, Sid 71, Sid 3, Sid 54, Sid 75, Sid 72, Sid 72, Sid 87, Sid 11, Sid 54, Sid 82, Sid 83, Sid 85, Sid 68, Sid 81, Sid 82, Sid 3, Sid 54, Sid 68, Sid 91, Sid 3, Sid 9, Sid 3, Sid 51, Sid 76, Sid 68, Sid 81, Sid 82, Sid 12, Sid 37, Sid 7, Sid 46, Sid 17, Sid 10, Sid 86, Sid 3, Sid 47, Sid 82, Sid 89, Sid 72, Sid 3, Sid 47, Sid 88, Sid 79, Sid 79, Sid 68, Sid 69, Sid 92, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 23, Sid 23. Sid 54, Sid 79, Sid 82, Sid 90, Sid 79, Sid 92, Sid 3, Sid 11, Sid 84, Sid 3, Sid 28, Sid 86, Sid 88, Sid 86, Sid 69, Sid 56, Sid 17, Sid 23, Sid colon triseptini, Sid 32, Sid 26, Sid 29, Sid 12, Sid 177, Sid 177, Ced colon trisdesmitseci, Sid 17, Sid 17, CID colon 40, Sid 69, Sid 147, Sid 17, Sid 220, CID colon div desmitastoni, Sid 137, Sid 37, Sid 38, Sid 16, Sid 26, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 41, Sid 16, Sid 26, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, CED colon sesdesmit divini, CID colon 40, Sid 69, Sid 147, Sid 17, Sid 220, CID colon dive desmitastoni, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, Sid 38, Sid 16, Sid 26, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, Sid 41, Sid U16, Sid 26, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CED colon 37, CID colon 69, CID colon 220, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, CED colon 16 divini, Sid 36, Sid 69, Sid 147, or Sid 17, Sid 177, CID colon div desmit astoni, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 45, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid 26, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, Sid 38, Sid 16, Sid 26, CID colon 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 20, Sid 17, Sid 41, Sid 16, Sid 26, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CED colon triseptini, KID 28, KID 86, KID 88, KID 86, KID 69, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 37, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, CED colon 16 devini, KID 21, KID 17, KID 41, KID 16, KID 26, CID colon 17, CID colon 220. SID 54, SID 68, SID 91, SID 3, SID 54, SID 82, SID 79, SID 82. CID colon 40. SID 69, SID 147, SID 17, SID 17, SID 183. CID colon Divdesmit Astoni, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 183, CID colon 40, CID 169, CID 147, CID 90, CID 38, CID 16, CID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID 41, CID 16, CID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 40, SID 69, SID 23, CID colon 69, CID colon 147, CID colon Divdesmit Astoni, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID 38, CID 16, CID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CED colon 3 SID 69, SID 123, CID colon 69, CID colon 147, CID colon Divdesmit Astoni, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 22, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 20, CID colon 17, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon Seshdesmit Devini, CED colon Divdesmit Astoni, CID colon Trisdesmit Seshi, SID 69, SID 47, SID Gentians 83, SID 83, SID Gentians 83, SID Ancients 83, SID year SID year SID year SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, CED colon 3 SID 28, SID 46, SID 48, SID 46, SID 69, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, CID colon 40, CED colon 3 septini, SID 28, SID 36, SID 22, SID 36, SID 69, SID 69, SID 47, SID 83, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 37, SID 346, SID 3, SID 39, SID 68, SID 89, SID 76, SID 86, SID, 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 CID colon 3 17, SID 28, SID 86, SID 28, SID 86, SID 69, SID 17, SID 220, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 28, Sid 86, Sid 88, Sid 86, Sid 36, Sid 26, Sid 11, Sid 14, Sid 20, Sid 20, Sid 12, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 40, CID 69, CID 147, CID 17, SID 220, SID 177, SID 177, SID 80, SID 17, SID 28, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, SID 69, SID 83, CID colon 370, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 28, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, SID 69, SID 123, CID colon 370, CID colon 183, SID 36, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 20, SID 20, SID 12, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 40, CID 69, CID 47, CID 183, CID colon 183, SID 36, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 20, SID 20, SID 12, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 17, SID 17, SID 21, SID 17, SID 40, SID 36, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 20, SID 20, SID 12, SID 69, SID 147, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 37, SID 17, SID 46, SID 17, SID 10, SID 86, SID 3, SID 47, SID 82, SID 89, SID 72, SID 3, SID 47, SID 88, SID 79, SID 79, SID 68, SID 69, SID 92, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 47, SID 72, SID 68, SID 71, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 72, SID 72, SID 87, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 83, SID 17, SID 3, SID 21, SID 3, CID colon Trisdesmit Astoni, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon Trisdesmit Seshi, SID 69, SID 123, CID colon 69, CID colon 147, CID colon Div Desmit Astoni, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID 42, CID jump 16, CID 26, CID colon 183, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 40, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 20, SID 20, SID 12, SID 69, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, CID colon 40, CID colon 183, SID 38, SID 60, SID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 14, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 20, SID 20, SID 12, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon tres septini, SID 69, SID 123, SID 28, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, CID colon 40, SID 69, SID being 47, SID being 83, SID being 83, SID being 33, SID being 83, CID colon 183, CID colon 40, SID 69, SID 127, SID 123, CID colon 183, SID 40, SID 26, SID 11, SID RT, SID 20, SID 20, SID 12, should gain 3, should gain 83, should gain 3, should gain 93, the SID 83, SID 40, SID 69, SID 147, SID 56, SID 2023, CID colon 183, SID 47, SID 72, SID 68, SID 71, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 72, SID 72, SID 87, SID 39, SID 88, SID 70, SID 78, SID 3, SID 38, SID 85, SID 72, SID 72, SID 78, CID colon Devini, CID colon 6, SID 41, SID 88, SID 86, SID 76, SID 82, SID 81, SID 3, SID 41, SID 88, SID 81, SID 78, SID 3, SID 11, SID 54, SID 68, SID 91, SID 3, SID 9, SID 3, SID 51, SID 76, SID 68, SID 81, SID 82, SID 32, SID 20, SID 19, SID 23, SID 12, SID 84, SID 3, SID 23, SID 90, SID 33, SID 23, CID colon 90, CID colon 81, SID 277, SID 81, SID 33, SID 277, SID 33, SID 277, SID 33, SID 277, SID 33, SID 33, SID 177, SID 69, SID 33, SID 177, SID 33, SID 177, SID 33, SID 77, SID 42, SID 28, SID 33, SID 77, CID colon Devini, CID colon 6, SID 42, SID 28, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 41, SID 28, CID colon 3 Septini, CID colon 6 de Smith Devini, SID 28, SID 36, SID 28, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, CID colon 42, CID colon 28, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, CDRNA1, CD28, CDRNA1, SID6, CDO83, CDO83, CDO3s, CDO3s, SID21, SID28, CED colon Div de Smith Astoni, PED colon Devini, CED colon Therese de Smith Seshi, CID colon 6, CID 38, CID 47, CD 17, CID 17, CID short 77, CID colon 198, SID 177, SID 45, SID 37, SID 16, SID 26, SID 17, SID 87, SID 57, SID 28, SID 40, SID 16, SID 26, SID 77, SID 177, CID colon 167, CID colon 3 de Smith Devini, CID colon 6 Pat Smith, SID 42, SID 26, SID 177, 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 SID 38, SID 147, SID 177, CED colon Devini, CID colon 6, CED 38, CED 47, CED 177, CID colon 198, SID 177, SID 45, KID 37, SID 16, SID 26, KID 17, SID 177, he said 177, he said 198, SID 36, SID 16, SID 26, SID 77, SID 177, CID colon Devin de Smith, SID 39, SID 28, CD 86, CD 88, CD 86, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon Divini, CD colon 3 septini, CD colon 6, Sid 49, Sid 6, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 83, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, Sid 141, Sid 28, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, Sid 30, Sid 16, Sid 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CED colon Devini, CID colon 6, Sid 41, Sid 6, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, Sid 41, Sid 28, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, Sid 40, Sid 16, Sid 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CED colon Devini, CED colon Trisdesmit Astoni, CID colon 6, Sid 38, Sid 47, Sid 177, and CID colon 198, Sid 177, Sid 49, Sid 37, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 17, Sid 177, Sid 77, Sid 98, Sid 40, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 77, Sid 177, CID colon 167, CID colon Trisdesmit Devini, CID colon Seshpadsmit, Sid 42, Sid 226, Sid 177, 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 Sid 38, Sid 147, Sid 177, CID colon Devini, Sid 38, Sid 147, Sid 6, Sid 177, CID colon 198, Sid 177, Sid 40 Symes, Sid 37, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 17, Sid 577, Sid 177, Sid 198, Sid 36, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 77, Sid 177, CID colon Devin de Smith, Sid 39, Sid 28, Sid 36, Sid 38, Sid 36, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, Sid 37, Sid 46, Sid 3, Sid 39, Sid 68, Sid 89, Sid 76, Sid 86, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, Sid 41, Sid 28, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CED colon 3 Seshi, Sid 69, Sid 123, CED colon Div Astoni, CID colon 183, Sid 42, Sid 28, Sid 41, Sid 28, Sid 49, Sid 70, Sid 38, Sid 17, Sid 183, Sid 183, Sid 183, Sid 183, CID colon 183, Contention 77, Contention 77, Contention 77, Contention 78, 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 81, CID colon 177, CID colon 81, CID colon 177, CID 37, CID 16, CID 26, CID 40, CID 16, CID 26, CID 39, CID 16, CID 42, CID 26, CID colon 198, Sid 477, Sid 45, Sid 17, Sid 177, Sid Pure 77, Sid Pure 98, Sid 77, Sid 177, Sid 183, Sid 183, Sid 203, Sid 203, CID colon 183, 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 Sid 17, Sid 17, CID colon 183, 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 Sid 39, Sid 28, Sid 86, Sid 88, Sid 86, CID colon 183, 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 Sid 27, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 40, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 39, Sid 16, Sid 42, Sid 26, CID colon 198, Sid 177, Sid 45, Sid 17, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 98, Sid 77, Sid 177, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 213, CID colon 213, CID colon 183, 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 Sid 39, Sid 88, Sid 7, Sid 78, Sid 3, Sid 38, Sid 85, Sid 72, Sid 72, Sid 78, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 47, Sid 72, Sid 68, Sid 71, Sid 3, Sid 54, Sid 75, Sid 72, Sid 72, Sid 87, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 83, Sid 17, Sid 3, Sid 21, Sid 3, CED colon 3 Smith Devini, Sid 22, Sid 3, Sid 55, Sid 76, Sid 80, Sid 72, Sid 86, Sid 42, Sid 26, CED colon Devini, CED colon 6, Sid 17, Sid 17, Sid 17, Sid 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, Sid 17, Sid 77, Sid 6, CID colon 177, Titan CED colon Devini, CID colon 40, Kid 38, Kid 47, Kid 6, Kid 7, CID colon 198, Sid 97, Sid 45, Sid 37, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 17, Sid 77, Sid 77, Sid 198, Sid 40, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 77, Sid 177, CED colon Devini, CID colon 6, Sid 38, Sid 147, Sid 177, CID colon 198, Sid 177, Sid 45, Sid 37, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 17, Sid 7, Sid 77, Sid 98, Sid 41, Sid 50, Sid 83, Sid 72, Sid 81, Sid 42, Sid 26, Sid 41, Sid 26, CED colon Devini, CID colon 6, Sid 17, Sid 17, CID colon 17, CID colon 213, CID colon 213, CID colon 45, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 42, Sid 53, Sid 72, Sid 43, Sid 72, Sid 68, Sid 87, Sid 3, Sid 9, Sid 3, Sid 41, Sid 68, Sid 71, Sid 72, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid 26, CED colon Devini, CID colon 6, Sid 17, Sid 17, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID 33, CID 178, CID 176, CID 38, CID 26, CID 17, CID 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 81, CID colon 177, CID 17, CID 177, CID 6, CID colon 177, CID 33, CID 178, CID 176, CID colon 38 Devini, CID colon 68, CID 42, CID 26, CID colon 167, CID 177, 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 CID 36, CID 16, CID 26, CID 77, CID 177, CED colon Devinda Smith, CID 39, CID 28, CID 86, CID 88, CID 86, CID colon 183, CID 42, CID 26, CID colon 183, CD colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 17, CID colon 213, CID 38, CID 28, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID 15, CED colon 13 CED colon 10 CID 39, CID 28, CID 86, CID 88, CID 86, CID 23, CID 23, CID 23, CID 23, CID 38, CID 147, CID 77, CID colon 198, CID 77, CID 45, CID 37, CID 16, CID 26, CID 17, CID 177, CID 177, CID 198, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, TID colon 183, SED 41, SAD 0.6, CID colon 213, CID colon 45, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID 42, CID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 198, CID 20, CID 16, CID 26, CID 77, CID 177, CID colon 183, 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 CID 77, CID 77, CID 177, CID 45, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CED colon 3 septini, CID colon 69, CID colon 213, CID 17, CID 177, CID colon 183, CID 39, CID 16, CID 42, CID 26, CID colon 213, CID colon 213, CID colon 183, CID 26, CID 26, CID 26, CID colon 213, CID 17, CID 17, CID 17, CID 17, CID 47, CID 72, CID 68, CID 71, CID 3, CID 54, CID 75, CID 72, CID 72, CID 87, CID 42, CID 85, CID 72, SID 72, SID 81, SID 3, SID 54, SID 68, SID 85, SID 82, SID 81, SID 74, SID 1, SID 69, SID 69, SID 54, SID 79, SID 82, SID 90, SID 3, SID 47, SID 68, SID 87, SID 76, SID 81, SID 3, SID 42, SID 85, SID 82, SID 82, SID 89, SID 72, SID 3, SID 11, SID 84, SID 3, SID 54, SID 92, SID 81, SID 87, SID 75, SID 17, SID 23, SID 23, SID 177, SID 177, SID 69, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 6, SID 32, SID 20, SID 19, SID 19, SID 12, SID 177, SID 177, SID 36, SID 42, SID 16, SID 28, SID 57, SID 72, SID 85, SID 86, SID 72, CID colon 176, KID 77, KID 77, KID 98, KID 77, KID 77, 1, don't go, KID 17, KID 177, SID 39, SID 26, SID 11, SID 16, SID 28, SID 12, SID 18, SID 42, CID colon 177, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, 1, SID 177, SID 177, step, CID colon tries de Smith Devini, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 208, CED colon Sesh de Smith Devini, SID 26, SID 11, SID 16, SID 28, SID 12, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, because I, SID 36, SID 82, SID 18, SID 26, SID 177, want you, SID 177, SID 220, CID colon 176, SID 39, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 28, SID 12, CID colon 176, SID 177, SID 177, SID 17, SID 177, so intense, SID 177, SID 177, lie, SID 42, SID 16, SID 28, CID colon Devin Desmit, SID 42, SID 16, SID 28, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID Beat 76, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, we've been, SID 17, SID 177, SID 39, SID 26, SID 11, SID 16, SID 28, SID 12, SID 18, SID 42, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, apart, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, CID colon 176, SID 42, SID 16, SID 28, CID colon 198, SID 177, so, SID 77, SID 177, SID 220, long, CID colon Trace de Smith Devini, CID colon 208, CED colon Sesh de Smith Devini, SID 26, SID 11, SID 16, SID 28, SID 12, SID 36, SID 82, SID 18, SID 26, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 198, SID 77, SID 177, now, CID colon 220, CID colon 176, SID 39, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 28, SID 12, CID colon 176, CID colon 177, BAB, CID 177, Y, SID 17, SID 177, COM, SID 77, SID 177, 2, SID 42, SID 16, SID 28, SID 90, me. Sid 37, Sid 53, Sid 72, Sid 73, Sid 85, Sid 68, Sid 76, Sid 81, Sid 28, Sid 40, Sid 69, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 176, CID colon 198, Sid 177, Sid 45, Ba. Sid 177, Sid 45, get 17, get 177, get 69, Bion. Sid 17, get GMT7, Sid 177, Sid 120, Sid 45, come, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid 28, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, 2. CID 77, CID 177, CID 220, me, CID colon 40, CID 9, CID 69, CID 69, CID 276, CID colon 60 devini, CID colon divdesmit astoni, CID colon 198, Sid 277, Sid 25, beer, Sid 277, Sid 45, Sid 17, Sid 277, Sid 69, by CD 17, Sid 177, side 177, Sid 220, side 45, come, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid 28, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, 2 is Sid 77, Sid 77, Sid 220, me, City 37, Sid 46, Sid 3, Sid 39, Sid 68, Sid 89, Sid 76, Sid 86, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid 28, CID colon 198, Sid 77, Sid 177, Sid 220, Sid 177, from me, Sid 39, Sid 26, Sid 11, Sid 14, Sid 28, Sid 12, CID colon 153, CID colon 198, Sid 77, City 177, yes, Sid 177, Sid 177, it's time, CID colon 153, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID colon 176, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID colon 176. Sid 42, Sid 85, Sid 72, Sid 72, Sid 81, Sid 3, Sid 54, Sid 68, Sid 85, Sid 82, Sid 81, Sid 74, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 47, Sid 72, Sid 68, Sid 71, Sid 3, Sid 54, Sid 75, Sid 72, Sid 72, Sid 87, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 83, Sid 17, Sid 3, Sid 21, Sid 3, CID colon 40, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 176, CED colon 60 devini, CID colon divdesmit astoni, CID colon 198, Sid 177, Sid 45, Bia, Sid 177, Sid 45, Sid 70, Sid 27, Sid 69, bye. Side mean, side 177, side 177, side 220, side 45, come, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid 28, CID colon 198, hit 177, 2, City 36, City 82, City 18, City 26, City 9, City 69, City 69, City 76, CID colon 198, Sid 77, Sid 177, come, CID colon 177, Sid 177, Sid 177 to me, Sid 39, Sid 26, Sid 11, Sid 014, Sid 28, Sid 012, CID colon 208, CID colon 177 BA, Sid 177, Sid 177. 2. Rap on your green sarong. You won't need makeup, we'll be home alone. We've been apart for so long. Yes, it's time now, baby. Come to me. 3. Your hair, just wear it down. We'll need the moonlight and time alone. We've been apart for so long. Yes, it's time now, baby. Come to me. Kid 77. Kid 197. Kid 220. Me. Sid 42. Sid 16. Sid 28. Sid 90. Bye. CID colon 17. CID colon 220. Sid at 39. Sid at 26. Sid at 11. Sid at 14. Sid at 28. Sid at 12. CID colon 153. CID colon 176. City 47, City 72, City 68, Sid 71, City 3, City 54, Sid 75, Sid 72, Sid 72, Sid 87, Sid 48, Sid 82, Sid 71, Sid 72, Sid 87, Sid 78, Sid E7, Sid 72, Sid 79, Sid 92, Sid 3, Sid E1, Sid 41, Sid San, Sid Viot, Sid colon 34, CID colon 69, CID colon 69. Sid 23, Sid 17, Sid 17, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 23, Sid 17, Sid 177, CED colon 3 desmit seshi, Sid 21, Sid 16, Sid 38, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, CED colon Devin desmit kiss, CID colon 183. Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 37, Sid 69, Sid 17, Sid 177. Man. CID colon 16, CID colon 26, Sid 177, Sid 45, go. CID colon 177, Sid 42, Sid 82, Sid 18, Sid 26, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 183, Sid 183, Sid 183, Sid 183, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 37, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, CID colon 69, CID colon 69, Sid 41, Sid 16, Sid 28, Sid 17, Sid 177. Agreed. Sid 41, Sid 16, Sid 28, CID colon Devin Desmit. Walk, Sid 77, Sid 177. CID colon 220. CID colon 183. Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 37, Sid 69, Sid 17, Sid 177. Literalmente. CID colon 16, CID colon 26, CID 177, CID 45, TL. CID colon 177, Sid 42, Sid 82, Sid 18, Sid 26, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 183, Sid 183, Sid 183, Sid 183, Sid 48, Sid 68, Sid 81, Sid 74, Sid 82, Sid 3, Sid 45, Sid 88, Sid 76, Sid 7, Sid 72. Sid 84, Sid 3, Sid 439, Sid 20, Sid 21, Sid 19, Sid 12, Sid 77, Sid 277, CID colon 176, CID colon 177, CID colon 176, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 176, H77, CID colon 183, 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 Sid 177, juice. CID colon Devin Desmit, CID colon 183, CID colon 183. Side 38. Side 26. Side left. Seed, Sheen, Seed 20, Seed 22, Seed 14, Seed 28, Seed 12, Seed 183, 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 CID colon Devindesmit, CID colon 183, 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 CED colon 183, CID colon 177, TED colon Devindesmit, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, Dance, CID 38, Side 26, Side 11, SID 16, SID 20, SID 22, SID 14, SID 28, SID 12, SID binge 83, SID binge 83, SID binge 83, SID binge 83, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183. CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 37, SID 46, SID 3, SID 39, SID 68, SID 89, SID 76, SID 86, SID 77, SID 177, CID colon 176, CID colon 177, CID colon 176, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, SID 177, SID 9, your CID 17, CID 17, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, Sweet Earthen, CID colon 183, 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 SID 56, SID 81, SID 76, SID 86, SID 82, SID 81, SID 3, SID 47, SID 76, SID 81, SID 72, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, SID 69, SID 177, SID 177, and yes, sometimes I. CID colon 177, CID colon 81, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, get, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CAD colon 177, your CID colon 183, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 162, CID colon 45 has got its own, CID colon 183, 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 SID 56, SID 81, SID 76, SID 86, SID 82, SID 81, SID 3, SID 47, SID 76, SID 81, SID 72, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, and yes, sometimes I. CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, get, SID 48, SID 68, SID 81, SID 74, SID 82, SID 3, SID 45, SID 88, SID 76, SID 70, SID 72, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 47, SID 72, SID 68, SID 71, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 72, SID 72, SID 87, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 83, SID 17, SID 3, SID 21, SID 3, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 41, SID 16, SID 28, SID 17, SID 177. Jazz, SID 77, SID 177, SID 220. Widener, SID 38, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69. CID colon 3 SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 90, SID 16, SID 28. CID colon 183, face, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69. SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, SID 18, SID 37, SID 17, SID 177. Dusk, CID colon 6 Devini, SID 177, SID 2220, SID 45, SID 41, SID 62, SID 16, SID 26, SID 18, SID 37, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 173, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 69, CID colon 69, SID 41, SID 16, SID 28, SID 17, SID 177. Greed, SID 77, SID 127, CID colon 220, CID colon 183, 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 SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, SID 183, CID colon 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 3 de Smith Devini, SID 16C, SID 1503, CID colon div de Smith Seshi, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID 40, SID 69, SID 17, SID 177, CID colon div de Smith Astoni, Quenti LY Husk, CID 42, CID 82, CID 18, CID 26, CID 183, CID 183, CID 183, CID 183, CID colon 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 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, Boti, CID 177, CID 220, CID 45, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 56, SID 81, SID 76, SID 86, SID 82, SID 81, SID 3, SID 47, SID 76, SID 81, SID 72, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, and yes, sometimes CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 183, 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 CID colon 177, your CID colon 177, CID colon 183, CID colon 177, get CID colon 183, SID 47, SID 72, SID 68, SID 71, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 72, SID 72, SID 87, SID 58, SID 75, SID 68, SID 87, SID 3, SID 42, SID 82, SID 72, SID 86, SID 3, SID 36, SID 85, SID 82, SID 88, SID 81, SID 71, SID 37, SID 46, SID 3, SID 39, SID 68, SID 89, SID 76, SID 86, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 23, SID 23, SID 48, SID 82, SID 71, SID 72, SID 85, SID 68, SID 87, SID 72, SID 79, SID 92, SID 3, SID 11, SID 32, SID 20, SID 21, SID 19, SID 12, SID 84, SID 3, SID 51, SID 76, SID 68, SID 81, SID 82, SID 4, CID colon div de Smith viens, SID 69, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, CID colon 177, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, SID 77, SID 77, SID 77, SID 77, SID 77, CID colon 177, SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, SID 17, SID 177, SID 177, SID 45, SID 177, SID 45, SID 17, SID 177, SID 37, SID 17, SID 177, CID colon 6 de Smith Devini, CED colon div de Smith Seshi, CED colon 17, CED colon 220, CID colon div de Smith Viens, CID colon 40, Kiddo 69, Kiddo 177, Kiddo 177, Kiddo 177, Kiddo 177, Kiddo 177, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 36, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon div de Smith Viens, CID colon 40, CD 69, C 69, C 28, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, here I, CID colon 177, SID 77, SID 77, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 208, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177 with SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 177. SID 17, SID 177, SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, not a hole. SID 177, SID 45, CD 177 lot, CID 177, CID 45, CID colon 177, 2, SID 17, SID 177, CID 37, CID 17, CID 177, CID colon 6 de Smith Devini, CID colon div de Smith Seshi, CID colon 3 Septini, CID colon 6 de Smith Devini, SID 26, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, SID 177, SID 177, SID 220, do. CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID colon 317, CID colon 6 de Smith Devini, CID colon div de Smith Seshi, CID colon 176, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 40, SID 69, SID 69, SID 28, CID colon div de Smith vient, SID Muslims in tears, SID 177, SID 177, our flow, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, SID 177, SID 177, SID 220, ing, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, B, SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, SID 17, SID 177. Cause. CD 77, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177. I'm thinking CID colon 177 of CID colon trays septini, kid 69, kid 17, kid 220. U. SID 26, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, SID 37, CED colon 6 de Smith Devini, CID colon div de Smith Seshi, CID colon 176, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 40, SID 69, SID 0.76, CID colon 6 de Smith Devini, CID colon div de Smith Viens, SID 198, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, I see you in A, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 220, Dream, CID colon 176. SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, SID 11, CID colon divped Smith, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177. Reach for you and your. CID colon tridzet sedum, SID 26, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, SID 37, SID 69, SID 177, SID 177, SID 220, gone. CED colon 6 de Smith Devini, CED colon div de Smith Seshi, CID colon 176, CID 9. CID 169, CID 69, CID 37, CID 9, CID 69, CID 69, CED colon 40, CED colon 6 de Smith Devini, CED colon div de Smith Viens, SID 69, SID 176, CED colon 3 de Smith Seshi, CID colon 69, CID colon 147, SID 69, SID 176, SID 11, SID 13, SID 53, SID 17, SID 54, SID 17, SID 12, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, SID 77, SID 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177. CID colon 177. I wonder when. CID colon 176. SID 177. SID 177. SID 45. Say. SID 177. SID 45. Hell. SID 177. SID 177. SID 177. SID 177. Low. CID colon 198. CID colon 176. SID 177. SID 45. CID colon 177. CID colon 177. CID colon 177. This nightmare will. SID 42. SID 16. SID 26. CID colon 198. SID 77. SID 177. And CID colon 177. U. CID colon 176. C. CID colon 177. B. SID 198. SID 177. Say. SID 41. SID 16. SID 26. CID colon Devin Desmit. O. CID 77. SID 177. Good. CID colon 3 Septini. SID 69. SID 220. SID 26. SID 86. SID 88. SID 86. SID 36. SID 26. SID 11. SID 14. SID 20. SID 20. SID 12. CID colon 208. SID 42. SID 82. SID 31. SID 26. SID 7. SID 39. SID 69. Ver. SID 38. SID 26. SID 177. SID 177. SID 45. By. SID 77. SID 177. CID colon 177. CID colon 176. SID 69. SID 69. CED colon 3 desmit seshi. SID 69. SID 276. CID colon 69. CID colon 147. CID colon 198. CED colon septin desmit septini. CED colon simt septin desmit septini. Pirmais. SID 177. SID 177. SID 177. SID 177. Open my heart. CID colon 177. SID 177. SID 177. SID 177. To you. SID 177. SID 177. And you. SID 42. SID 16. SID 26. SID 177. SID 69. Tell me. SID 177. SID 177. CID colon 176. SID 198. SID 77. SID 177. A. SID 42. KID age 2. SID 18. SID 26. SID 18. SID 39. SID 69. SID 177. SID 69. SID 177. SID 177. SID 177. Lie. KID 38. KID 26. CID colon 208. SID 58, SID 75, SID 68, SID 87, SID 3, SID 42, SID 82, SID 72, SID 86, SID 3, SID 36, SID 85, SID 82, SID 88, SID 81, SID 71, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 47, SID 72, SID 68, SID 71, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 72, SID 72, SID 37, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 83, SID 17, SID 3, SID 21, SID 3, CID colon 3 desmit seshi. SID 69, SID 147, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 176, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, I'll tell, SID 177, SID 177, you this, CID colon 176, CID colon 220. And CID colon 177. It's CID 42, CID 16, CID 26. CID 177, some. CID 177, CID colon 220, thing. CID 177, CID 177, something. ID 38, KID 26, CID colon 17, CID colon 220. Sound. CID colon 176, CID 9, CID 69, CID 69. CID 41, CID 16, CID 26, CID colon 69, CID colon 208, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, CID 77, CID 177, what? CID colon 317, CED colon 6 devini, CID 28, CID 86, CID 88, CID 86, CID 177 goes, CID 220, CID 177 around. CID 177, CID 77 comes a CID 42, CID 82, CID 18, CID 26, CID 18, CID 39, CID 77, CID 45, round. CID 17, CID 177, CID colon 6 devini, CID colon 220, CID 38, CID 26, CID colon 220, CID colon 208, CID 9, CID 69, CID 69, CID 41, CID 16, CID 26, CID colon 69, CID colon 208, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, CD 77, CD 177 what? CED colon 3 septini, CID 28, CID 86, CID 88, CID 86, CID 69, CID 177, CID 220, CID 177 goes around. CID 177, CID 177 comes a CID colon 40. CED colon 6 devini, CED colon div viens, round. CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CD 38, CD 16, CD 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID 9, CID 69, CID 69, CID 38, CID 9, CID 69, CID 69, CID 41, CID 16, CID 26, CID 69, CID 183, CID 183, CID 183, CID 183, CID colon 40, CID 69, CID 68, CID 68, CED colon div viens. CID 77, CID 27, CID constant CID People, CED colon div seshi, CED colon 13 septini. Kilo 69, Kilo 133, Kilo 183, Kilo 183, Kilo 183, CED colon div vient, CID colon 40. CID 69, CID 183, CID 183, CID 183, CID 183, CID 38, CID 16, CID 26, Jimmy 83, Jimmy R3, Jimmy 83, G 33, CID 481, CID 16, CID 26, CID colon div seshi, CID colon 3 septini, CID 69, CID 1183, CID 1183, CID 1183, CID 1183, spoken, listen, CID 77, CID 177, say. CID 38, CID 16, CID 26, CID colon 177, CID 177, CID 177, CID 176, CID colon 177. There's no use. SID 177, SID 177 in try. SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177 in to make. SID 177, SID 177, CID colon 177, SID 8 177 it with you. CID colon tries septini. SID 26, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, SID 37, CID colon 69, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID colon sesh de smit divini, CID colon div de smit seshi, CID colon 176, CID colon 40, SHID 9, SHID 69, SHID 69, SHID 69, SHID 176, CID colon sesh de smit divini, CID colon div de smit viens, CID colon 198, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 77, SID 177. And if I did, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, CID 177, CID 45, CID colon 177, I'd just be SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, CID colon 177. Anoth, CID 41, CID 16, SID 26, SID 177, SID 177, SID 45. SID 77, SID 177. 1, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177. Of your CID colon tries septini, SID 26, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, SID 37, SID 869, SID 8177, CID colon 220. Fools. CED colon sej de smit divini, CID colon div de smit seshi, CID colon 176, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 40, SID 69, SID here in 76, CID colon sej de smit divini, CID colon div de smit viens, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, CID colon 177, SID 77, SID 177, I wonder, SID 177, SID 45. If Kid 38, Kid 16, Kid 26, CID colon 208, CID colon 198, Kid 77, SID B177, SID 77, SID 45, you will owe SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, SID 177, SID 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177. Pen your eyes. SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, and SID 26, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, CID colon 3 septini, SID 69, SID 177, SID 177, SID 220, C, CID colon 3 septini, CID colon 6 de smit divini, CID colon div de smit seshi, CID colon 176, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 39, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 40, SID 69, SID 69, SID 208, CID colon div de smit viens, CID colon 3 de smit seshi, CID colon 69, CID colon 147, SID 69, SID 176, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, Sid on 77, Sid 40 CID colon 177, Sid 177, Sid 45. I've been give, Sid 177, 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 ing you all the love. CID colon 177. I'm Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177. Say Helcher. Low. CID 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 176, CID colon 176, Sid 177, Sid 177, and you. CID colon div dismit DV, Sid 41, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 45. I. CID 42, CID 16, CID 26, CID colon 208, CID 77, CID 177, have. CID colon 198, CID 36, CID 26, CID 11, CID 14, CID 20, CID 20, CID 12, CID 26, CID 86, CID 88, CID 86, CED colon 3 septini, CID 69, CID 177, CID 177, CID 177, CID 177, CID 177, CID 38, CID 26, CID colon 176, CID 177, CID 177, CID 177, CID 177, inside of me. CID 42, CID 82, CID 18, CID 26, CID 18, CID 39, CID 69, CID 177, CID 177, CID 177, CID 17, CID 177, CID 17, CID 177, CID 177, CID 177. Say goodbye. CID 58, CID 75, CID 68, CID 87, CID 3, CID 42, CID 82, CID 72, CID 86, CID 3, CID 36, CID 85, CID 82, CID 88, CID 81, CID 71, CID 3, CID 3, CID 3, CID 3, CID 3, CID 47, CID 72, CID 60, CID 71, CID 3, CID 54, CID 75, CID 72, CID 72, CID 37, CID 3, CID 3, CID 3, CID 3, CID 3, CID 83, CID 17, CID 3, CID 22, CID 3, CED colon 3 desmit seshi, CID 69, CID 147, CID 9, CID 69, CID 69, CID 69, CID 176, CID colon 198, CED colon septin desmit septini, CED colon sim septin desmit septini, pirmais, CID 177, CID 177, CID 177, CID 177, up in my heart. CID 177, CID 177, CID 45. 2. CID 177, CID 198, CID 45, U, CID 9, CID turn 69, CID 69, CID colon 3 dismit seshi, CID colon 69, CID colon 176, CID colon 69, CID colon 147, CID colon 198, CID 77, CID 177, CID 177, I'll tell. CID 177, CID 177, you this. CID colon div dismit divi. CID 176, CID 177, CID 177. And CID was set in CID 177, CID 9, CID 69, CID 69, CID 41, CID 16, CID 26, CID colon 69, CID colon 208, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, CID 77, CID 177. What? CID colon triseptini, CID colon 60 devini, SID 28, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, SID 177, goes. SID 220, SID 177, around. SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 208, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, what? CED colon 3 septini, CID colon 60 devini. SID 28, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, goes around. A CID colon 176, SID 40, SID 42, SID 88, SID 76, SID 87, SID 68, SID 85, SID 3, SID 54, SID 82, SID 79, SID 82, SID 38, SID 16, SID 38, SID 16, SID 18, SID 37, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 183, CID colon 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 183, CED colon 183, SID 491, SID 16, SID 26, SID 69, SID 123, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 37, SID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CED colon 3 septini, SID 69, SID 2083, CED colon 10 CID colon 30 astoni, CID colon 16, SID 38, SID 6, SID 18, SID 37, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 183, CID colon 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 183, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 21, SID 16, SID 26, SID 69, SID 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183. CID colon 3 septini, SID 16, SID 3, SID 28, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 177, SID 69, SID 201, SID 177, SID 177, SID 45, and you tell SID 42, SID 16, SID 26, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 176. Me, CID colon 176, SID 177, SID 177, a lie, SID 42, SID 82, SID 115, SID 26, SID 18, SID 39, SID 38, SID 26, Side 69, Side 177, Side 177, Side 177, Side 208, SID 42, SID 16, SID 26, SID 38, SID 26, SID 177, SID 45, it's SID 177, some, SID 177, the Kitty 177 thing, CID colon 176, SID 177, SID 177, something, CID colon 177, CID colon 220, sound, CID colon 176, SID 42, SID 82, SID 18, SID 26, SID 18, SID 39, CED colon 60 devini. City 38, City 26, Cid 177, Cid 177 comes A, Cid 177, Cid 45 round, Cid 17, Cid 177, CID colon 220, CID colon 220, CID colon 208, CED colon divi, CID colon 40. CID colon 60 devini, CID colon viens, Cid 39, Cid 82, Cid 18, Cid 26, Cid 42, Cid 26, Cid 177 comes, Cid 177 A, CID colon 220 around, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183. CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, Cid 38, Cid 16, Cid 18, Cid 37, CID colon 183, Cid 69, Cid 133, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, Cid 36, Cid 21, Cid 21, Cid 26, CID colon 183, 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 CID colon 40, CID 69, CID 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, Cid 39, Cid 82, Cid 18, Cid 26, Cid 18, Cid 42, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, Cid 42, Cid 26, Cid 11, Cid 16, Cid 28, Cid 12, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID 38, CID 60, CID 8, CID 37, CID colon 183, CID 69, CID 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID 36, CID 22, CID 18, CID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon divdesmit divi, CED colon divdesmit divi, CID 36, CID 26, CID I11, CID parin, CID dwing, CID dwing, CID 12, Cid 72, Cid 81, Cid 71, Cid 3, Cid 86, Cid 82, Cid 79, Cid 82, CID colon 33, CID colon divi simci 3 smit, Cid 33, Cid 13, CID colon 3 smit 3, CID colon divi simci 3 smit, Cid 33, Cid change on train, CID colon 3 desmitris, CID colon divisimci 3 smit, Cid 33, Cid 33, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, HAD colon 183, Cid 58, Cid 75, Cid 68, Cid 87, Cid 3, Cid 42, Cid 82, Cid 72, Cid 86, Cid 3, Cid 36, Cid 85, Cid 82, Cid 88, Cid 81, Cid 71, Cid 3, Cid 3, Cid 3, Cid 3, Cid 3, Cid 47, Cid 72, Cid 68, Cid 71, Cid 3, Cid 54, Cid 75, Cid 72, Cid 72, Cid 87, Cid 3, Cid 3, Cid 3, Cid 3, Cid 3, Cid 83, Cid 17, Cid 3, Cid 23, Cid 3, CID colon 40 viens, CID colon 30 seshi, Cid 69, Cid 147, Cid 9, Cid 69, Cid 69, Cid 69, Cid 176, CID colon 177, I, CID 177, say, Cid 177, Sid 177, Lo Hell, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, City 177, Sid 177, and you, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid 26, CID colon 220, Sid 77, Sid 177, Sid 177, say, Sid 77, Sid 177, good. Sid 42, Sid 82, Sid 18, Sid 26, Sid 18, Sid 39, CID colon 60 Davini, Sid Windsor 77, Sid 77, Sid Windsor 77, Sid 220, by Sid 38, Sid 26, CID colon 176, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, CED colon 30 Seshi, Sid 69, Sid 76, CID colon 69, CID colon 147, CID colon 198, CID colon septindesmit septini, CID colon septindesmit septini, Pirmais, Sid 477, Sid 477, Sid 177, Sid 177, Up in my heart, CD 177, CAD 177, CAD 45, 2, Sid 177, Sid 198, Sid 45, U, Sid 177, Sid 69, Sid 201, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 45, and you tell, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 176. Me, CID colon 176, Sid 177, Sid 177, a lie. City 42, City 82, City 18, City 26, City 18, City 39, Sid 38, Sid 26, Sid 69, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 28, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, CED colon 3 desmit seshi. And Sid Boy 69, Sid Boy 76, CID colon 69, can CID colon 147, CID colon 198, Sid 77, Sid 177, Sid 177, I'll tell, Sid 177, Sid 177, you this, you CID colon divdis me divi, Shitty 176, Shitty 177, Shitty 177, and Sid 17, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 45, it's Sid 42, Sid 116, Sid 26, Sid 177 some, Sid 177, CI 177 thing, CID colon 176, Sid 177, Sid 177 something, Sid 38, Sid 26, CID colon 177, the CID colon 220 sound, CID colon 176, CD 41, CD 16, CD 26, CD 9, CD 69, CD 69, CD 69, CD 2008, SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 69, CID colon 208, SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 6 desmit devini, SID 17, SID 177, SID 41, SID 16, SID 26, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 6 desmit devini, SID 17, SID 177, CID colon 176, SID 177, SID 49, CID colon 176, SID 177, SID 40 Sime, SID 177, SID 45, CID colon 198, CID colon 3 septini, CID colon 60 devini, SID 28, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, what? SID 177 goes. SID 220, SID 177 around. CID colon 3 septini, CID colon 60 devini, SID 28, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, SID 77, SID 177. What? SID 177, SID 177 goes around. CID colon 177, CID colon 176, SID 17, SID 177, SID 37, SID 17, SID 177, SID 28, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, SID 69, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, SID 177, SID 45, SID 17, SID 177, SID 37, SID 17, SID 177, SID 42, SID 82, SID 18, SID 26, SID 18, SID 39, so SID 177, so SID 45, round, SID 17, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, comes a SID 42, SID 21, SID 40, KID 69, SID 51, SID 76, SID 68, SID 81, SID 82, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 90 round, CID colon divdus mit divi, CD 177, CD 177 comes A, CD 21, CID colon 40, SQ to 69, KID 177, to 177, to 177, to 177, to 177, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID colon 60 devini, SID 177, SID 40, SID 69, SID 147, SID 56, SID 95, CID colon 220. CID colon 177, SID 25, SID 28, SID 38, SID 26, CID colon 220, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, CID colon 208, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, SID 47, SID 22, SID 68, SID 71, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 22, SID 77, SID 27, SID 43, SID 68, SID 83, SID 83, SID 92, SID 3, SID 51, SID 72, SID 82, SID 83, SID 79, SID 72, SID 3, SID 11, SID 49, SID 82, SID 82, SID 81, SID 3, SID 39, SID 68, SID 92, SID 3, SID 37, SID 79, SID 88, SID 72, SID 86, SID 12, SID 37, SID 79, SID 88, SID 72, SID 86, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 88, SID 73, SID 73, SID 79, SID 72, SID 3, SID 11, SID 32, SID 20, SID 21, SID 19, SID 12, SID 84, SID 3, SID 42, SID 26, SID 38, SID 26, SID 42, SID 26, CED colon devini, CED colon 6, SID 23, SID 23, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, SID 17, SID 17, SID 176, SID 90, Sid 177, Sid 69, Sid 177, por mais rapaz pelo play, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, CID colon 176. Sid 177, Sid 167, Sid 177, Love the Noon. Sid 177, Sid 177, Day Blues. CID colon Devin DeSmeet. Sid 38, Sid 26, Sid 42, Sid 26, CID colon Divini. CID colon 6, CID colon 176, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 69, Hap Pi Peo, Sid 1177, Play, CID colon 177, CID colon 176, CID colon 177, Sid 17, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 69, Sid 177, Love the Noon, Sid 177, Day, Sid 177, Sid 177, Blues, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID 39, CID 26, CID 38, CID 26, CID 42, CID 26, CID colon 40, CID colon 26, CID colon Devini, CID colon 6, CID colon 176, CID 27, CID 27, CID 77, Hap Pi Peo Play, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 176, CID colon 177, Love, City 177, City 177, Sid 69, The Noon, CID 177, Day, ECD 177, Blues, CID colon Devin DeSmit. 2. Rich people love the noonday blues. Rich people love the noonday blues. Rich people love the noonday blues. 3. Poor people love the noonday blues. Poor people love the noonday blues. Poor people love the noonday blues. 3. Everybody loves the noonday blues. Everybody loves the noonday blues. Happy, rich, poor. Everybody loves the noonday blues. CID colon tries de Smith Seshi. CID colon div de Smith Seshi. Sid 37, Sid 46, Sid 3, Sid 39, Sid 68, Sid 89, Sid 76, Sid 86, CID colon 153, CID colon 153. Sid 39, Sid 28, Sid 86, Sid 88, Sid 86, CID colon 153, Sid 17, Sid 17. Sid 47, Sid 72, Sid 68, Sid 71, Sid 3, Sid 54, Sid 75, Sid 72, Sid 72, Sid 87, Sid 48, Sid 68, Sid 74, Sid 76, Sid 70, Sid 3, Sid 51, Sid 72, Sid 68, Sid 81, Sid 88, Sid 87, Sid 3, Sid 42, Sid 68, Sid 79, Sid 79, Sid 72, Sid 85, Sid 92, Sid 58, Sid 82, Sid 85, Sid 71, Sid 86, Sid 3, Sid 68, Sid 81, Sid 71, Sid 3, Sid 48, Sid 88, Sid 86, Sid 76, Sid 70, Sid 3, Sid 69, Sid 92, Sid 3, Sid 37, Sid 92, Sid 85, Sid 82, Sid 81, Sid 3, Sid 11, Sid 37, Sid 46, Sid 12, Sid 3, Sid 39, Sid 68, Sid 89, Sid 76, Sid 86. Sid 51, Sid 79, Sid 68, Sid 92, Sid 73, Sid 88, Sid 79, Sid 79, Sid 92, Sid 3, Sid 11, Sid 17, Sid 84, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid 18, Sid 38, Sid 3, Sid 139, Sid 25, Sid 25, Sid 12, Sid 36, Sid 16, Sid 18, Sid 38, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid CG, Sid 38, Sid 36, Sid 6, Sid 18, Sid 38, Sid 25, Sid 176, Sid 217, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 27, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, CID colon 177. I've seen CID:176, CID:17, CID:177, CID:177, Magi, CID:177, calcium, SID:177, SID:177, SID:45, Peuple, SID:17, SID:177, CID:198, CID:198, CID:177, SID:177, CID:177. In Magister, CID:177, I, CID:177, calcium, SID:42, SID:16, SID:18, SID:38, C36, SID:16, SID:18, SID:38, SID:39, SID:26, SID:11, SID:14, SID:28, SID:12, SID:42, SID:16, SID:28, SID:77, SID:77, SID:9, SID:69, SID:45. Places, good 277, good 198, good 198, good 45, CID:198, CID:198, SID Shemeren, SID:177, CID:177, with magazine, CID:177, I, CID:177, calcium, CID:177, FAC, CID:177, IS, CID:177, CID:177, and MAG, CID:177, I, CID:177, calcium, CID:177, smiles, CID:77, CID:177, CD:72, CD:177, CD:39, CD:26, CD:11, CD:14, CD:28, CD:12, CD:42, CD:16, CD:28, CD:39, CD:26, CD:11, CD:13, CD:28, CD:12, CD:42, CD:16, CD:28, CID: Devini, CID: Smith Devini, CID: 153, CID: 198, CID: 198, CID:77, CID:177, CID: 177, they're sweet, CID: 177, CID: 177, and there, CID:17, CID:177, kind, CID: 176, CID: 17, CID: 198, CID: 198, CID: 177, CID: 177, CID: 177, and they're all CID: 177, CID: 177. Friends of CID: Devini, CID: Smith Devini, CID:39, CID:26, CID:11, CID:14, CID:28, CID:12, CID:17, CID:177. Mine, CID: 176, CID: 17, CID:42, CID:16, CID:28, CID: 176, CID: 17, CID:177, dwell, CID:177, errors, CID:177, CID:177, of the Kid 38, Sid 14, Kid 177, Mag, CID colon 177, IC was CID colon 198, CID colon 177, P, CID colon 177, Nut, Kid 177, Kid 177, Gol R, CID colon Chetresmith Viens, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, Y, Side 38, Sid 14, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 176, Sid 17, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, Sid 198. They've got City 36, City 16, City 18, City 38, CID colon 176, CID colon 17, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, COM Fort 4, CD 42, SEED 16, SEED 18, SEED 38, SID 77, SID 177, SID 45, SOAR row, go to 177, go to 198, go to 198, go to 45, SID 36, SID 16, SID 18, SID 38, CID colon 176, CID colon 17, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, and swears for CED colon Divdismit tries SID 177, 2, SID 42, SID 16, SID 18, SID 38, SID 177, SID 177, SID 9, SID 69, SID 45, more row, CID colon 177, CID colon 198, SID 36, SID 16, SID 18, SID 38, SID 1998, SID 1998, CID colon 177, SID 77, SID 177, they E, CID colon 177, then makes SID 39, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 28, SID 12, CID colon 177, all. CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, SID 177, your dreams and wish, CID colon Divdesmit Tris, CID colon 177, S, SID 177, come, SID 42, SID 16, SID 28, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177. True. CAD 17, CAD 177. By Day Publishing LLC. CAD 48, CAD 68, CAD 74, CID 76, CID 70, CID 3, CID 51, CID 72, CID 68, CID 81, CID 88, CID 87, CID 3, CID 42, CID 68, CID 79, CID 79, CID 72, CID 85, CID 92, CID 3, CID 3, CID 3, CID 3, CID 3, CID 47, CID 72, CID 68, SID 71, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 72, SID 72, SID 87, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 83, SID 17, SID 3, SID 21, SID 3, SID 39, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 28, SID 12, SID 42, SID 16, SID 28, SID 9, SID 69, SID 176, SID 17, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 176, CID colon 17, CID colon 177, CID colon 177. They use Honai, CID colon Divini, CID colon Seshtasmit Divini, SID 39, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 28, SID 12, SID 77, SID 177, SID 17, SID 77, SID 77, SID 177, SID 198, SID 42, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 176, CID colon 17, CID colon 177, CED colon divdesmitris, CD 177, CD 177, CID colon 177, funny, playing in the, CID colon 177, 4, SID 38, SID 14, SID 177, Magister, KID 39, KID 26, KID 11, KID 14, KID 28, KID 12, SID 177, SID 177, SID 198, SID 176, SID 17, Mon A, CID colon 177, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, IC, P, CID 42, CID 16, CID 28, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, SID 177, SID 177, Nut Gall Air, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, SID 41, SID 76, SID 81, SID 72, SID 41, and CID colon 17, CID colon 220, or Y, CID colon 177, EV, CED colon vienuolica, CED colon 177, CID colon 177, Rye things, CID colon tries Smith Astoni, CID colon Chetpad Smith, CID colon Divpad Smith, CID colon 153, SID 47, SID 72, SID 68, SID 71, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 72, SID 72, SID 87, SID 51, SID 68, SID 79, SID 68, SID 70, SID 72, SID 3, SID 82, SID 73, SID 3, SID 39, SID 72, SID 86, SID 76, SID 85, SID 72, SID 58, SID 82, SID 85, SID 71, SID 86, SID 3, SID 68, SID 81, SID 71, SID 3, SID 48, SID 88, SID 86, SID 76, SID 70, SID 3, SID 69, SID 92, SID 3, SID 37, SID 92, SID 85, SID 82, SID 81, SID 3, SID 11, SID 37, SID 46, SID 12, SID 3, SID 39, SID 68, SID 89, SID 76, SID 86, SID 37, SID 82, SID 86, SID 86, SID 68, SID 3, SID 49, SID 82, SID 89, SID 68, SID 3, SID 11, SID 23s, SID 9, SID 23s, SID 39, SID 447, SID 483, CID colon 183, SID 84, SID 3, SID 139, SID 20s, SID 21, SID 19, SID 12, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 40, SID 69, SID 87, SID 83, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 39, SID 147, SID 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 40, CI 69, CID 147, SID 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CED colon 36, SID 39, SID 147, SID 77, SID 9, Sid 198, Sid 177, Sid 6, Sid 177, Sid 177. When I see CD 77, Sid 177, CID colon 177, City 77, City 77, Soft Moon, Side H 42, Side H 16, Side 26, Sid 17, Sid 177, Sid 77, Side 177, Light, Sid 38, Sid 28, Sid 17, Sid 77, Sid 77, Sid 177. Shine, Kid 41, Sid 147, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 176. On your eyes, I'm. CID colon 3 desmitseshi, CID colon div desmitseshi, CID colon 198, CD 77, CD 77, CD 198, CD 176, SID 177, SID 6, SID 45, SID Wine 77, SID Wine 77, Hypnotized, SID 39, SID 147, SID 77, SID 9, SID 198, SID 177, SID 6, SID 177, SID 177, and the frack, CID 77, SID 177, CID colon 177, Les, CID 77, SID 177, SID 69, on CID 42, CID 16, CID 26, SID 77, SID 177, CID colon 177, your City 77, City 177, Face, Kid 38, Kid 28, CID colon 177, CID colon 198, SID 177, SID 177, Dance, SID 41, SID 147, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, Like, SID 77, Kid 177, CID colon 177, Stars, CID colon 176, CID colon 3 desmitseshi, CID colon div desmitseshi, CED colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, SID 198, SID 176, SID 177, SID 6, SID 45, SID 177, SID 177, Hung in Space, CID 36, CID 16, CID 26, CID 39, CID 28, CID 36, SID 16, SID 26, SID 39, SID 28, QD colon Devini, QD colon Sims, Devin de Smith Astoni, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, Your Sen Ual, CID 177, CID 177, CID 6, AGOG, CD 177, CD 177, CD 177, CD 177, CD 177, Ra Phi does, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 6, SID 7, SID being 7, and Fizz I, Olagi Call things. SID 777, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177. To me, my CID colon 176, SID 42, SID 16, SID 26, SID 38, SID 28, SID 42, SID 16, SID 26, SID 38, SID 28, CID colon div de Smith divi, CID colon devini, CID colon simts septindesmit seshi, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, KID 177, SID 189, SID 107, Rea son able. SID 11, SID 177, log. SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, IC. SID 77, SID 177, fails, SID 107, SID 177, SID 177, when CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, SID 177, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, my common sans S, SID 77, SID 177, con, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, SID 77, SID 177, vince them to X, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 41, SID 147, SID 9, SID 17, SID 220, Plore, SID 177, U, SID 36, SID 26, SID 17, SID 178, SID 176, SID 17, SID 223, SID 198, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, my pal Ace of D, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon triseptini, SID 39, SID 16, SID 26, SID 177, SID 177, sire, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, SID 42, CID 26, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, SID 177, SID 77, SID 177, SID 177, your chambers I, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, add CED colon div de Smith seshi, CED colon tris septini, SID 69, SID 9, SID beams 177, SID beams 177, SID 220, Meyer, CID colon 176, CED colon tris de Smith seshi, CED colon div de Smith seshi, CID colon 176, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, you're my pal Ace of D, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID 36, CD 16, CD 26, SID 17, SID 177, sire, KID 77 or KID 77, KID 220, CID 39, CID 26, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, KID 77, KID 277, KID 277, KID 277, your meisterized take me, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, By Day Publishing LLC, CID 51, CID 68, SID 79, CID 68, SID 70, SID 72, SID 3, SID 82, Sid 73, Sid 3, Sid 39, Sid 72, Sid 86, Sid 76, Sid 85, Sid 72, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 47, Sid 72, Sid 68, Sid 71, Sid 3, Sid 54, Sid 75, Sid 72, Sid 72, Sid 87, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 3, Sid 83, Sid 17, Sid 3, Sid 21, Sid 3, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 9, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 69, high ER, CID colon 220, CID colon 176, CED colon 3 desmit devini, CED colon 208, CID colon 6 desmit devini, CID colon div desmit astoni, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, Palace of D, CID colon 40, CED colon 6 desmit devini, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, Sire, CID colon 220, CID colon 176, CID colon 3 CID colon 69, CID colon 176, CID colon div desmit seshi, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, SID 77, SID 177, SID 69. Your chamber's eye, CID colon 177, Ivory, CID 37, CID 26, SID 9, SID 177, SID 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, Mire, CID colon 220, CID colon 176, CID colon 3 septini, CID colon 176, CID colon 6 desmit devini, CID colon div desmit seshi, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, you're my pal Ace of D, CID colon 177, CID colon 3 septini, SID 16, SID 26, SID 69, SID 17, SID 177, SID 69, SID 77, SID 69, SID 45. Sire, CID colon 220, CID colon 40, CID colon 176, CAD colon 6 desmit devini, CID colon div desmit astoni, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, SID 77, SID 69, SID 45, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, CID colon 177, CID colon 69. Your Meisterized take me, CID colon devini, CID colon 3 desmit seshi, SID 16, SID 26, SID 69, SID 77, SID 69, SID 177, SID 69, high air, CID colon 220, CID colon 176, SID 39, SID 26, SID 17, SID 178, SID 208, CID colon 17, CID colon 223, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 6, Paul Ace of the CED colon tras de Smith Astoni, CID 17, CID 17, CID 40, CID 16, CID 26, CID 177, CID 177, CID 220, Sire, CID colon 176, CID colon 36, CID colon 28, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, SID 77, SID 177. Your cham bears I. CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 6, Eddie, CID 38, CID 28, CID 37, SID 28, SID 37, SID 16, SID 26, SID 40, SID 26, SID 9, SID 77, SID 177, SID 220, Mire, CID colon 176, CID colon 176, CID colon 177, 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 CID colon 6. You're my pal Ace of D, SID 17, SID 177. Sire, CID 177, SID 220, SID I-45, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, SID 177, SID 45, CID colon 177, CID colon 177. Your minds to rise take me. CID colon 177, CD 36, SID 16, SID 26, SID 39, SID 28, CID colon 40, CID colon 6 Smith Devini, CID colon Div Smith Astoni, CID colon Devini, SID 177, SID 17, SID 220, High Air, CID colon 176, CID colon 208, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 6, CID 9, CID 69, CID 69, CID colon 3 de Smith Seshi, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 41, CID colon 16, CID 17, CID 17, CID 177, CID 177, CID 177, no chain, CID colon 208, CID colon 3 de Smith Devini, CID colon 176, CID colon 6 de Smith Devini, CID colon Div de Smith Astoni, CID colon 198, CID 38, CID 28, CID colon Div de Smith Divi, CID 77, CID 177, CID 177, CID colon 177, IUNA, CID colon 177, FI, CID colon 41, CID colon 16, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, ESTA, CID colon 208, CID colon 3 de Smith Devini, CID colon 208, CID colon 6 de Smith Devini, CID colon Div de Smith Astoni, 238, 228, Sid 198, Sid 177. S. Sid 77, Sid 177. Ta. Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69, Sid 69. CID colon 41, CID colon 16, Sid 17, Sid 177. No. CID 177, CID 220, CID 45. Che. CID colon 30 devini. CID colon 176. CID colon 60 devini. CED colon divdesmit astoni. CID colon 198. SID 38, SID 28, SID 77, SID 77. CID colon 177. CID colon 177. CID colon 177. Ayu na gran fi. CID colon 177. CID colon 41. CID colon 16. SID 167. SID 127. S. T. CID colon 17. CID colon 220. CID 42. CID 26. CID colon 13 seshi. CID colon 16 devini. CID colon 208. CID 69. CID 26. SID 36. SID 16. SID 26. SID 198. SID 177. S. CID 77. SID 177. Ta. SID 9. SID 69. SID 69. CID colon 370. SID 16. SID 26. SID 69. SID 69. SID 69. SID 277. SID 277. SID 277. SID 208. Noche. CID colon 208. SID 177. SID 77. SID 177. Bialla. CID colon 41. CID colon 16. CID colon 177. CD 98. CD 177 on CD 176. Ramos. CID colon 316. SID 16, SID 69, SID 77, SID 178, SID 178, SID 28, SID 36, SID 16, SID 77, SID 178, SID 198, CID colon 317, KID 69, KID 77, KID 78, CID colon 16, CID colon 26, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, S, KID 77, KID 77, KID 77, SID 77, SID 77, Ta, no, CD according to you, CD 6, SID 26, SID 17, SID 77, SID 77, SID point 77. SID points 20. Che. SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 38, SID 26, SID 176, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, Sirramag, SID 20, SID 7, SID 41, SID 16, SID 177, SID 177, SID 220, I circa, CID colon 176, KID colon 3 desmit devini, CID colon 208, CID colon 6 desmit devini, SID 28, SID 38, SID 28, SID 998, SID 977, S, CID 77, SID 177, TEA, SID 17, SID 17, SID 21, SID 17, said 41, said 16, said 77, said 177, said 220, Iserka, Sid 178, Sid 77, Sid 177, Ever, Sid 77, Sid 177, Sid 177, you, Sid 77, Sid 177, you, CD 77, CD 177, Sid 177, Sid 69, Sid 177, Sid 45, Iwi, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 69, TD colon 3 septinium, CID colon 69, CID colon 69, CED colon 3 desmit seshi, CID colon 16, SID 69, SID 17, SID 220, CID colon 198, SID 177, SID 46, Kid 177, Kid 45, SID 17, SID 177, SID 69, A. CID colon 176, CID colon 177, CID colon div desmit divi, cellular, CID colon 177, I, CID colon 41, CID colon 16, CID colon 177, CID colon 69, bra, CID 198, CID 197, C, CID 16, CID 69, CID 77, SID 178, SID 198, SID 177, SID 177, CID colon 3 desmit seshi, on, SID 36, SID 16, SID 77, SID 178, SID 198, SID 177, D, CED colon 3 septini, CD 69, CD 77, SID 178, SID 177, A, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 220, more, CID colon 198, CID colon 177, cellular, CD 77, CD 177, E, By Day Publishing, LLC, CD 40, CD 86, CD 87, CD 68, SID 3, SID 49, SID 82, SID 70, SID 75, SID 72, SID 3, SID 43, SID 68, SID 92, SID 3, SID 56, SID 81, SID 68, SID 3, SID 41, SID 76, SID 72, SID 86, SID 87, SID 68, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 47, SID 72, SID 68, SID 71, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 72, SID 72, SID 87, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 83, SID 17, SID 3, SID 21, CID colon 3, SID 42, SID 82, SID 18, SID 26, SID 38, SID 26, CID colon 41, CID colon 16, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 177, CID colon 177, Brachi, CID colon 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 220, on, CID colon 208, SID 198, SID 177, D. Okay, sub 7, Secretary 77, SID 127, SID 127, SID 220. Vi, Da. CID colon 176, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 3 desmit astoni, CID colon 41, CID colon 16, Kit 69, Chit 69, Chits 9, CID colon 3 desmit devini. CID colon 176. CID colon 6 desmit devini. CID colon div desmit astoni. CID colon 198. Sid 77. Sid 177. Sid 38. Sid 28. CID colon 177. CID colon 177. CID colon 177. CID colon 177. CID colon 41. CID colon 16. CID colon 177. Chidden 107. Chidden 107. CID colon 208. Night. We're gone to have a party. CID 9. CID 69. CID 69. CID colon 41. CID colon 16. SID 69. SID 69. SID 9 to night. CID colon 3 desmit devini. CID colon 176. CID colon 6 desmit devini. CID colon div desmit astoni. CID colon 19H. CID 38. CID 28. CID 77. CID 177. CID colon 177. We're gone. CID colon 177. CID colon 177. Nahav. CID colon 177. A. CID colon 41. CID colon 16. CID 817. CID 177. Big. CID shunt 67. Side shunt 77. Paragraph. SID 42. Kid 16. Kid 26. SID 77. SID 177. SID 17. SID 177. Tie. CID 9. SID 69. SID 69. CID colon 16. CID colon 26. CID colon 3 septini. SID 69. SID 69. SID 69. SID 177. SID 177. SID 177. Night. CID colon 176. CID colon 176. CID colon 208. CID colon 177. CID colon 177. SID 177. SID 177. We're gone, nay, dance. CID colon 41. CID colon 16. CID colon 177. SID 198. SID 176. CED colon 3 desmit seshi. SID 16. SID 69. SID 77. SID 178. SID 198. SID 28. SID 36. SID 16. SID 77. SID 78. SID 198. CID colon 3 septini. SID 69. SID 77. SID 178. SID 42. SID 16. SID 26. SID 38. SID 26. CID colon 41. CID colon 16. SID 9. SID 69. SID 69. SID 69. SID 69. SID 220. Night. CID 77. SID 177. SID 177. Will. SID 177. CD 45. B. CID colon 220. SID 198. SID 177. SID 127. SID 45 filled with CID colon 177. Magics. SID 177. SID 220. CID colon 198. CID 197. CID 177. Ivory. CID 77. CID 77. CID colon 177. CID 9. CID 69. CID 69. CID colon 3 desmit devini. CED colon 3 desmit seshi. SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, CED colon 16, CID colon 198, SID 7, SID 69, SID 45, A, CED colon 177, cell, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, ebration, CED colon div, CED colon 177 of CID colon 41, CID colon 16, SID 77, SID 77, love, SID 198, SID 17, SID 2, June 20, CED colon 3 SID 16, SID 69, SID 77, SID 178, SID 198, SID 36, SID 16, SID 77, SID 78 to SID 128, CED colon 3 septimi, SID 69, SID 77, SID 178, CID colon 16, CID colon 26, SID 42, SID 82, SID 18, SID 26, SID 38, SID 26, CID colon 41, CID colon 16, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, CID colon 177, bra, CID colon 177, Tion, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID colon 208, CID colon 176, CID colon 177 of CID colon Devin Smith, life, CID colon 3 Smith Devini, CID colon 6 Smith Devini, CED colon Div Smith Astoni, CID colon 208, CID colon 3 Smith Devini, CED colon 6 Smith Devini, CED colon Div Smith Astoni, CID colon 208, CED colon 3 Smith Seshi, TED colon 6 Smith Devini, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 208, CID colon 16, CID colon 26, CID colon 208, SID 77, SID 177, Ivory, CID colon 208, CID colon 3 Smith Devini, CID colon 6 Smith Devini, CED colon Div Smith Astoni, SID 38, SID 28, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, toe, SID 38, SID 28, CID colon 176, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 477, 2, SID 36, SID 16, SID 26, SID 198, SID 177, and SID 77, SID 177, 2, CID colon Div Smith Divi, SID 176, SID 177, CID colon 177, and this CID 77, CID 177, CID colon 177, U, CD 177, SID 69, SID 45, U, CID colon 198, SID 177, A, SID 177, SID 177, Cell A, SID 38, SID 28, CID colon 153, SID 40, SID 86, SID 47, SID 68, SID 3, SID 48, SID 02, SID 6, SID 25, SID 72, SID 3, SID 43, SID 68, SID 92, SID 3, SID 56, SID 1, SID 6, SID 3, SID 41, SID 76, SID 72, SID 86, SID 87, SID 68, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 47, SID 72, SID 68, SID 71, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 72, SID 72, SID 87, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 83, SID 17, SID 3, SID 22, CID:3, CID:40. SID 44, SID 81, SID 86, SID 87, SID 85, SID 88, SID 80, SID 72, SID 81, SID 87, SID 68, SID 79, SID 3, SID 54, SID 82, SID 79, SID 82, SID 86, SID 42, SID 16, SID 26, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 183, CID:183, 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 CID:183. Kid 42, Kid 60, Kid 26, Kid 9, Kid 69, Kid 69, SID 69, SID 69, CID:183, 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 SID 42, SID 16, SID 26, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, CID:183, 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 SID 42, SID 60, SID 26, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, CID:183, 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 SID 41, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, CED:3 septini, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 183, SID 16, SID 26, CID:183, 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 SID 42, SID 16, SID 26, SID 38, SID 26, SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, CID:183, 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 SID 9, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 69, SID 17, SID 17, CID:41, CID:16, CID:183, 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 CID:3 desmit devini, CID:183, CID:6 desmit devini, CID:div desmit astoni, CID:183, 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 SID 38, SID 28, CID:183, 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 CID:41, CID:16, CID:183, CID 41, CID 16, CID 26, CID:183. 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 Sheet 29, sheet 16, sheet 26. CID:183. 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 Sheet 41, sheet 6, sheet 26. CID:183. 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 CID:41. CID:16. CID 42. CID 16. CID 26. CID:183. 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 CID:198. CID:3 Smith Seshi. CID 16. CID 69. CID Dutrain. CID 98. CID 25. CID:36. CID:16. CID 213. CID 198. CID 45. CID:41. CID:16. CID:183. 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 SED 17. SED 17. SID 53, SID 72, SID 53, SID 72, SID 68, SID 87, SID 3, SID 9, SID 3, SID 41, SID 68, SID 71, SID 72, CED:3 septini, SID 69, SID 213, SID 45, CID:183, 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 CID:3 dismitseshi. SID 69, SID 483, SID 16, SID 26, SID 16, SID 26, CID:183, CED:3 dismit devini, CED:6 dismit devini, CED:div dismit astoni, CED:183, CID:183, 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 Church SID 26, SID 16, SID 26, CID:183, CID:183, SID 38, SID 28, CID:183, 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 SID 47, SID 972, SID 68, SID 71, SID Natris, SID 54, SID 75, SID 72, SID 72, SID 47, SID 44, SID 3, SID 47, SID 82, SID 89, SID 72, SID 3, SID 50, SID 82, SID 3, SID 54, SID 72, SID 72, SID 3, SID 8, SID 82, SID 88, SID 3, SID 43, SID 68, SID 83, SID 83, SID 92, SID 11, SID 55, SID 75, SID 72, SID 3, SID 44, SID 81, SID 87, SID 72, SID 85, SID 81, SID 68, SID 87, SID 76, SID 82, SID 81, SID 68, SID 79, SID 3, SID 48, SID 82, SID 87, SID 75, SID 72, SID 85, SID 86, SID 3, SID 39, SID 68, SID 92, SID 3, SID 54, SID 82, SID 81, SID 74, SID 12, SID 58, SID 82, SID 85, SID 71, SID 86, SID 3, SID 68, SID 81, SID 71, SID 3, SID 48, SID 8, SID 6, SID 76, SID 70, SID 3, SID 69, SID 92, SID 3, SID 37, SID 92, SID 88, SID 82, SID 81, SID 3, SID 11, SID 37, SID 46, SID 12, SID 3, SID 39, SID 68, SID 69, SID 66, SID 86, SID 37, SID 79, SID 88, SID 72, SID 86, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 88, SID 73, SID 73, SID 79, SID 72, SID 3, SID 11, SID 84, SID 3, SID 36, SID 69, SID 183, SID 41, SID 26, SID change, SID 69, SID 70, SID 183, CID colon 183. SID 32, SID 20, SID 21, SID 19, SID 12, SID 20, SID 22, CID colon 183, SID 42, SID 20, SID 22, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID 38, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 28, SID 12, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, KID 41, SID 26, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 3 desmit seshi, SID 69, SID 183, SID 20, SID 22, CID colon 183, SID 22, SID 20, SID 22, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, SID 38, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 28, SID 12, CID colon 183, CID colon 183, CID colon 3 desmit seshi, CID colon devini, CID colon 6 desmit devini, SID 41, SID 147, SID 17, SID 17, SID 176, CID colon 177, CID colon 3 desmit seshi, CID colon 6 desmit devini, CID colon 177, love, SID 20, SID 22, CID colon 177, 2, KID 42, KID 20, KID 22, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, U, KID 38, KID 28, CID colon 177, when, CID colon 177, your, CID 36, CID, CI 16, CID 76, CID colon 177, HAP, CID colon 177, PY, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID colon 3 desmit seshi, CID colon 6 desmit devini, SID 20, SID 23, SID 42, SID 16, SID 26, SID 42, CID colon 153, CID colon 6 desmit devini, CID colon div desmit astoni. No. Bo de or else loves me like you do. CID 41, SID 47, SID 9, SID 69, SID 176, CID colon 177. I, SID 39, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 28, SID 12, CID colon 177, love, CID colon 177, 2, SID 42, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, U, SID 38, SID 28, CID colon 177, with CID colon 177, that Sid 38, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 208, Sid 176, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, Smile, CID colon 177, On, CID colon 177, Your, CID colon 177, Face, CID 41, CID 28, CID colon 220, CID colon 208, and when I'm wrong, you say literalmente, well, pray, or two, CID colon trees septini, CID colon 69, CID colon 147, CID colon 40, CID colon sesdesmit devini, CID colon divdesmit astoni, CID 36, CID 216, CID 26, CID 39, CID 26, CID 11, CID 14, CID 28, CID 12, CID 9, CID 69, CID 176, CID 177, your, CID 177, bring, as, Kid 77, me, CID 177, so, CID colon 177, funny on, CID 177, much, can, CID 177, CID 220, joy, B, CID colon 198, SETI 77, SETI 177, I'm fun, CID 177, like, near, CID 177, A, then, CID colon 177, child, then, CID 177, with, those, CI 177, A, CID 177, brand, Stowe, CID 177, CID 177, CID 220, new toy, Desert 3, CID 20, CID 17, CID 42, SED 16, SED 26, SID 38, SID 28, SID 41, SID 26, CID colon 30 seshi, CID colon 60 devini, SID 20, SID 22, SID 42, SID 20, SID 22, SID 38, SID 26, SID 11, SID 14, SID 28, SID 12, CID colon devini, CID colon 60 devini, CID colon 176, SID 177, SID 220, SID 177, oh mom, SID 177, when, CID colon 177, I, CID colon 177, C, Kid 177, you, Hapcon, or CID colon 177, PY, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID colon 153, CID colon 21, CID colon 17, CID colon divini, CID colon sesdesmit divini, SID 38, SID 28, SID 86, SID 88, SID 86, CID colon 176, CID colon 177, SID 220, SID 177, oh mom, SID 177, when, CID colon 177, I, SID 38, SID 26, SID 11, SID 16, SID 28, SID 12, CID colon 177, C, CID colon 177, U, City 41, SID 147, City 177, HAP, CID colon 177, PY, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, SID 38, SID 16, SID 26, SID 37, SID 28, CID colon 153, By Day Publishing LLC, CID 17, CID 17, SID 44, SID 3, SID 47, SID 82, SID 89, SID 72, SID 3, SID 55, SID 82, SID 3, SID 54, SID 72, SID 72, SID 3, SID 60, SID 82, SID 88, SID 3, SID 43, SID 68, SID 83, SID 83, SID 92, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 47, SID 72, SID 68, SID 71, SID 3, SID 54, SID 75, SID 72, SID 72, SID 87, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 3, SID 83, SID 17, SID 3, SID 21, SID 3, CID colon 3 septini, CID colon 3 septini, SID 9, SID 69, SID 176, CID colon 69, CID colon 147, CID colon 177, CID colon 177. Today, CID colon 177. I, CD 40, SID 82, SID 18, SID 26, SID 36, SID 26, SID 11, SID 16, SID 28, SID 12, CID colon 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 220, Thought of Dad, SID 39, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon 198, SID 77, SID 177, CID colon 177, and his CID colon trisdesmit devini, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, jokes, CID colon sesdesmit devini, CID colon divdesmit astoni, CID colon 177, U, CID colon 177, thought, CID 38, CID 16, CID 26, CED colon divdesmit divi, CID 37, CID 28, CID colon 177, SID 177, SID 220, SID 69, CID colon 177, we're so bad, CID colon trees septini, SID 69, SID 147, SID 9, SID 69, SID 198, SID 77, SID 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177, and those prick IOs, SID 40, SID 82, SID 18, SID 26, SID 36, SID 26, SID 11, SID 16, SID 28, SID 12, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 100. Che memorias, CID colon divdesmit astoni, SID 39, SID 16, SID 26, CID colon trisdesmit devini, CID colon sesdesmit devini, SID 477, SID 477, SID 477, CID colon 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 177, SID 45, CID colon 198, Keep me warm when my world. Sid 38, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 177, Sid 177, Kid 177, Kid 177, wants to freeze, Kid 37, Kid 28, CID colon 220. CID colon Tres Septini, Sid 9, Sid 69, Sid 176, CID colon 69, CID colon 147, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 69, and Mom let me say CID colon div dismit seshi. Sid 37, Sid 82, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 177. Just this, Sid 17, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 45. U. CID 41, Sid 18, Sid 38. CID colon 177, CID colon 177, CID colon 177. CID colon 177 must be. City 36, City 26, City 18, City 38, City 6, City 77, City 177, City 177, Sid 177, Sid 45. God's great. Sid 39, Sid 16, Sid 26. CID colon 177, CID colon 3 desmit seshi. Sid 69, Sid 177, Sid 177, Sid 208. Est gift. CID 42, CID 16, CID 26, CID 9, CID 69, CID 198, Sid 17, Sid 177. O. CID colon 177. Mom, CID colon 176, CID 38, CID 28, CID 86, CID 88, CID 86, CID colon 177. When? CID colon 177. I. City 38, City 26, City 11, Sid 16, City 28, Sid 12, CID colon 177, C, CID colon 177, U, Sid 41, Sid 147, Sid 177, HAP, CID colon 177, PY, CID colon 17, CID colon 220, CID colon vienuolica, side 39, side 26, side 11, side 14, Sid 28, Sid 12, Sid 42, Sid 16, Sid 26, Sid 38, Sid 28, CID colon 153, CID colon div pedsmit, CED colon div dismit seshi. Biography. B.K. Davis is a Steinway International artist, one of only a few hundred elites amongst the tens of thousands of professional musicians working today. The Steinway International Artist designation is an honor bestowed on pianists with an impressive body of work. Davis's Steinway peers are legends such as Elton John, Billy Joel, Harry Connick Jr., and Herbie Hancock. It is no accident that Davis is in such esteemed company. He has been composing and performing music for 40 years. The jazz pianist / singer composed his first song at age 13 and had it performed by a 150-member church choir that he was directing on national television a year later. Born in Davenport, Iowa, home of 20th century jazz great Bix Beiderbecke, Davis was raised in a musical household. His father, Bishop Ezekiel Davis, conscripted him as a teen to serve as musical director for the 7 churches he oversaw, while his mother, Rose Davis, an accomplished vocalist, attended to his vocal and instrumental training. Davis is a multi-instrumentalist who plays more than a dozen instruments besides the piano, including guitar, organ, and drums. He served in the U.S. Army, was honorably discharged, then continued his musical studies at Western Illinois University. Jazz, R&B, gospel, soul, and pop are the genres that propelled Davis to travels around the world. His artistry enticed promoters in Europe, Japan, North America, and on the high seas to book him, and not one has regretted it. What BK has intellectually is the capacity to know what the audience wants and when. A Florida club owner said, "He can take you on that magical trip. When it's smooth, he takes you up a hill, then he sets you on fire." A restless musical intellect, Davis has an impressive and disparate list of accomplishments to his credit. Wrote theme music for the Boy Scouts of America and an Indianapolis 500 race among dozens of commercial jingles that he penned. An early adopter of musical independence, he shunned a record contract, created his own company, and sold tens of thousands of CDs of his original music. Musical and slash or choir director for several large churches in the Midwest and on the West Coast. Band leader, band member for several well-known artists such as Johnny Taylor, B.B. King, and Billy Preston. Co-wrote original music with rock and roll legend Little Richard, as well as McFadden and Whitehead, the recording duo best known for their signature tune, Ain't No Stoppin' Us Now. Davis and his band are currently headliners at the Fox restaurant in Tampa, Florida, which is rated by Downbeat magazine as one of the 214 best jazz cafes in the U.S. Davis's latest project is to pursue the one accolade he hasn't received, a Grammy nomination. He is in the studio composing a new album and negotiating with a major record label for representation, so the new album may be eligible for honors by the Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences, the body that bestows Grammy Awards. For booking consideration, contact 94179999079.